Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Luffy ate Randamu no Mi Devil Fruit? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Rain poured from the darkened sky, drenching the city streets in a cold, unrelenting torrent. The night was eerily quiet, broken only by the rhythmic splashing of water against the pavement and the occasional whoosh of a passing car. Amidst the downpour, a lone figure hurried across the intersection, gripping his coat tightly against the biting wind. This was Gray, an orphan and an ordinary office worker in his early 20s, worn out from yet another long day at work. Gray's mind was consumed by a swirl of mundane thoughts, deadlines, bills, and the grocery list he had yet to tackle. As he stepped off the curb, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Distracted, he fumbled to retrieve it, unaware of the blinding headlights speeding toward him from the left. A deafening horn pierced the rain-soaked night, but it was too late. Time seemed to slow as Gray turned his head, eyes widening in shock. The truck hurtled toward him, and in a single, brutal instant, everything went black. Gray's last memory was of the cold rain and the blinding light of an oncoming truck. Now, there was only darkness, deep, unending, and strangely peaceful. He felt weightless, floating in a vast, empty void, and for a fleeting moment, he wondered if this was what death truly felt like. No pain, no fear, just an overwhelming sense of nothingness. Gradually, a soft glow began to pierce the darkness. It started as a distant, faint pinprick of light but steadily grew, pushing back the shadows until it enveloped him completely. The sensation of floating ceased, replaced by the solid feeling of ground beneath his feet. Gray found himself standing in an endless expanse of light, its source coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. The air was warm and still, carrying with it a sense of calm that made it difficult to feel alarmed, despite having no idea where he was or how he had gotten there. "Am I dead?" he whispered, his voice barely audible in the vastness of the space. "Yes and no," came a gentle reply, as smooth and clear as a stream. Gray spun around to see a figure standing a few feet away, watching him with serene eyes. It was a beautiful woman with blue eyes, golden hair, and a soft smile. She appeared almost human, yet there was something ethereal about her, an aura of power and wisdom that transcended mortal comprehension. "Who are you?" Gray asked, his voice trembling slightly despite the comforting atmosphere. The figure smiled kindly. "I am a guide, a guardian of sorts. Some might call me a deity. My role is to oversee the passage of souls, helping them find their way as they cross the threshold between life and death." "So, I really am dead," Gray murmured, the reality sinking in. Strangely, he felt no fear, only quiet acceptance. After all, he had no family to leave behind and no lover to mourn. He had close friends, but he knew they'd shed a few tears, raise a glass in his memory, and then move on with their lives. In a manner of speaking, the guide replied. "Your life as Gray, the office worker, has indeed ended. But your journey doesn't have to end here. You've been given a rare opportunity, one that few souls are granted." "An opportunity?" Gray repeated, a flicker of curiosity stirring within him. "Indeed. Your soul has been selected to be reincarnated into a different world, with all your memories intact," the guide explained. "Reincarnated into a different world?" Gray said, awe and wonder creeping into his voice. "Am I being chosen to save the world?" "No, you're not that special," the guide chuckled, her blunt words stinging a little. "Every once in a while, we choose a random soul to reincarnate to spice up the destinies of the world." Gray blinked, momentarily stunned by the guide's blunt response. "Not that special," he echoed, more to himself than to her, the excitement that had been building within him deflating slightly. But there was something oddly refreshing about her honesty. No grand destiny, no weight of the world on his shoulders, just an ordinary guy given an extraordinary second chance. The guide's soft smile remained, though a hint of amusement danced in her eyes. "I see you're not used to such straightforwardness. But I believe in honesty, even with souls that find themselves in a place like this. The truth is, while you may not have a heroic destiny written in the stars, the world you'll enter is full of limitless possibilities. How you choose to live there, what you choose to become, is entirely up to you." Gray considered her words, his initial disappointment giving way to a more grounded curiosity. "So, if I'm not destined to be some kind of hero, what's expected of me in this new world?" "Nothing more than what you expect of yourself," the guide replied gently. "You can do whatever you want, no one will stop or reprimand you for your actions. Now that you understand what's happening, let's begin the process of reincarnation," the guide said, producing a board that floated before Gray. The board displayed several columns, each with a few empty spaces waiting to be filled. World. Boons. Weapon object. System. "Let's see which world you'll be reincarnated into," she continued, snapping her fingers. Suddenly, names flashed rapidly in the world column, each one appearing for only a split second before being replaced by the next. Then, the name slowed and finally stopped, landing on words that made Gray's heart skip a beat. World of Sea, One Piece. The words glowed softly on the ethereal board, and for a moment, Gray couldn't believe what he was seeing. One Piece, he repeated, disbelief tinging his voice. You mean the One Piece? The world with pirates, devil fruits, and the Grand Line. The guide chuckled, a playful glint in her eyes. Indeed, the very same. It seems fate has chosen a rather adventurous world for you to explore. A world where the seas are vast and treacherous, where the strong thrive and the weak are swallowed by the tides. Excitement and anxiety bubbled up inside Gray. One Piece had always been one of his favorite mangas, so he knew all too well how perilous this world could be. It wasn't just the Grand Line that was dangerous, the entire world was rife with threats. Evil pirates, corrupt marines, and even seemingly ordinary people with hidden strength could seriously harm you and get away without any consciousness. As these thoughts raced through his mind, the guide observed him closely, nodding in appreciation. Unlike her previous summons, this one wasn't blinded by the thrill of reincarnation. Gray was taking this seriously, which gave her hope that this one won't disappoint her. Now that you know where you're headed, tell me, what boons would you like to choose for yourself? The guide asked with a smile. Wait. I get to choose my boons. I thought it would be random, like the world selection, Gray said, surprised. That used to be the case, the guide explained with a chuckle, scratching her chin. But we soon realized that randomizing boons either drastically reduced the survival rate of reincarnated souls or plunged the worlds into chaos too early and quickly. It became boring for us. So, we started letting reincarnated souls choose their boons, with a few restrictions if necessary. You can choose 3 boons, she continued, but remember to keep it reasonable. What should I choose? Gray pondered, mentally cycling through a ton of potential powers. But the guide's words about being reasonable made him reconsider. And here I was thinking of asking for Alien X's power set, he thought with a chuckle, not noticing how the guide's smile briefly turned strained before she sighed in relief. As he deliberated, another thought crossed his mind. Was choosing an offensive ability really the best option? After all, in the One Piece world, there were plenty of ways to fight devil fruits, haki, and various combat skills like martial arts or swordsmanship. What wasn't readily available, however, was intelligence. In his previous life, Gray knew he wasn't exactly a genius. Sure, he had earned a scholarship at university, but he couldn't compare himself to someone like Robin, a true scholar, or Luffy, a combat genius who learned from every fight. Intelligence, particularly the kind that could give him an edge in this new world, seemed more valuable than sheer power. With this in mind, Gray made his decision. Lady Guide, can I get Lord of Wisdom, Raphael as my first boon? Raphael from the Tensura system, huh? The guide thought for a moment before sighing. Given the potential of this power, I'm almost tempted to reject it. But on the condition that you won't be allowed to ask for any other power from the Tensura system, I'll allow it. Thank you, Gray said with a smile. Although he was disappointed that he couldn't pair Raphael with Beelzebub, he was grateful to get such a powerful boon. Good, the guide said, snapping her fingers. In the next moment, Gray screamed as unbearable pain coursed through him, sending him writhing on the floor. After what felt like an eternity, the pain subsided, and Gray looked at the guide with questioning eyes. Seeing his confusion, the guide explained, in the world of Tensura, there are 2 ways to obtain skills. They are either born from within a person's soul, or they are gifted. However, gifted skills are often inferior to those born from the soul. I won't allow you to have an inferior boon, so I strengthened your soul to make it capable of holding an ultimate skill, then made it manifest from within. Gray nodded, calming down as he noticed that Lord of Wisdom, Raphael was now listed as his first boon on the board. So, what's your next boon? The guide asked. For my next boon, I want an unlimited inventory, Gray said. Huh? That's a rather simple request compared to your first one, the guide remarked as she added inventory to the list. It's simply for convenience, Gray replied. I want to have all my useful and important things on hand at all times. Besides, in a world full of pirates, you don't want to leave your belongings lying around. Fair enough, the guide nodded. And now for your last boon, what will it be? What else do I need in the world of One Piece? Gray wondered, his mind racing. Then, it hit him disease. He remembered how many characters in One Piece succumbed to illnesses. Even the Pirate King, Roger, was dying of an incurable disease. With that in mind, he knew what his third boon would be. As my third boon, I want a healthy body that is immune to any and all diseases and illnesses, and that has rapid recovery from injuries and fatigue, Gray requested. Another good choice, the guide nodded, adding perfect healthy body to the list. With your 3 boons selected, it's time to choose your weapon or object, the guide said. But let me warn you, be specific in what you want. Many reincarnated souls have met their end by the very weapons or objects they chose, used against them. In that case, it's good that I already know what I want, Gray replied with a cheeky smile. I want a top-of-the-line smartphone from my original world, with an unlimited battery and internet connection that links back to my old world. I also want it to be enchanted with unbreaking protection and loyalty. Oh, that's an interesting choice, the guide smirked at his request. Is there a specific reason you chose this? Well, as you know, the story of One Piece isn't finished in my original world. I want to keep up with the manga so that if Oda-sensei suddenly decides to add a new element, I won't be caught off guard, Gray explained. Plus, having internet access in a world like One Piece could be incredibly useful. Combined with Raphael, it would be a treasure trove of knowledge for me. Fair enough, the guide nodded. However, while I'm allowing you to keep this smartphone, you are not permitted to contact anyone from your old world in any way, no texts, calls, comments, or anything that could reveal your presence. Is that clear? Yes, ma'am, Gray replied, and the word smartphone appeared on the board. Now that we've covered that, let's see what system you'll get, the guide said, summoning a large roulette wheel. I guess this isn't something I'll get to choose, Gray mused aloud. We tried letting reincarnated souls choose their own systems, but, the guide frowned in disappointment, too many chose systems related to harems or other less than noble pursuits. So, we decided that giving you the choice of boons and objects was enough privilege. Now, let's see what you get, the guide said as she spun the wheel. After a few seconds, it slowed and finally stopped on the words, Randomizer System. Well, the Randomizer System, the guide said enthusiastically. This could be one of the best or one of the worst systems, depending on the rewards you get. It's a gacha type system where you use points to roll for rewards. For your system, each roll will cost you 1,000 points. Now, you're probably wondering how to earn points. There are 4 ways, the guide continued. First, you receive daily points upon waking 10 points a day. Second, by killing others, the number of points depends on the person's power and value in the world. The third and fourth ways are tied to hidden objectives and achievements. You'll earn points based on how significant they are. So, now that you understand everything, it's time for you to be on your way, the guide said as Gray's body began to glow. Live a good life and make sure to entertain us, okay? Bye. The last thing he saw was the guide's gentle smile as the world around him dissolved into light. The next time Gray opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar room. Where am I? He wondered as the memories of meeting a deity and being reincarnated into the world of One Piece flooded back. But now, he faced a new question: where exactly was he? As he was pondering this, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Luffy, get up, it's morning already. I'm up. Give me a minute, he instinctively replied, only to freeze as the realization hit him. His mind caught up with what had just happened, and his eyes widened in shock. He scrambled out of bed and rushed to the nearest mirror. Staring back at him was the face of a young boy with shaggy black hair, round black eyes, and a scar with 2 stitches underneath his left eye. What the fuck? To be continued. Raphael. System. What the hell is going on? Why am I in Luffy's body? Luffy shouted as he stared at his reflection in the mirror. Wasn't I told I'm not some chosen one? That I don't have to save the world or anything. So why, of all people, am I in Luffy's body? As the former Gray, now Luffy, grappled with his existential crisis, there was another knock at the door. Letting out a sigh, Luffy walked toward the door, thinking, it must be Dayton or Makino. But when he opened it, he froze, stunned at the sight of the slender woman with long, wavy pink blonde hair standing before him. What the hell, he shouted in his mind. Why is Portgasti Rouge here? No, more importantly, how is she here? Wasn't she supposed to die giving birth to Ace? Rouge, noticing Luffy standing there looking a bit dazed, frowned and placed her hand on his forehead. What's wrong, Luffy? Are you sick? Just give him some meat. That'll cure whatever he's got, came another voice, startling Luffy once again. He turned toward the sound and saw a young girl of medium height with bright purple eyes and long hair, white on the left side and red on the right. Yuta? Okay, now I'm completely lost, he thought, but then he noticed both Rouge and Yuta frowning at him. Sorry, I'm not feeling well, so I'm going to rest in my room for a bit, Luffy said quickly before retreating back to his room. Meanwhile, the 2 women outside his room stood there, stunned by what they just witnessed. When did that guy get so polite? Yuta exclaimed, throwing her hands in the air. Rouge just smiled and shook her head. Maybe our Luffy is starting to grow up, she said, flashing a teasing smile at Yuta. Maybe you should think about doing the same. Nah, too much work, Yuta scoffed, flipping her hair. Since Luffy's sick, I'm heading to the village to see if I can finesse some money out of the visiting merchants. Fine, but be careful and don't get into trouble, Rouge called as Yuta left the house. Then she turned toward Luffy's door, whispering, I hope he gets well soon. Meanwhile, inside the room, Luffy sat on his bed, clutching his head. Where the hell am I, he thought, trying to make sense of why two people one of whom should have been dead were here. Suggestion, there are two distinct possibilities for the master's predicament. Huh? Who said that? Luffy asked, looking around, trying to figure out where the voice had come from. Answer, I am Raphael, one of the boons the master received from the guide. Oh right, sorry, I forgot about you, Luffy said, rubbing the back of his head. So, what are the possibilities you're suggesting? Answer, the first possibility is that Master is in an alternate timeline of the One Piece world, where certain aspects differ from Master's memories. That could be the case, Luffy mused, rubbing his chin. And the second? Answer, the second possibility is that the Randomizer System, which Master received as a gift from the guide, is affecting the world around you. Oh right, I got something like that too, didn't I? Luffy sighed, wondering if this system was going to cause more trouble than it was worth. So, do I have a stat page or anything similar to see what else I have? Answer, yes, there is a stat page. Would Master like to see it? Yes, Luffy replied, and immediately, a transparent window appeared before him. Name, Monkey D. Luffy, Gray. Age, 19. Boons, Lord of Wisdom, Raphael. Inventory. Perfect healthy body. Powers abilities. NA. System. Gacha roll. Points, 1000. Titles. The Boy Who Inherited Will. The Charismatic Prince. Well, everything looks normal except for the age. From what I know, Luffy set sail at 17, but it seems that's not the case here, Luffy thought to himself. Now, what exactly are these titles, he said, clicking on the first one. The Boy Who Inherited Will. This title is given to the person destined for a great adventure and fated to meet great people. As Luffy read the description of his first title, he couldn't help but glance at the straw hat resting on the table near his bed. Shaking his head, Luffy decided not to dwell on that for now and clicked on his second title. The Charismatic Prince. This title is given to a person with unbelievably high charisma. The titleholder often makes a strong first impression and finds it easier to befriend others. Additionally, the holder of this title can more easily gain the trust of those they befriend. No wonder Mihawk said that Luffy has the ability to make allies out of everyone around him, Luffy mused aloud. Just then, another thought crossed his mind. Hey, Raphael, why don't I have any memories of Luffy before I woke up in his body? Answer, integrating the host's memories with the master is a painful procedure. It's held off until the master's permission is obtained. Well, you might as well do it now, Luffy said. There's no point in dragging this out any longer. Notice, starting process for integrating host's memories. Warning, the painful process is about to begin. Luffy heard these words in his mind, and in the next moment, an unbearable pain assaulted his brain, giving him a head-splitting migraine. Ugh, my head. Luffy groaned, clutching his head. I'm going to lie down for a bit, he said, and a few moments later, he passed out. 2 hours later, when Luffy opened his eyes, he immediately noticed two things. The first was the influx of new memories now swirling in his mind, which he desperately needed to sort through before leaving the room. The second was the dampness on his cheeks, a result of reliving the painful memories during the integration process. Shaking his head, Luffy wiped his face and closed his eyes again, settling into a meditative position. He focused on organizing the newly acquired memories, ensuring they wouldn't overwhelm him. After half an hour of intense concentration, he finally managed to make sense of the memories. He now had a clearer understanding of his current situation. First, he found that this Luffy's background was similar to what he knew from the manga, as Garp was his grandfather and Dragon was his father, a detail he picked up from Garp's absent-minded remarks during their conversations. The differences began to emerge from Luffy's encounter with Shanks. While many events unfolded as they did in the manga, such as Luffy stabbing himself under the eye and Shanks losing his arm to save Luffy, this Luffy hadn't eaten the Gomu Gomu no Mi, or as it was recently revealed, the Hito Hito no Mi, model, Nika. As a result, he was slightly taller and more muscular than his manga counterpart. Yuta, who also came along with Shanks's crew, had a different fate in this world. She didn't eat the Yuta Yuta no Mi, nor was she left on Elegia. Instead, Shanks encountered Rouge, who was somehow living on the mountain with Ace. Deciding it was safer for Yuta to stay with Rouge, Shanks left her there. Later, Garp discovered Yuta's identity and, in an attempt to annoy Shanks, kept trying to recruit her, Luffy, and Ace as marine officers. All three children strongly disagreed with his plans and made their objections quite clear. Another significant change was Luffy's relationship with Ace, which started positively from the beginning, thanks to Rouge's presence. Once Luffy began living with them, Rouge quickly adopted him as her second child and Yuta as her third. From there, events followed the canon: Sabo's arrival, their becoming sworn brothers, the Grey Terminal fire, Sabo's death, and everything else that had happened in the canon up to that point. However, there was a key difference in their ages. In this timeline, Ace decided to set sail at 20, so Luffy and Yuta chose to follow in his footsteps, planning to embark on their own journey the following year when they reached that age. After sorting through all this information, Luffy reached a conclusion: nothing in this timeline made sense, and he would have to adapt as circumstances unfolded. With a sigh, Luffy opened his inventory and retrieved his smartphone. I wonder how useful this will be now that things are turning out differently from how Oda-sensei is writing them, he said, staring at the device in his hand. Hey, Raphael, can you sync yourself with the voice of the world? Luffy asked. Negative, request to access the voice of the world is being rejected and blocked. Hearing Raphael's response, Luffy frowned. Looks like Raphael is restricted in more ways than one, he muttered. Can you sync with the randomizer system and this smartphone? Affirmative, it is possible to sync both the randomizer system and Master's smartphone. How long will that take? Luffy inquired. Answer, estimated time to sync both is 1 week. Then get started on that, Luffy said, returning the smartphone to his inventory. I'll do my first roll once you're synced with the system, to avoid any unexpected surprises. Now, I should really show my face outside before they start worrying about me, Luffy said, placing his straw hat on his head and stepping out of his room. This is the first time Luffy has stayed in his room for so long, Rouge frowned, glancing out the window at the setting sun on the horizon. I really hope whatever sickness he's feeling isn't anything serious, she said, anxiously fidgeting with her fingers. Rouge's worry deepened as memories of her late husband, Roger, resurfaced. The pain of losing him to an illness that no one could cure still lingered in her heart, and the thought of Luffy, her son in everything but blood, being similarly afflicted made her chest tighten with fear. She was lost in these thoughts when the door to Luffy's room creaked open. Rouge turned, relief flooding her at the sight of Luffy stepping out with his usual grin. There was a calmness in his demeanor, though something about him seemed subtly different, a faint maturity she hadn't noticed before. Sorry to worry you, Rouge, Luffy said, scratching the back of his head. I'm feeling a lot better now. Rouge's eyes softened, but her concern didn't completely fade. Are you sure, Luffy? You've never been sick before, and now you suddenly have a fever. Yeah, it was just a headache. I think I needed some rest. But I'm all good now. Luffy assured her, giving her a thumbs up. Rouge studied him for a moment, her motherly instincts still on high alert, but she nodded. If you're sure? But if you feel anything strange, promise me you'll tell me right away. Promise, Luffy said, smiling warmly. He appreciated her concern, something he hadn't felt this deeply in his previous life as Grey. But in this world, it was clear that he aka Luffy was surrounded by people who genuinely cared for him, and he didn't want to cause them unnecessary worry. Good, Rouge replied, her expression softening further. Dinner will be ready soon. Why don't you wash up? And check on Yuta if you see her, she mentioned something about heading to the village earlier. Luffy nodded, giving her a quick wave as he made his way out. As he left the house, he let out a small sigh of relief. His encounter with Rouge had gone smoother than he'd anticipated. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something about his interaction with her seemed a little odd. Hey Raphael, Luffy called out internally, do you know why I was feeling so bad for making Rouge worry? And what was that protective love I was feeling towards her? Shouldn't I be, you know, more distanced and detached from her since this is the first time I'm meeting her? Answer, the emotions you are experiencing towards Rouge are a result of the memory integration process. When your consciousness merged with the host's body, emotional ties, especially those rooted in deep bonds like familial love, were also transferred. Luffy frowned, processing this information. So, you're saying that I'm feeling this way because Luffy's feelings have been mixed with mine? Affirmative, the host's emotions are strong, particularly towards those he considers family. Although you retain autonomy over your thoughts and decisions, the emotional connections and instincts of the host will influence you, especially in relationships that Luffy held dear. Luffy sighed, running a hand through his hair as he mulled it over. It made sense, in a way. He had access to Luffy's memories and experiences, so it wasn't too surprising that his emotions would bleed over as well. But it still felt odd to suddenly be so protective of someone he had technically just met. So, I'm basically stuck with these feelings, huh? Luffy asked, his tone resigned. Affirmative. These feelings are now a part of you as long as you inhabit this body. It's also worth noting that the strength of these emotions may change depending on your interactions with the individuals in question. Luffy nodded to himself, accepting the explanation. I guess that's not the worst thing in the world. It just caught me off guard, that's all. Understood. Consider these emotions an asset rather than a burden. They may help you navigate relationships that are crucial to your survival and success in this world. Luffy couldn't help but chuckle at that. Yeah, I guess you're right. It's just one more thing to get used to in this crazy situation. Hey, Luffy! Just then, his train of thought was interrupted by a loud, cheerful shout. He turned towards the voice and saw Yuta lazily walking toward him. Good to see you finally out of your room. Yeah, I'm feeling good too, Luffy replied with a smile. Are you sure you're all right? Yuta asked. Maybe you should rest a little longer. Thanks for worrying, but I'm really fine, Luffy grinned at her and ruffled her hair, which worked like a charm as she slapped his hand away with a sharp glare. Who's worrying about you? I just don't want you spreading your sickness to me, Yuta scoffed. By the way, what are you doing here? I was actually looking for you, Luffy replied. Rouge told me to find you and call you for dinner. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Let's go then, Yuta smiled, and the two of them started walking toward the house. So, how was your day? Luffy asked while walking beside her. Anything exciting happen? No, not really, Yuta said, but then she suddenly stopped and turned around, scrutinizing Luffy with a critical eye. Luffy, what's going on? Why are you acting so different all of a sudden? What do you mean by weird? Luffy asked, trying to keep his tone light and casual while masking his anxiety at her question. I don't know. You've just been acting different ever since you got sick, Yuta's frown deepened as she stared at him sharply. You're talking more, asking questions you usually wouldn't, and you're way more polite? She said the last word as if it were something alien to her when associated with Luffy. Luffy laughed nervously, rubbing the back of his head in a familiar gesture. Maybe I'm just a little off because of the headache earlier. It was pretty bad, but I'm feeling a lot better now. Maybe I just needed to rest, and it's made me think a bit more, you know? Yuta eyed him suspiciously, clearly not entirely convinced. You've never been one to overthink things, though, she pointed out. Luffy, please, what's going on? You know you can tell me if something's troubling you. Luffy sighed inwardly, realizing that Yuta wasn't going to let this go easily. He needed to come up with a reason that wouldn't raise more red flags. Well, maybe I've just been thinking about how lucky I am, he said, deciding to lean into the emotional aspect Raphael had mentioned. I mean, I've got you, Rouge, and everyone else looking out for me. It made me realize I should probably do a better job of showing my appreciation. On top of that, since we've decided to set sail next year, I've been thinking about what kind of captain I want to be, he added. And although I don't have all the answers yet, I think being a little more sensible will be better for us and our future crew members than my usual reckless behavior, he ended with a chuckle. Yuta blinked, her tough exterior softening just a little. That's actually kind of sweet and thoughtful, Luffy, she said, sounding surprised by her own words. But it's still weird hearing you say stuff like that. Guess I'm just full of surprises, Luffy said with his signature grin, trying to deflect the conversation with a joke. Yuta stared at him for a moment longer before sighing and shaking her head. Fine, whatever. Just don't get all mushy on me, okay? It's weird enough having you act all polite. Luffy chuckled, feeling a sense of relief as the tension eased. No promises, he teased, draping his arm over her shoulder and earning a half-hearted glare from Yuta. Come on, let's get back before Rouge starts worrying, she said, pushing him away before turning on her heel and continuing down the path. Luffy followed, feeling like he had just dodged a bullet. It was clear he needed to be more careful about how he acted. Then again, if I try too hard to act like the old Luffy, it'll just make everyone more suspicious, Luffy thought to himself. Despite this, he couldn't help but feel good seeing Yuta care about him. Luffy, you're really one lucky son of a beach, to have so many people who love and care about you, Gray thought to himself, smiling as he thought about the person whose body he was inhabiting and made a resolve to make sure that he got 110% from his second chance at life. To be continued. Raphael. System. It had been nearly a week since Gray transmigrated into Luffy's body, and the reality of his new life was gradually beginning to sink in. The awkwardness of interacting with Rouge and Yuta also started to fade as he grew more comfortable in his new identity as Luffy. He quickly grew accustomed to the routine of life in Fusha Village, though the emotional connections he felt toward those around him continued to catch him off guard. Whether it was Makino, the barmaid whom Luffy saw as an older sister, or Dayton, who helped Rouge raise him, Ace, and Yuta, Luffy loved them all dearly, like his own family. Now, Gray could feel those bonds influencing his own emotions and decisions. Over the week, Luffy also began testing the waters with his other boons, subtly exploring the extent of his abilities. He discovered that the perfect healthy body boon granted him exceptional physical resilience and strength. Although it wasn't on par with the rubber devil fruit powers that Luffy originally had in the manga, it was still enough to give him an edge over ordinary combatants in this part of the sea. Meanwhile, the inventory space appeared to be infinite, just as he had requested from his guide during the reincarnation process. Additionally, there seemed to be a stasis enchantment within the inventory that halted time for any items placed inside. Unfortunately, Luffy could only store non-living things, so it couldn't be used to protect or shield an injured crewmate. Overall, Gray was pleased with his gifts and with how well he was transitioning into Luffy without drawing attention. However, what he didn't realize was that Luffy's sudden change in behavior hadn't gone unnoticed at all. The people around him, especially Rouge and Yuta, noticed the subtle changes in his behavior, like his increased thoughtfulness and more measured approach to decisions. In the end, they seemed to chalk it up to his growing maturity as he prepared to set sail the following year. However, throughout the week, the more they observed Luffy, the more baffled they became by this new version of him. Luffy also started doing and saying things he'd never done before. For example, Rouge nearly choked when Luffy announced he should learn to cook and actually managed to make good-looking, tasty food on his first try. Yuta and Makino were left dumbfounded when he complimented a visiting merchant's daughter, and were even more shocked when she flirted with him and he flirted back. By the end of the day, no one knew what was going on with Luffy, so they just assumed it was another one of his usual absurdities. What they didn't know, however, was that before coming to this world, Gray had been an ordinary man with an ordinary salary. Eating out every day wasn't easy on either his wallet or his health, which forced him to learn how to cook for his survival. Additionally, having worked in a customer-facing job, the playful exchange with the merchant's daughter was nothing more than a casual interaction between two strangers for him. Overall, life was good and normal until today, when a legendary hero decided to visit his grandson. "Raphael, how much more time is it going to take to sync the system?" Luffy asked, sitting in his room, spinning his straw hat on his finger. Answer, "Approximately few more hours." "It's all right then, it's not like I'm in a hurry or anything," Luffy replied, knowing there was no point in rushing Raphael since he knew that Raphael was always working at maximum efficiency. "What about my smartphone?" Luffy asked. Answer, "Synchronization with a smartphone is already complete." "Great. In that case, could you start searching for techniques from other fictional worlds that might be adaptable here?" Luffy requested. He knew that many techniques from anime and comics were impractical or tied to power systems that couldn't exist in this world, but he believed there might be some that could be adapted. So he tasked Raphael with finding them. Notice, the search for optimal techniques has begun. Just then, the door to his room swung open, and as usual, Yuta walked in without knocking or asking for permission. "Oi, Luffy! Rouge called you for breakfast," she shouted as she entered. Luffy sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Yuta, would it kill you to knock or ask for permission before barging in? What if I was changing or, I don't know, doing something worse," he added, wiggling his eyebrows suggestively. "Oh, please," Yuta replied with an unimpressed expression, showing no sign of embarrassment. "It's not like I'd see anything I haven't seen before. And remember, I've seen you pick your nose, so I'm not exactly going to be attracted to you." "Thanks for the vote of confidence, sister," Luffy said dryly. "Why are you so shameless?" "Shanks raised me during the impressionable years of my life," Yuta said matter-of-factly, as if that explained everything. "Anyway, come on, I'm hungry," she said, grabbing Luffy by the arm and dragging him out of the room. Luffy let himself be pulled along, smiling at the banter. Despite the constant teasing, he was starting to enjoy the dynamic between him and Yuta. For a former orphan like him, all these interactions were quite heartwarming. As they walked down the hallway, Luffy glanced at Yuta. "You know, one day I might actually surprise you by locking the door. And I'll just kick it down," Yuta shot back without missing a beat, grinning mischievously. Luffy chuckled, shaking his head. "You're impossible. And you love me for it," Yuta teased, draping her hand over his shoulder as they entered the kitchen. Rouge looked up from the stove, smiling warmly at the two. "There you are. I was starting to think you'd sleep through breakfast." "Blame Yuta," Luffy said with a grin. "She took her sweet time coming to get me." "Only because someone takes forever to get ready in the morning," Yuta retorted, sticking her tongue out at him. Rouge laughed softly, shaking her head at their playful bickering. "All right, you two. Sit down and eat before the food gets cold." As they sat down at the table, the door suddenly slammed open with a thunderous bang, startling everyone. Standing in the doorway was none other than the marine hero, Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp. "Oi, Luffy!" Garp's booming voice filled the room as he strode in with the force of a hurricane. I hope you are not slacking off. Otherwise, I will give you the taste of my fist of love. Luffy nearly choked on his food, quickly swallowing before looking up at the imposing figure of his grandfather. Gee, Grandpa. What are you doing here? He stammered, trying to compose himself. Garp grinned, a mischievous glint in his eyes. What, I can't visit my grandson? He asked, knuckling his head. Yuta snickered from her seat, clearly enjoying Luffy getting harassed by Garp. Good morning, Gramps, she said casually, clearly used to Garp's dramatic entrances. Morning, Yuta. Garp replied with a hearty laugh before turning his attention back to Luffy. He crossed his arms, eyeing his grandson critically. But you do seem a bit different. What's going on with you? Rouge, who had been watching the exchange with a fond smile, decided to step in. Garp, don't be too hard on him. Luffy's been going through some changes, he has matured a lot since you saw him last time. He's been more thoughtful and responsible lately, unlike you, Garp. Garp raised an eyebrow, his expression a mix of skepticism and amusement. You? Thinking? Now I know something's up. Garp, stop harassing your grandson and join us for breakfast, Rouge said and served Garp his share of food. Fine, Garp said as he took a seat at the table. By the way, we are going to spar after breakfast to make sure that you are not slacking off. Spar? Right after breakfast? Luffy's eyes widened slightly, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead after all he had seen in Luffy's memories how brutal this devil grandfather was. Yuta burst into laughter, clearly enjoying Luffy's predicament. You're in for it now, Luffy. Good luck trying to keep up with Gramps. What are you laughing at? You're coming along too, Garp said, effectively dampening Yuta's cheerful mood. She looked stunned for a moment before glaring at Luffy as if it were his fault they were being dragged into Garp's plans. Rouge, can I get seconds? Luffy asked, hoping this wouldn't be the last time he'd enjoy Rouge's heavenly cooking. After breakfast, Garp led Luffy and Yuta outside the cabin, and the trio began walking through the forest, searching for a good spot to spar. Ah, what beautiful weather. Garp laughed heartily, clapping his fist into his palm with a resounding smack. I'm going to have more fun than usual pummeling you too. Meanwhile, Luffy and Yuta, trailing behind him, exchanged nervous glances. Garp's enthusiasm was anything but reassuring. Luffy, do something. Yuta hissed, jabbing him in the side. What do you want me to do? Luffy shot back, poking her in return. Ha ha ha. You two are as lively as always. Garp's laughter echoed through the forest. You'll make fine additions to the Marine ranks. If only that idiot Ace had listened to me and joined the Marines. Like that would have done anything after they learned who he really is, Luffy muttered under his breath, his voice barely above a whisper. Unfortunately for him, Garp's sharp senses picked up the remark. The Marine hero stopped in his tracks, turning to glare at Luffy with an intensity that sent a shiver down Yuta's spine. What was that, brat? Garp demanded, his tone devoid of its usual cheerfulness. Luffy sighed but decided to stand his ground. You know exactly what I'm talking about, Gramps, he said, meeting Garp's glare without flinching. Once your precious Marines figure out who Ace really is, do you really think they'll care if he's a Marine or not? Luffy. Yuta's voice trembled slightly as she instinctively grabbed his sleeve, her eyes darting nervously between her brother and their grandfather. For a long moment, Garp's eyes bore into Luffy's, the tension between them palpable. Then, with a low grumble, Garp turned and continued walking, though his usual jovial mood was noticeably absent. Luffy and Yuta followed in silence, the atmosphere between them heavy with unspoken words. After a few minutes of tense silence, Luffy spoke up again, his voice low but firm. I know why you want us to join the Marines, Gramps. It's because of our fathers, isn't it? Garp sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. So, you know who your father is, huh? I mean, there can't be that many Monkey D's in the world, Luffy replied dryly. Garp glanced back at him, his expression a mix of frustration and resignation. Well, if you're so smart, then why are you resisting so much? Because it doesn't matter who I am, or who Yuta is, Luffy answered, his voice gaining strength as he spoke. At the end of the day, your precious organization and its leaders will never see us as individuals with our own sins and virtues. To them, we'll always be tools to hurt our fathers, or to serve as symbols for their propaganda. Garp's steps slowed as he absorbed Luffy's words. A flicker of pain flashed in his eyes, quickly masked by a stern frown. You think I don't know that? He muttered, more to himself than to Luffy. But with enough achievements, they'll have no choice but to acknowledge you for who you are. Luffy could sense the conflict within his grandfather. He knew Garp wanted to protect them, to give them a future that wouldn't be overshadowed by their heritage. But he also knew that Garp's faith in the Marines was unshakable, even if it was misplaced. After all, he saw this very man restrain himself when Ace was going to get executed at the hands of a Marine. I respect you, Gramps, and I know you're trying to do what's best for us. But the Marines aren't the answer, not for me, and not for Yuta, Luffy said as he grabbed Yuta's hand and gave a light squeeze. Garp stopped walking, his back to them, and let out a deep sigh. You've grown up more than I realized, Luffy, Garp said quietly, his voice devoid of its usual bluster. But the world out there is harsh. You've got to be stronger than you can imagine if you're going to survive it. The Marines would give you that strength. Garp knew his grandson was destined for greatness. He could see the fire that burns within his grandson, similar to his father and himself. He knew that just a few years under Zephyr and his grandson would be a force to be reckoned with. Luffy shook his head, a small, sad smile on his lips. Strength doesn't just come from power or training, Gramps. It comes from knowing who you are and what you stand for, he said. If I can't achieve my dreams, then what's the worth of this life you're trying to give me? Garp stared at him for a long moment before nodding slowly. I see. Just make sure you know what you're doing, boy. The world doesn't go easy on fools. With that, they finally found a clear opening for their spar. Later that evening, Luffy and Yuta sat in his room, both of them battered and bruised, each nursing their wounds with ice packs. This was the usual scene after their sparring session with Garp, which always leaves them sore and exhausted every time. Your grandfather is a demon. Yuta whined, wincing as she pressed an ice pack to her leg, and every ache in her body seemed to amplify her frustration. Luffy chuckled weakly, wincing as he adjusted the ice pack on his shoulder. Yeah, he's pretty intense, huh? You'd think he'd go easy on us, but nope. Easy? He acts like he's training us to take on the entire world. Yuta groaned, shifting to a more comfortable position. I mean, I know he's the Marine hero and all, but does he have to be so brutal? Gramps has always been like that, Luffy said, leaning back against the wall, his body protesting the movement. He thinks the only way to show his love is to beat the crap out of us. I get that, but still. Yuta sighed, her frustration slowly giving way to exhaustion. There's a difference between tough love and whatever that was. Today, he nearly broke my ribs. Yeah, but we survived, didn't we? And we're stronger for it. Luffy smiled sympathetically. Besides, I think he's proud of us, in his own way. Yeah, whatever. I'm going to take a shower. See you in a bit, Yuta said, getting up slowly and limping slightly as she left Luffy's room. Luffy leaned back with a sigh, closing his eyes for a moment, trying to let the lingering aches and pains fade away. Just as he was beginning to relax, there was a gentle knock on the door. He opened his eyes to see Rouge entering the room, a concerned look on her face and a notebook in her hand. Looks like Garp went overboard with his love again, Rouge said with a soft smile as she sat down beside him. She placed the notebook on the table and gently took the medical box from Luffy's hands, beginning to patch him up with practiced ease. Yeah, it's business as usual, Luffy replied, wincing slightly as Rouge applied medicine to one of his more painful wounds. By the way, what's that? Luffy asked, gesturing towards the notebook. Don't know, Rouge shrugged. Garp left it with me before he left and told me to give it to you. Oh. Luffy said, wondering what might be in that notebook. Rouge smiled warmly as she finished tending to Luffy's wounds. There. All done, she said, her voice soft with affection. You better not get into the habit of getting injured like this out at sea. After all, I won't be there to patch you up. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind, Luffy replied with a chuckle. He paused, then added almost reflexively, thanks, Mom. The word slipped out before he could catch himself, and he immediately froze, his eyes widening in surprise at what he had just said. Rouge, I'm sorry, I didn't mean. It's okay, Luffy, Rouge interrupted gently, placing a comforting hand on his head. Her voice was kind and filled with warmth. In fact, I'm quite happy you see me like that. She leaned down and kissed his forehead tenderly, but her smile faltered when she noticed tears streaming down his face. Luffy, what's wrong? No, it's nothing, Luffy quickly shook his head, trying to brush off the question. He knew there was no way he could tell her that the tears weren't from Luffy but from Gray himself. Seeing Luffy like this, Rouge sighed softly and pulled him into a gentle embrace, stroking his head as he rested it on her shoulder. The boy leaned into her touch, finding solace in her presence. As she held him, Rouge's eyes burned with a quiet fury, directed at the kind of mother who would abandon her child without ever meeting him. The thought of Luffy growing up without his mother filled her with anger and sadness, emotions she rarely let surface. Meanwhile, Baltigo, Grand Line. On an island covered in white soil, within the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, a woman with golden hair and blue eyes was diligently working when a sudden wave of longing surged through her. She stood up from her desk, leaving her papers behind, and walked to the balcony facing east. Luffy, the woman muttered in a voice thick with pain. Her expression was one of deep sorrow, the years of separation weighing heavily on her heart. But she quickly shook her head, pushing the emotions back down as she had done so many times before. I'll have to ask Kuma to pay him another visit, she murmured to herself, before turning away from the balcony and returning to her work. Back at the Fuchsia village. After sharing a heartfelt moment, Rouge gave Luffy one last smile before quietly exiting the room, leaving him alone with his thoughts. She understood he would need some time to process everything and made sure to tell Yuta not to disturb him until the next morning. In the quiet of his room, Luffy finally calmed down and picked up the notebook that Rouge had brought with her. He opened it, and tucked between the pages was a letter. Curious, he unfolded it and began to read. Hey brat. All this time I thought you were just a stupid boy trying to become a pirate to imitate that red-haired moron. I'm going to punch that idiot for badly influencing my grandson, but today I realized you're more mature than I thought. You know the path you're taking and what its consequences will be. That's why I won't force you to become a marine anymore, and this notebook is the last thing you'll ever learn from me. If you can figure out how to master the things in this book, your strength will be greatly enhanced. If you can't, don't even think about setting foot in the Grand Line, let alone the New World. After this, there will be no more lessons or spars. The next time we face each other, it'll be as a pirate and a marine, and I don't plan on losing to a brat like you. So train hard and don't embarrass me in front of the world. P.S. Don't cause too much trouble like your father. Sengoku is already on 3 heart medications and blames me for his condition. Your loving grandpa. Shaking his head with an amused smile, Luffy carefully folded the letter and placed it under his bed. Then he turned his attention to the notebook and opened it, his eyes widening in surprise and joy when he saw the title, Basics of Armament and Observation Haki. His heart raced with excitement. This was something that Canon Luffy hadn't acquired until 500 chapters later, and the best part was that he hadn't even needed to use his system to get it. Without wasting any time, Luffy quickly stuffed the notebook into his inventory and asked Raphael to start analyzing it. He wanted to make sure it would be easy to understand, not just for himself but for Yuta and any future crew members. Just as he managed to contain his excitement, another message from Raphael popped up. Notice, the synchronization of the randomizer system is complete. Oh, it's finally done. Luffy said eagerly. So, is there anything I should know? He asked, anticipation bubbling up inside him. Notice, the first draw comes with a 50% increase in the luck factor. Aside from that, there is nothing to worry about. Great. Let's do it. Luffy said, opening his system screen. With a mixture of excitement and nerves, he spent his first 1,000 points on a roll. Spinning. Luffy held his breath as the system processed his request. Congratulations. Petrosapien's ability pack received. To be continued. Raphael. System. Congratulations. Petrosapien ability pack received. Luffy stared at the system window in front of him, completely taken aback. Huh? What the hell is Petrosapien? He muttered, raising an eyebrow in confusion. Notice, Master might recognize this species as Diamond Head from the television series Ben 10. Luffy's eyes widened in shock. What? Are you kidding me? You're telling me I got abilities from Diamond Head in my first draw, he exclaimed, still staring at the screen in disbelief. Suggestion, Master should try clicking on the newly acquired ability through your stat page. Following Raphael's instructions, Luffy opened his stat page and clicked on Petrosapien under the Powers Abilities section. Petrosapiens are a silicon-based life form hailing from the planet Petropia. Composed of pale green silicon crystals, they possess the remarkable ability to manipulate and generate these crystals both on and from their bodies. With the Petrosapien ability pack, the user can create, manipulate, and control crystals, allowing them to form weapons, shields, and structures. The user also has the option to undergo partial or full body transformation into a Petrosapien. However, a full body transformation rapidly eats away at the body's resilience over time. The generated crystals or crystalline creations and structures will disappear if the user moves more than 1 kilometer away from them. Mastery, 0%. Crystal generation. Crystal kinesis, locked, mastery required, 25%. Crystal make, locked, mastery required, 50%. Partial body transformation, locked, mastery required, 75%. Full body transformation, locked, mastery required, 100%. Luffy stared at the details on the screen, feeling a mix of excitement and awe. So I've got the potential to use all of Diamond Head's powers, but I have to unlock them through mastery, he muttered, his mind already buzzing with possibilities. However, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed that he couldn't just create a giant hand out of the ground right off the bat. Still, this is awesome. Luffy's grin widened as motivation surged through him. It's like having a pseudo-logia of my own without the drawback of not being able to swim. By the way, how do I increase my mastery though? Luffy asked, eager to start progressing. Answer, using Petrosapien's abilities will increase mastery points. Additionally, using this ability during combat or high-pressure situations will result in the acquisition of more mastery points. So the more I use it, especially in tough situations, the faster I'll get stronger with it. That's good to know, Luffy nodded, processing Raphael's explanation. Notice, the task master gave me a while ago is complete. I have found a suitable technique that would complement one of your boons and significantly increase your strength. Luffy's interest was piqued. Oh. Now that's interesting, he muttered, eagerly listening as Raphael explained the technique. The next morning, Yuta walked into the living room, noticing that Rouge was busy in the kitchen while Luffy was nowhere in sight. Where's Luffy? Is he still sleeping? Yuta asked as she took a seat at the dining table. Actually, he woke up quite early today and went to the village, Rouge replied, glancing over her shoulder. Apparently, he had some business there. Huh? What business does he have in the village this early in the morning? Yuta raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Just then, as if on cue, Luffy walked back into the house, whistling cheerfully. Hey, Yuta, you're up. Good, I wanted to show you something, he said, grinning at her. He then walked toward the kitchen and turned off the stove, catching Rouge by surprise. Rouge, I want you to see this too, Luffy said, gently nudging her out of the kitchen and towards the door, while Yuta followed behind, rolling her eyes at Luffy's sudden burst of enthusiasm. Once outside, Rouge and Yuta stood on one side of the open yard while Luffy positioned himself a little further away, stretching and preparing for his demonstration. Yuta, do you know what he's up to? Rouge asked, her curiosity piqued as she watched Luffy limber up. Honestly, I'm as clueless as you are, Yuta shrugged. But if it's something stupid, I swear I'll kill him for interrupting breakfast. Luffy, having finished his stretches, took a deep breath and cracked his knuckles. Then, with a confident swing of his arm, he waved forward. Suddenly, a row of spiky green crystals erupted from the ground, spreading out before them. So, what do you think? Luffy asked, grinning widely at the two women, who stood staring in wide-eyed shock, their mouths agape. A moment later, Yuta and Rouge snapped out of their daze and rushed towards him, bombarding him with questions. Luffy, what was that? How did you do that? Did you eat a devil fruit? Where did you get the money to buy a devil fruit? Why didn't you tell me about it? Okay, ladies, calm down, Luffy said, stepping back to create some distance between them. I'll answer your questions one by one. Yes, that was because of a devil fruit. No, I didn't buy it, I found it in the forest a few days ago. I didn't tell anyone because until yesterday, I didn't know what it did. So, it was because of that devil fruit that you created those crystals? Yuta asked, her eyes narrowing with curiosity. What kind of devil fruit did you eat, anyway? Rouge added. Is it a paramecia or logia? It should be the Kesho Kesho no Mi or something similar, right? Yes, it's my devil fruit that gave me this power to create those crystals, but it's not the Kesho Kesho no Mi, Luffy explained, shaking his head. If I had to name my devil fruit, I'd call it the Randamu no Mi. Randamu no Mi? Yuta and Rouge tilted their heads, clearly confused. Yeah, the Randamu no Mi, Luffy confirmed. My fruit gives me random gifts after I fulfill some mysterious conditions. He continued, last night, after our spar with Gramps, I received information in my head telling me I'd gotten two gifts from my fruit. The first is the ability to manipulate these crystals, and the second is this, he said, and with a flick of his hand, a ripple appeared in the air. Luffy reached into the ripple and pulled out the notebook that Garp had left for him. It's a subspace where I can store any non-living thing. Cool, right? Last night, Luffy had spent quite a lot of time thinking about how he was going to explain his newfound powers to Rouge and Yuta. He realized that as he gained more abilities and items from the system, he would eventually need to come up with a plausible explanation, especially for Yuta, who would be traveling with him as a part of his future crew. In the end, he decided to attribute everything to a fictional devil fruit he named the Randamu no Mi fruit. That grants random abilities and items after meeting certain unknown conditions. He knew his explanation sounded a bit stupid and even unbelievable to an extent, but it was the best Luffy could come up with without delving into the complicated truth about the system and going into the rabbit hole of his whole existence. Yuta and Rouge exchanged looks, still processing the information. That's certainly something, Yuta said, still trying to wrap her head around it. So, you just randomly get powers from this fruit? Exactly. Luffy nodded enthusiastically. Not just powers but items as well. I have no idea what I'll get next, but that's part of the fun, right? Rouge, still processing everything, shook her head in disbelief. I'll be honest, Luffy. I've heard about many devil fruits in my time, some giving the most bizarre powers, but your devil fruit surpasses them all by miles, she said with an astonished expression. But still, knowing that you have a strong devil fruit will give me a little peace when you two are out on the sea. Thanks, Luffy said, beaming at her with his signature sunshine-like smile. Anyway, since I'm done with my demonstration, let's get back to breakfast. After that, I have some important things to discuss with Yuta. With that, the three of them returned to the house, continuing to talk about Luffy's devil fruit and its possibilities as they sat down to eat. After breakfast, Luffy led Yuta outside the house, back to their usual training spot. They walked in comfortable silence, Yuta skipping lightly and humming to herself while Luffy idly sent out rows of crystals around him, gradually working to increase his mastery over his new abilities. Once they reached their usual spot, Luffy turned to Yuta, his expression more focused and serious than usual. Yuta, there's something important I want to talk to you about. Yuta raised an eyebrow, noticing the shift in his tone. What's up? You're being unusually serious. Recently, I've been thinking a lot about our future, Luffy began, his gaze steady. As you know, we plan to set sail next year, and I think it's time to take our training to the next level. Yuta crossed her arms, intrigued but slightly wary. What do you mean by next level? Do you know what Haki is? Luffy asked. Yeah, Shanks told me about it. He said it's a power that can be used to hurt Logia users, Yuta replied. Luffy considered explaining how Haki could be much more than an anti-Logia tool, but he knew that Yuta would find it strange for him to have such detailed knowledge about something so advanced, especially considering, in her eyes, Luffy had spent his entire life on this small island in the East Blue. In that case, I don't need to tell you how important Haki is, Luffy said, tossing her the notebook that Garp had left behind. Starting tomorrow, we're going to get up early and begin intense training. I want both of us to awaken Haki before we set sail next year. I get what you're saying, but why do we have to get up early? Yuta groaned, flipping through the notebook in her hand. A girl needs her beauty sleep, you know? A teasing grin appeared on his face as Luffy couldn't help but tease her. Why do you need beauty sleep? I thought that only applied to beautiful girls, he snickered, quickly dodging a rock that Yuta threw at him in annoyance. Ha, very funny, Yuta muttered, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Anyway, jokes aside, what else are you planning? Along with Haki training, I also want us to focus on this, Luffy said, tossing her another notebook. Yuta caught the notebook and read the title aloud, Guide to Use, Total Concentration Breathing and Total Concentration Constant. What is this? It's a breathing technique that can enhance your physical abilities by focusing on controlling your breath. It's a powerful method that will help us improve our strength, speed, and endurance, Luffy explained. Basically, it involves expanding your lungs to take in as much air as possible, which accelerates your blood flow and heartbeat. This increases your inner body temperature, causing your bones and muscles to become more excited and responsive. So, it's like a way to supercharge our bodies just by breathing properly? Yuta said, flipping through the pages with growing interest. But seriously, where the hell did you get this? Luffy blanked for a moment, realizing he hadn't thought of an explanation. My devil fruit gave it to me? Yeah. My court gave it to me, he quickly said, trying to sound convincing. Yuta raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Really? I thought you only received 2 gifts from your devil fruit, that being the crystal power and that storage space. You never mentioned this, she said, holding up the second notebook. Oh. I must have forgotten about that, Luffy replied with a sheepish smile, rubbing the back of his head. Anyway, as I was saying, we need to master these 2 techniques before we set sail next year. Although I'm a bit skeptical about mastering total concentration constant, we should at least try. In truth, Luffy had his doubts about whether they could fully master even the normal total concentration breathing. He wasn't sure if their bodies could adapt to a technique from a completely different series. However, he held on to hope since Raphael had recommended it, and he trusted her judgment. Notice, there is no need to doubt me, Master. Wait a minute. Was that just a hint of smugness in your voice? Luffy asked. Notice, that is just your imagination. Of course. Luffy shook his head, realizing there was no point in arguing with her. Luffy then turned to Yuta with a devilish grin that made her gulp nervously. Well, Yuta, enjoy your last day of peace, he said ominously. Because starting tomorrow, you're going to experience a year of hell. 5 months later. Finally. I did it. Luffy, I did it. Yuta exclaimed, her voice filled with triumph as she jumped on Luffy, pulling him into a tight hug. I finally awakened both armament and observation Haki. That you did. Congratulations. Luffy replied, returning the hug with a grin. He was genuinely proud of her. It had taken Yuta longer than he'd anticipated to awaken both types of Haki, but she had finally done it. Given that she didn't have the benefit of Raphael's guidance to correct her mistakes, in his opinion, her achievement was even more impressive. As for Luffy, he had awakened both types of Haki 2 months earlier with Raphael's help. Raphael was often harsh and condescending during training, but there was no use in complaining to her since she would just reply with "that was just your imagination." In the end he stopped complaining since her corrections were always spot on, making Luffy's progress faster and more efficient. Despite her attitude, there was no denying that her methods worked. However, despite awakening both armament and observation Haki, he didn't receive any kind of achievement from his system as he had expected, making him believe that there wasn't any achievement for mastering Haki. But then Raphael told him that there was a chance that he didn't receive any achievement because he hasn't mastered the basic Haki yet. Sensing Luffy's confusion, Raphael further explained that even in basic Haki mastery there is more than just awakening Haki. For armament Haki there are 2 different techniques he needs to master armament Haki. However, to Luffy's surprise, he hadn't received any achievement or reward from his system after awakening both types of Haki. He initially thought that perhaps the system didn't reward Haki mastery, but Raphael had informed him that the lack of an achievement might be because he hadn't fully mastered the basics yet. Sensing Luffy's confusion, Raphael explained that basic Haki mastery involved more than just awakening it. For armament Haki, there were 2 techniques he needed to master. Hardening, the most basic application of armament Haki, where the user coats their desired body part with a black layer of Haki. This was something Luffy could already do as soon as he awakened his Haki. Imbuement, this technique allows the user to imbue their armament Haki into objects they touch, effectively giving their weapons the same boost as their own body. For observation Haki, mastery required proficiency in 4 different types of sensing. Presence sensing, the most common usage of this Haki, allows the user to sense the presence of others. Strength sensing, this application of Haki allows the user to measure the strength of the people whose presence they sense. Through this application, the user can easily locate powerful allies and avoid powerful enemies. Emotion sensing, this variation of observation Haki allows the user to sense and empathize with the emotions and nature of others. However, people with high control over their emotions and acting abilities can somewhat counter this technique. Intent sensing, the variant of observation Haki, allows its user to sense the bloodlust killing intent of the enemy, which is highly helpful in battle, as the user, depending on their level of proficiency, may have a vastly easier time predicting the path of the enemy attacks to either dodge or counter them. The more killing intent exuded by a given enemy, the more predictable their attacks. Each type of sensing had its specific application, and Luffy had to master all 4 to fully master observation Haki. When he told Yuta about this, her excitement quickly deflated, and she slumped to the ground, groaning in frustration. "Why, Luffy? Why did you have to ruin my fun like that?" she grumbled, shooting him a side eye. Luffy couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction. "Don't be like that," he said, shaking his head with an amused smile. "Now that you've awakened both types of Haki, it'll be easier for you to master them." Yeah, I get it," Yuta pouted, folding her arms across her chest. "But stop cheering me up like I'm a baby or something. If you don't want to be treated like a baby, then stop acting like one," Luffy teased, ruffling her hair much to her annoyance. "How about this? If you show the same dedication to mastering both types of Haki that you showed in awakening them, I'll give you something nice when my devil fruit gifts me something suitable for you. You promise?" Yuta's mood immediately did a 180 as she jumped to her feet, her eyes sparkling with determination. Once Luffy nodded, she was practically bouncing with newfound energy. "In that case, I'm going to master the heck out of this Haki." "Good," Luffy said, nodding approvingly. "Now go back and take some rest. I still have a few more hours of training to do, focusing on total concentration constant." "Of course, go and practice your stupid breathing technique," Yuta grumbled, stomping her foot in mock annoyance. Luffy knew exactly why she was salty. Despite pushing herself for 3 grueling months, Yuta hadn't been able to grasp total concentration breathing. In the end, she gave up, frustrated with the feeling that her lungs were going to burst out of her chest. Luffy, however, continued to push through the pain. He had seen the wonders this technique had done for Tanjiro in Demon Slayer, and after 6 months of relentless training, he finally managed to use total concentration breathing on command. That day, he nearly cried with joy, only to realize that he hadn't received any achievement from the system. He quickly concluded that he needed to master the more advanced total concentration constant technique to earn any rewards. The total concentration constant required him to maintain the breathing technique at all times, morning, noon, and night. To achieve this, Luffy asked Raphael to send random jolts of pain to his body whenever he stopped using the breath, replicating the same method Tanjiro used in the series. Fine, I'm going, Yuta said, waving him off. Besides, I have my own preparations to make for our journey. Oh? What kind of preparations? Luffy asked, curious. That's a surprise, Yuta said with a wink, before turning and walking away. Fine, I'll wait, I guess, Luffy shrugged and returned to his training. And so, life continued as Luffy and Yuta pushed forward with their preparations. The days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months. The year was passing by quickly, filled with intense training and the occasional surprise. But there was one encounter during the 9th month of their training that shook Luffy to his core, making him question once again what kind of timeline he had found himself in. 3 months before setting sail. Petrosapian Mastery, 20%. Luffy stared at the screen, a satisfied smile playing on his lips as he saw the progress in his abilities. His Petrosapian Mastery had reached 20%, and he had a strong feeling that he would unlock the second aspect of his power before setting sail in a few months. On top of that, he felt close to breaking through and mastering the total concentration constant as well. Then just as he was lost in thought, marveling at his stat page, Luffy's observation Haki picked up on a presence hiding behind a nearby tree. I wonder if it's who I think it is, Luffy thought to himself, and without hesitation, he sent a row of spiked crystals shooting toward the hidden figure at rapid speed. The crystals destroyed the tree the moment they made contact, however they shattered as they met the palm of the person behind the tree, and their momentum stopped cold. You've got quite a handy ability there, Luffy said, his gaze settling on the pads on the man's hands. Then again, the Nikku no Mi is much more terrifying than people give it credit for, isn't that right, Bartholomew Kuma? You know who I am. Kuma responded, his eyes fixed on the straw hat-wearing boy. Once I realized who my father was, I did some digging of my own. Learned about him, his work, and his friends, Luffy explained as he walked toward the towering figure. How did you learn about me, though? Kuma asked, his voice steady. Is there a leak among our ranks? Don't worry about my source. They're not a threat to you or your cause in any way, Luffy assured him with a smile. By the way, what are you doing here? Did my dad send you to check up on me? It was your mother, actually, Kuma replied. Luffy paused, the words slowly sinking in. Ah, so it was my mom? He trailed off, his mind catching up with what Kuma had just said. Wait a minute. I have a mom? Of course. Everyone has a mother, Kuma replied with a hint of amusement. It takes 2 people to create a child. Perhaps someone needs to give you the birds and bees talk. Stop. I know what SEC is, alright. Luffy quickly interjected, embarrassed. I'm just surprised since no one ever mentioned her before. I thought she left Dad because he's, well, a deadbeat. No, she didn't leave your father. In fact, she works with him as his deputy head. And please don't call Dragon that, Kuma said, taking out a piece of paper and handing it to Luffy. Here, this is her picture. Luffy unfolded the paper and stared at the image. Oh, she's beautiful, Luffy muttered, staring at the picture of his mother, wondering why he didn't inherit any of her striking features. But as his gaze shifted from her image to the name below, he froze. His thoughts spiraled, his eyes becoming distant as realization dawned on him. Charlotte. No, it can't be, he stammered, the words catching in his throat as a chilling realization washed over him. Charlotte Linlin, aka Big Mom of the 4 Emperors, is my grandmother. To be continued. Raphael. System. No, there must be some kind of misunderstanding here. Luffy muttered in disbelief, his eyes wide as he looked up at Kuma. Hey, are you sure you're not mistaken? Is this woman really my mother? No, there is no mistake, Kuma replied with his usual calm demeanor. Charlotte Estelle, the eldest daughter of Charlotte Linlin, is your mother. Luffy's grip tightened around the bounty poster as his eyes fixed on the staggering 2 billion berry bounty. The amount alone was shocking, but what truly terrified him was the face staring back at him from the poster. It wasn't just the face of his mother, no, it was the monstrous silhouette he could imagine standing behind her, accompanied by the fact that his grandmother was none other than Big Mom, one of the 4 Emperors. Luffy cursed under his breath, struggling to process the information. Does anyone else know about her being my mother? He asked, his voice taut with anxiety. No, Kuma reassured him in a calm voice. There are only 4 people in this world who know about the relationship between you and Estelle, your father, Dragon, your mother, Estelle, your grandfather, Garp, and now me. We are the only ones who currently know about your connection to Estelle. A wave of relief washed over Luffy as he exhaled the breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. Good, he muttered, more to himself than to Kuma. Please, keep it that way. If that old hag finds out that I'm her grandson, she'll drag me to Tato Land and make me serve her. Kuma nodded gravely. That is indeed true. Charlotte Linlin is known for her short temper and her obsession with gathering her family around her. If she discovered your identity, it would be nearly impossible to escape her grasp. Yeah. I have no intention of serving under her, Luffy said, shaking his head resolutely. So, is there anything else? No, Kuma replied, his tone signaling the end of their conversation. And I should be going now. I wasn't supposed to interact with you in the first place. He hesitated, then added, is there any message you want to pass on to your parents? Well, what kind of message can I even pass on to people I barely know? Hell, I wouldn't even know what they look like if it wasn't for these bounty posters, Luffy said with a bitter smile. While original Luffy never cared much about his lineage, the revelation of his parents stirred something deeper within him. Gray, the one now inhabiting Luffy's body, found the subject more personal, given that he had been abandoned at birth and raised in an orphanage. This connection, or lack thereof, hit harder than it ever would have for the original Luffy. Anyway, just tell them that despite my personal grievances, they are doing good work, and if I ever become some kind of big shot on the sea, they can count on my help, Luffy added, trying to keep his tone light, though the underlying bitterness was hard to miss. Very well, I will keep that in mind, Kuma said with a small smile on his face. Kuma, I mean it, you know, Luffy said, more forcefully this time. If you ever need help, you can count on me. Kuma stared intently at Luffy for a moment before nodding and then vanishing from the island. Well, that was something. Luffy murmured as he stared at the spot where Kuma had just been standing. If he was honest with himself, he would never have imagined anyone was keeping an eye on him if it hadn't been revealed in the manga a few chapters ago. That's why Luffy had often flared his observation haki when he was on his own to see if Kuma would really appear. Today, his gamble had paid off. This timeline just keeps getting more confusing with the existence of Charlotte Estelle, Luffy muttered, staring at the bounty poster in his hand. Canon Luffy's mother was never mentioned until now, so I don't know what role you'll play in my life. I just hope you don't bring me more trouble than I'm already expecting by being in the protagonist's body. He paused, realizing how futile that hope was. No, forget about that. Knowing Luffy's luck, trouble is always just a couple of blocks away, he said, shaking his head. The only thing I can do right now is to get stronger and be prepared for whatever's waiting ahead. With that resolve, Luffy returned to his training, pushing himself harder than ever. He knew that now he had an even bigger target on his back with Estelle being a member of his family and he would need every ounce of strength and skill to navigate the storms laid ahead. The 3 months that followed Luffy's encounter with Kuma passed without any significant incidents, allowing Luffy and Yuta to focus intensely on their training. Both had made substantial progress, finally mastering the basic forms of armament and observation haki. Yuta, overjoyed by her accomplishment, couldn't contain her excitement and constantly pestered Luffy about the gift he had promised her as a reward for her hard work. Meanwhile, Luffy received the long-anticipated achievements from his system after mastering both types of haki, just as he had predicted when he first awakened them. Armament Haki Mastery 1. The achievement is given to an individual who mastered the basics of armament haki. Reward, 200 points. Observation Haki Mastery 1. The achievement is given to an individual who mastered the basics of observation haki. Reward, 200 points. But those weren't the only achievements he received. After months of grueling training, Luffy had finally mastered the total concentration constant, a feat that required him to wake up constantly at night due to the severe pain Raphael would send through his body whenever she detected him not using the breathing technique. This hard-earned accomplishment earned him another achievement from the system. Breath Master. The achievement is given to an individual who mastered the total concentration breathing and total concentration constant. Reward, 200 points. Only 600 points for a year's worth of effort? That doesn't seem fair, Luffy muttered, frowning as he stared at the system screen. The rewards felt underwhelming, considering the sheer amount of time and energy he had poured into mastering these techniques. But after a moment of reflection, he shrugged. Forget about it. I got more out of mastering these skills than the achievements I received from them, he thought, pushing aside the disappointment, considering these rewards from the system just a bonus for his efforts. What made it easier for Luffy to shrug off his disappointment was his progress in Petrosapian Mastery, which had now reached 27%, allowing him to unlock his crystal kinesis ability from the Petrosapian pack. What softened the blow was his progress in Petrosapian Mastery, which had now reached 27%, unlocking his crystal kinesis ability from the Petrosapian pack. With crystal kinesis unlocked, Luffy no longer needed to rely solely on sending rows of spiked crystals at his enemies. He could now freely manipulate the crystals he generated, opening up a wide range of strategies and possibilities in combat. This new level of control made him feel more confident in his growth and potential. Overall, Luffy was pleased with the progress he had made over the year. Knowing the potential for rapid growth that the original Luffy had shown in the manga gave him hope that this was just the beginning. Curious to see how many points he had accumulated, Luffy opened his stat screen. Name, Monkey D. Luffy, Gray. Age, 20. Boons, Lord of Wisdom, Raphael. Inventory. Perfect healthy body. Powers abilities. Petrosapien, Mastery, 27%. System, Randomizer. Points, 4,523. Titles. The Boy Who Inherited Will. The Charismatic Prince. Oh, 4,523 points. That means I can do 4 roles, Luffy said, satisfied with his accumulated points. Throughout the last year, Luffy had exercised remarkable self-control, resisting the temptation to do a single role despite having the required number of points. He had 2 major reasons behind his decision to save up the points until now. The first reason was strategic. Luffy knew that mastering his existing abilities would take time. Mastering Haki was a long and grueling process, and mastering his Petrosapien abilities was always going to be a long game. Adding total concentration constant into the mix made his schedule even tighter, so he didn't see the point in overwhelming himself with more abilities in case he got any new ones from the roles, before fully mastering the ones he already had. The second reason was based on his experience with gacha-type games. Luffy had hoped that saving a large number of points and doing multiple pulls at once might increase his odds of getting better abilities or items, similar to how some games offered bonuses for bulk pulls. However, this hope was quickly dashed when Raphael informed him that his system didn't operate that way. The randomizer system was strictly limited to 1 pull at a time, with no added advantage for doing multiple pulls simultaneously. It was a sobering reminder that his system followed its own rules, not those of a game. Despite the second reason falling through, the first reason still held, so he continued to let his points accumulate while focusing on mastering his current abilities. But now, with his training at a satisfactory level, Luffy decided it was finally time to use his points and test his luck with the randomizer system. A week before Yuta and Luffy were set to sail, Luffy found himself sitting alone in his room, once again staring at his stat page. It had become a routine for him to check his stats whenever he had some time to himself. But today, there was a palpable excitement in the air. After months of patience, he was finally going to use his accumulated points to perform some gacha roles from his gifted system. Hey, Raphael, can you predict what I could get from the gacha this time? Luffy asked, curious if his sentient supercomputer companion could offer any insights. Negative, Master, the potential rewards you could obtain from the randomizer system come from an infinite pool of prizes, so it is impossible to predict the outcome. Well, it was worth a shot, Luffy shrugged, not too surprised by the answer. He knew Raphael's limitations and wasn't expecting a concrete prediction. Anyway, since I have enough points for 4 roles, I hope I can get something good. Well, here goes nothing, Luffy said and spent his first 1,000 points and initiated his first role. Congratulations. 4 decks of Uno cards received. Uno cards? Luffy said as he retrieved one of the 4 decks from his inventory. I guess this system really can give anything, he muttered, feeling slightly disappointed. The cards were fun but ultimately useless when it truly mattered. I guess they could be used to pass time during our travels. He returned the deck of cards to his inventory and moved on to the second role. Congratulations. Enchanted Jet character equipment set received. Wow, this looks like something good, Luffy smirked as he retrieved the set from his inventory. It was a full set of Jet's attire, including a black tank top, a short blue hooded sleeveless jacket, black pants, shoes, long socks, gloves, and a belt holding 5 of her signature knives. This is honestly really cool, Luffy said, admiring the set before returning it to his inventory and checking the enchantments. There are only 2 enchantments, self-repair, which allows the clothes to repair themselves over time, and self-fitting, which allows the clothes to change their size based on the user. Not bad. Not bad at all. Encouraged by the second role, Luffy moved on to the third. Congratulations. A copy of the Daily Prophet, June 19, 1996 received. This is so cool. Luffy exclaimed upon seeing the iconic newspaper from the Harry Potter universe. Oh, this edition is from right after the Battle of the Department of Mysteries. He admired the newspaper for a few minutes before returning it to his inventory, already imagining how one day he would have a huge house where he could showcase all these valuable collectibles. Finally, Luffy spent his last 1,000 points and initiated the 4th role. Congratulations. 10,000 berries received. And there goes my last draw, Luffy sighed, feeling a bit let down. I really set my hopes high after receiving the Petrosapien ability pack in my first draw. Well, at least Jet's equipment set was quite a decent reward. Just then, he heard Yuta shouting from outside. Luffy! Come to the living room. I have to show you something. Well, I better go see what got her so excited before she bursts into my room without knocking. Like usual, Luffy chuckled to himself as he got up and made his way to the living room. So, Yuta, what happened? Why are you shouting like the house is on fire? Luffy asked as he entered the living room, joining Rouge, who was already there, watching Yuta with a mix of curiosity and amusement. Luffy, remember a few months ago when I told you I was preparing something for our journey? Well, my preparations are finally complete, Yuta grinned, her excitement practically radiating off her. Wait here, I'll be back in a moment, she said, skipping off to her room. A few moments later, Yuta returned, and Luffy and Rouge stared at her with wide eyes. Yuta, where the hell did you get that? Rouge asked, pointing at the 2 revolvers and a marksman rifle that Yuta had brought along with her. I ordered them a year ago with the money I had saved, Yuta said proudly, showing off the guns. Not just the guns, but ammo as well. I ordered in bulk, so it took some time to arrive. Yuta, I didn't know you wanted to be a marksman, Luffy said, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. This was the first time he'd heard about it. I never had a chance to tell you, Yuta shrugged. It's not like we had guns available, so the topic never came up. But I've always loved guns. Back when I was on Shanks' ship, I was often scolded for messing with Ben's or Yasop's guns. So, I decided that when we set sail, I'll be the marksman of the crew. Well, that's good and all, but do you have the aim to back your claim? Luffy challenged with a playful smirk. Yuta met his gaze with equal confidence. Instead of answering, she slung the rifle over her back, picked up the 2 revolvers, and walked outside, gesturing for him to follow. Luffy and Rouge followed her, and once again, they were surprised to see tin cans set up as targets all over their backyard at various distances. I knew you'd question my greatness, so I prepared this in the morning, Yuta said, rubbing under her nose with a smug grin. Where the hell did you get all these tin cans? Did you collect garbage around the village or something? Luffy asked, glancing at the various targets Yuta had set up. Haha, brother, you're really funny. Why don't you become our crew's jester? Yuta sarcastically retorted. Anyway, Captain, are you ready to see the beginning of the best markswoman in the world? Very well, Yuta. Show me what you've got, Luffy said, his tone both encouraging and teasing. With a confident grin, Yuta spun the 2 revolvers in her hands, then pointed them toward the targets. She took a deep breath, her eyes narrowing as she focused, and in a quick succession of shots, she fired at the tin cans. Each shot Yuta fired was precise, hitting the targets dead on. The cans were either knocked over or pierced straight through, leaving no doubt about her skills. Yuta continued firing, smoothly transitioning from one target to the next with impressive speed and accuracy. She downed 12 targets at medium range with her revolvers before quickly switching to her rifle and expertly taking out another 6 targets at long range. When she finally stopped, all the targets were down, the backyard now filled with the echo of her shots. Luffy stood there, genuinely shocked by Yuta's performance. He couldn't believe how he had never noticed her spectacular aim before. As if answering his unspoken question, Raphael flooded his mind with various memories where Yuta had demonstrated her talent, but he had overlooked them. Instances flashed before him like when Yuta would casually throw trash into the dustbin from various distances or when she would perfectly hit him during snowball fights. It was clear now that her skills had always been there, he had just never paid close enough attention. Realizing that her show was over, Luffy's expression softened into a genuine smile of admiration. Well, color me impressed, Yuta. You weren't kidding when you said you wanted to be the best markswoman, he praised, still in awe. Rouge, who had been watching silently, nodded in approval, her face lighting up with a kind smile. You've got real talent, Yuta, she said warmly. With more practice, you could definitely become the best markswoman in the world. Thanks. Yuta beamed, clearly pleased with the praise. I've been practicing in secret for a while now, but I'm glad I finally got to show off a little. Luffy chuckled, imagining Shanks' reaction. I can't wait to see Shanks' reaction when he realizes that his daughter idolizes his first mate and sniper of the crew. He walked over to her and retrieved the enchanted jet character equipment set from his inventory. Here, I told you I'd give you something nice when my devil fruit gifted me something suitable for you. Well, here it is. Why don't you go try it on? Yuta's eyes widened in surprise and excitement as she took in the sleek outfit. Oh my god. Thank you, she exclaimed, jumping on Luffy and hugging him tightly. Without wasting a moment, she quickly took the set from his hands and ran inside the house, eager to try it on. Luffy watched Yuta go with a satisfied grin on his face, still marveling at the coincidence. The same day he received the equipment from Jet, a character known for being a go-to choice for snipers in her game. His sister and first mate revealed herself as a markswoman. It was as if fate had aligned, ensuring that the gear wouldn't just collect dust in his inventory. Instead, it found the perfect user in Yuta. Rouge, who had been observing quietly, placed a hand on Luffy's shoulder. "You two have grown so much," she said softly. "I'm proud of both of you. Thanks for your kind words, but we still have a long way to go," Luffy replied. "Right now, we can't even compare to Ace, who's become a member of the Whitebeard Pirates and their 2nd Division commander, or Gramps, who could take on multiple admirals on his own." "Ace really joined Whitebeard, didn't he?" Rouge said, a distant look in her eyes. "Who would have thought that the biological son of Roger would join Whitebeard's crew and become his son?" She chuckled, though there was a hint of sadness in her laughter. "I wonder what Roger would have thought if he were alive today." "I'm sure he would have laughed and then threatened Whitebeard to take good care of his son," Luffy said, pulling her into a side hug. "Now, stop wasting your tears. Ace is doing well for himself. And we don't want you getting dehydrated, do we now? Seriously, Luffy, can't you be serious for a moment?" Rouge rolled her eyes and poked Luffy in the stomach, her mood lightening. Just then, the door to the house opened, and Yuta walked out, outfitted in her new attire. "Oh my god. You look so good," Rouge exclaimed, her eyes widening in admiration. "Thanks, Rouge." Yuta beamed as she adjusted the belt holding the 5 knives around her waist. "Luffy, your devil fruit is really amazing if it can give these kinds of gifts." "Let me show you something even more amazing," Luffy said, walking toward her. He took out one of the knives from the belt and, to Yuta's surprise, slashed her jacket, creating a tear in it. "Luffy, what the hell are you doing? Why are you?" Her words halted as she saw the tear in her jacket begin to repair itself before her eyes. "Huh? What? How?" "These clothes have 2 features, self-repair and self-fitting, which means they'll last you for quite a few years." "Luffy, are you sure this is your devil fruit and not some kind of magic?" Rouge asked, her tone filled with wonder. "Well, it is what it is," Luffy shrugged, quickly trying to steer the conversation away from his powers. He didn't want them dwelling too much on the nature of his abilities. "How about both of you head back inside, and I make a quick trip to the village to get us some desserts?" "Great idea." Yuta cheered, stars in her eyes as she eagerly grabbed Rouge's arm and started dragging her back to the house. As they headed inside, Luffy watched them go with a smile. It had just been a year since he inhabited this body, but he was damn sure that he was going to miss these interactions with his family. The night before setting sail, Luffy stood on a cliff, staring out at the vast sea. The moon hung high in the sky, its light reflected in the endless expanse of water. The scene was tranquil, but Luffy's mind was anything but. He couldn't help but think about how a year had passed since he died in his old world and found himself transmigrated into Luffy's body. If he was being honest with himself, the year he had spent here felt more fulfilling than his entire life in his previous world. His thoughts drifted to the numerous differences between this world and the One Piece world he knew from the manga. There were significant changes: Rouge being alive, Yuta staying in Fusha village, his mother being a Charlotte, and undoubtedly many more alterations he wasn't even aware of. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a presence behind him. His senses, sharpened by his training in Haki, alerted him to someone nearby. He turned around, wondering who might be awake at this late hour, only for his eyes to widen in shock. Standing before him was someone he never expected to see, let alone in Fusha village. "I believe this is our first meeting, so why do your eyes scream that you already know me, Luffy-chan?" The figure's voice was stuck and feminine, sending shivers down Luffy's spine and filling him with a terror he hadn't felt in either his past or current life. And how could he not be terrified? After all, standing before him was none other than the supreme ruler of the world government, Imu. To be continued. Raphael. System. Is that fear I'm sensing from you? Luffy's entire body trembled as Imu chuckled with a hint of amusement while her voice carried a twisted delight. "How amusing, isn't it, Luffy-chan?" Meanwhile, Luffy stood frozen, his mind racing with a single thought: how could this be happening? Why the hell am I encountering the final boss in the starting zone? Suddenly, Imu's eyes narrowed, and a terrifying aura erupted from her, suffocating the air around them. The weight of her presence was overwhelming, far beyond anything Luffy had ever encountered. This was the being who ruled the world from the shadows, the true power behind the world government. In the manga, Imu had been a mysterious figure, their full capabilities and motives shrouded in secrecy. But now, in this altered world, they were standing right in front of him, and Luffy had no idea how to deal with this being. The only time he had seen Imu vulnerable in the manga was through Joy Boy's Conqueror's Haki stored in the ancient robot, something he had no hope of accessing anytime soon. Just as panic began to set in, Raphael's voice echoed in his mind. Notice, attempt at reading Master's mind detected. Do you wish to block it? Yes. Do it. Luffy screamed internally, questioning the need for permission in the first place. Meanwhile, Imu's eyes widened slightly as she was violently thrown out of Luffy's mind. But instead of anger, a hearty laugh escaped her lips, sending more shivers down Luffy's spine. Oh, my, I've never had someone block me from reading their mind before. How amusing, she said, lowering her cloak to reveal the face of a stunning woman with long white hair, pale skin, and almond-shaped eyes with red irises, each containing a thin ring around the pupil. You should be honored. This is the first time in centuries that someone has seen my true appearance. Before Luffy could even process her words, he suddenly felt a hand around his neck, lifting him into the air. What? His mind reeled as he realized that before he could react, Imu had already moved and was holding him up by the neck. Strange. Very strange, Imu mused as she scrutinized him. You haven't eaten that dmed rubber fruit like my visions told me about. In fact, ever since last year, the world has been rapidly changing to the point where my visions couldn't keep up, and now I see nothing at all, she said, digging her long nails into Luffy's neck, drawing a tiny stream of blood. I have a hunch that you're at the center of it all. In a moment of panic, Luffy grabbed the hand holding him up and used his newly unlocked crystal kinesis to encase it in green crystals. But instead of releasing him, Imu simply stared at her encased hand with an amused smile. This material doesn't belong to this world, does it? She said before effortlessly shattering the crystals with a burst of powerful Haki. And you're breathing. It doesn't sound or feel normal either. How exciting. She brought him closer, liking the blood that trickled from his neck. Your blood isn't normal either. It has a minor healing factor, yet you haven't consumed a devil fruit. Another strange inherited ability. How peculiar. You know, Luffy-chan, I should really kill you, Imu whispered seductively in his ear. Your potential is much stronger than my visions indicated, making you a much more potent threat to my rule. Even Nika's successors aren't as much of a threat, as there's no guarantee they'll awaken the fruit. But you will definitely become a troublesome existence. Luffy's heart pounded in his chest as he listened, every instinct screaming at him to escape, though he knew that at this moment was impossible and he was totally at this madwoman's mercy. But don't worry, I won't kill you, Luffy-chan. Imu smirked with a dangerous glint in her eyes. She released him, letting him fall to the ground. Why would I want to curb the first entertaining thing that's happened in this world in the last 800 years? Instead, I will allow you to live and grow as much as you want. In return, I ask only one thing from you. Luffy, trying to regain his breath, looked up at her, utterly confused and terrified, but knowing there was only one response to give. What do you want? He asked, glaring at her despite the overwhelming fear. That defiance in your eyes, how delicious, Imu smirked, liking her lips, sending another shiver down Luffy's spine. Nothing much. I just need a promise from you, a vow that you will continue to grow and one day challenge me for my throne. In return, I vow that no matter what you do in the future, no matter how much chaos you cause in my world, my empire, I won't lift a finger to stop you. Luffy's mind raced as he considered the overall situation. That sounds too good to be true, he thought, eyeing Imu warily, and the look in her eyes confirmed there was definitely some catch. But at the moment, he had no choice but to accept her conditions. Fine, Luffy said, his voice steady despite the fear gnawing at him. I promise that I will grow strong and one day challenge your throne in return for you not interfering or moving against me, my family, or anyone I consider family or my crewmates in any shape or form. You're smart to snub out that loophole. I like it, Imu said, leaning forward. Very well, I accept your vow, she said, and in the next moment, she captured his lips in a kiss. Luffy froze, stunned, and before he could process what was happening, he felt chains wrapping around both of them. He was confused for a moment, but then his eyes widened as he realized what was happening. Something far beyond his expectations or even his wildest imagination. When she finally released him, Imu smiled mischievously. That was your first kiss, wasn't it? Too bad I stole it from you. Just now. That was a binding vow, wasn't it? Luffy asked, and for the first time in their entire encounter, he saw a look of genuine surprise flash across her face. How the hell did you do that? Centuries have passed, and countless people have been tricked into making a vow with me, but this is the first time someone has recognized the trick. How strange, Imu said, folding her arms over her chest. And no, I'm not going to tell you how I did it. After all, a woman is sexier with her secrets, she said, turning her back on him. Hey, are you going around kissing people for centuries now? Luffy shouted impulsively, immediately regretting his words, cursing himself and his big mouth. Imu stopped and looked over her shoulder, unimpressed. No, I usually don't, but I told you, you're special, didn't I? She said and glanced at the moon. Besides, the only other person I made a vow this way was the Queen of Alabasta, all those centuries ago. Then she pulled up her cloak once more, shrouding her face in shadows with only her terrifying eyes visible to the world. By the way, the binding vow only involves me, so if my servants or tools decide to act against you, you're on your own, she said, flashing a cruel smile at him. Well then, I'll be going now. See you again, Luffy-chan. Bye. And with those words, the supreme ruler of the world vanished, leaving the young, terrified boy alone on the ground. Half an hour later, Luffy returned to the house and went straight to his room, relieved that it was late enough for everyone to be asleep. He wasn't in the mood to answer any questions or engage in conversation. The encounter with Ema weighed heavily on his mind, and as he lay on his bed, the entire experience replayed in his head, and by the end of it, he couldn't help but count his lucky stars that the ruler of the world was a psychopath who was more interested in toying with him than simply killing him on the spot. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! 2 new achievements unlocked. Congratulations! 2 new titles unlocked. Huh? What's this about? Luffy muttered to himself as he sat up and clicked on the achievement section to see what he had earned. Sovereign Encounter. The achievement is given to the individual who has encountered the supreme ruler of the world. Reward, upgrade token X1. So, meeting that woman gave me an achievement. Well, at least something good came out of that encounter, Luffy said, feeling a small sense of relief. An upgrade token? That sounds interesting. I'll have to check that out later. He then checked the second achievement he had unlocked. Sovereign Vow. The achievement is given to the individual who has made some kind of contract with the supreme ruler of the world. Reward, Randomizer roll X2. I guess I really made a binding vow with that woman, Luffy said, rubbing the bridge of his nose. I really hope this doesn't come back to bite me in the butt in the future. But hey, 2,000 points worth of rewards? Making a vow with that woman must be a pretty big deal. Curious, Luffy opened his stats page to see the 2 new titles that had been added. The one who met the sovereign. The title is given to an individual who met the supreme ruler of the world and lived to tell the tale. Surviving an encounter with the most dangerous woman in the world is no small feat. The holder of this title has probably exhausted all their luck escaping the clutches of that mad woman. Who the hell writes these descriptions? Luffy's eye twitched as he read the title's description. What the hell does it mean by probably? Well, at least even the system acknowledges her as a madwoman. Shaking his head, Luffy clicked on the next title. The one who made the sovereign pact. The title is given to a fearless individual who made a binding vow with the supreme ruler of the world. Whether the vow is beneficial to the individual or not, only time will tell. What's up with these vague descriptions? Luffy's eye twitched again. Forget about it, it's not like they're doing anything other than reminding me of my situation. Deciding to focus on something more positive, Luffy turned his attention to the rewards he had earned. Before checking out this upgrade token, let's do a system roll first, he said, using the first randomizer roll he had received. Congratulations. Custom Devil Fruit, Kiara no Mi, Model, Dabi received. Wait, did I really get this? No, more importantly, the fact that something like this exists is a huge deal. Luffy muttered in awe as he quickly retrieved the custom Devil Fruit from his inventory. He stared at the blue-colored fruit in his hand, scrutinizing it with curiosity and excitement-filled eyes. Raphael, what can you tell me about these custom devil fruits? Answer, custom devil fruits are another twist that the randomizer system introduces to this world. The Kiara no Mi, or character fruit, gives the consumer the powers and memories related to the character the fruit is based on. Additionally, these custom devil fruits do not carry the curse of the sea or the restriction of only being able to eat one fruit. The system has increased the odds of receiving a custom devil fruit as a reward. However, the chance of getting a regular devil fruit is reduced by half. That sounds amazing, Luffy said, staring at the devil fruit with renewed greed. In that case, there should be no harm in eating this, right? He said as he imagined himself wielding blue flames that surpassed even those of characters like Endeavor. Notice, I would highly advise against eating this particular fruit. Huh? Why? Luffy asked, genuinely curious. He had assumed that eating this fruit would give him a significant boost in power, which his sentient supersmart friend would greatly appreciate. Answer, Master, these custom devil fruits do indeed grant specific characters powers, but they also come with those characters' drawbacks. In this case, whoever consumes the Kiara no Mi, Model, Dabi will gain the ability to use the quirk cremation, but unless the consumer already possesses significant resistance to fire, they will suffer the same kind of pain and burns that the individual Dabi experienced in his own world. Author's note, I know the official name for Dobby's quirk is Blue Flame, but I refuse to call it anything other than cremation cause I think it sounds much cooler than its official name. So it's like that, huh? Luffy frowned, juggling the devil fruit in his hand. What if I use it with Haki? Answer, the flames from the quirk cremation are emitted from within the body itself. Using Haki will only reduce the pain to a certain extent, but the damage from burn marks will still occur. I see. Luffy sighed, staring at the devil fruit with a heavy heart. After a few moments of contemplation, he reluctantly returned it to his inventory. I really wanted to use those blue flames, but it can't be helped. If Raphael-sensei doesn't approve of something, then I better be careful about it, he said, feeling a strange wave of smug happiness fill his mind as if Raphael was feeling happy about him acknowledging her wisdom, but he knew better than to mention it since he knew that he will be told that it was his imagination. Luffy chuckled softly, shaking his head. I guess I'll just have to find someone who can use this fruit in the future. Then pushing the disappointment of his recent roll to the back of his mind, Luffy used his second randomizer roll. Congratulations. A regular katana X1 received. Well, as expected, it's a dud once again. Luffy chuckled and stuffed the katana into his inventory. Now, let's see what this upgrade token is all about, he said, inspecting the upgrade token that had appeared as a reward. Upgrade token, a special gift rewarded to an individual named Gray by the guide after experiencing an extraordinary event that pleasantly entertained the crowd upstairs. This token can be used to upgrade one of the user's skills, be it system, boons, or regular abilities. Wow, this is even bigger than the custom devil fruit, Luffy murmured, impressed by the potential of the upgrade token. I guess the real choice is between upgrading the system and Raphael, he pondered for a moment before immediately deciding to upgrade his first boon, Lord of Wisdom, Raphael. While some might have advised more careful consideration, Luffy knew from experience that using just the basic version of Raphael was a gross underutilization of her abilities. Having seen what the full-powered, unrestricted Raphael could do, the decision was a no-brainer for him. Congratulations. Upgrade token is used to upgrade inherited boon, Lord of Wisdom, Raphael. Congratulations. 2 new abilities, All of Creation and Analytical Appraisal, have been added to Lord of Wisdom, Raphael. This is big. Luffy exclaimed as he saw the message on the system screen, immediately examining the 2 new abilities. The first new ability, All of Creation, made Luffy incredibly glad he had chosen to use the upgrade token on Raphael. This ability allowed him to comprehend anything, as long as he had a basic understanding of it and it was perceivable to him. But what excited him even more was how All of Creation synergized with the second ability, Analytical Appraisal. This ability released waves that entered the target of analysis and performed a full scan of its composition. When combined, these 2 abilities meant that Luffy could potentially replicate any fighting move or technique as long as he could observe it with his own eyes and comprehend it through All of Creation. Great! Now I can easily learn advanced Haki even before leaving the East Blue. Luffy cheered, his excitement bubbling over. But his enthusiasm was quickly curbed as Raphael's voice echoed in his head. Notice, it is not possible to replicate advanced Haki unless it is directly observed or taught in detail by a credible teacher. Why can't you just use the smartphone to whip out that prison episode from the Wano arc where Luffy was taught inner destruction? Luffy asked, a little deflated. Answer, Master, the training showcased in manga or anime differs significantly from the real training required to master those techniques. The small details necessary for learning are often omitted and could potentially harm the master's growth if caution is not exercised. I guess learning advanced Haki won't be as convenient as I thought, Luffy sighed. Does this apply to techniques from other anime as well? Answer, indeed. However, I am still searching for ways to make the master stronger. It will take some time and research before anything substantial can be applied. Take your time, Luffy said, feeling more patient now. Time is one thing we have on our side for now. Answer, don't worry, Master. You won't be disappointed. With that, Luffy felt his energy waning. He closed everything and lay back on his bed, letting his mind wander toward the future that lay ahead. Despite the terrifying encounter with Emu, he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Tomorrow, he would set sail with Yuta, and their adventure would officially begin. He would finally be able to explore this world of seas and unique islands with his own eyes. However, the memory of helplessness he felt against that madwoman lingered at the back of his mind, reminding him of how powerless he truly was in the face of someone like Emu. But Luffy wasn't one to give up, even against an unbelievable opponent. The spirit and determination he had inherited from Luffy flared within him, fueling a resolve to one day pay her back for tricking him into that vow. As sleep began to overtake him, Luffy made a silent vow to himself, no matter what comes my way, I'll keep moving forward. I'll protect my friends, my family, and my crew with everything I have. And one day, I'll challenge that madwoman Emo for her throne and make her regret ever making that stupid vow with me, not just to satisfy my ego but because I know that as long as she and her pawns run the world, there is no real freedom for me or anyone else, he vowed to himself, and the light of the moon silently glimmered on the straw hat beside him for a few moments before passing away into the night. However, at that moment Luffy wasn't aware that Raphael was even more frustrated by the encounter with Emu than he was. Born from the soul of her master, Raphael's primary goal was to protect him, and today's encounter had revealed just how helpless they were against the most powerful being in the world. At that moment, Raphael made a vow of her own, to make her master the strongest being in the world. And to achieve that, she knew she had to fulfill a goal of her own. I need to regain all my expected abilities and evolve into a Manus. To be continued. Raphael. System. The next day, as soon as Luffy woke up, the first thing he did was check his status screen, half hoping that everything from last night had been a strange dream. However, much to his dismay, the new titles, The One Who Met the Sovereign and The One Who Made the Sovereign Pact, were displayed clearly under the title tab. Luffy let out a deep sigh and rubbed his face, trying to shake off the unsettling memory of the encounter with Emu. So it wasn't just a nightmare, he muttered, feeling a lingering weight in his chest. There was no denying it now. He had made a binding vow with the most powerful being in the world, and there was no going back. After finishing his morning routine, Luffy stepped out of his room and immediately saw Yuta darting around the house, buzzing with excitement. Rouge sat nearby, watching Yuta's frantic movements with an exasperated yet amused expression on her face. "Yuta, please calm down before you knock something over," Rouge said, her voice a perfect mix of affection and exhaustion. "I can't help it. I'm too excited." Yuta squealed, barely containing her excitement as she dashed from one side of the room to the other, trying to find her personal stuff which had mysteriously, only for her, scattered throughout the house. Luffy couldn't help but smile, the gloomy thoughts of last night fading away in the face of Yuta's infectious energy. "Looks like someone's ready to set sail," he teased, joining them. Yuta skidded to a halt, her eyes lighting up even more at the sight of Luffy. "Of course, I'm ready. We're finally setting off today, Luffy. Our adventure is about to begin," she exclaimed, practically bouncing on her heels. "I've been waiting for this for so long." "Yeah, I can see that," Luffy chuckled, her enthusiasm starting to lift his spirits. "Just don't forget anything in your whirlwind of excitement. That's why you're here, isn't it?" Yuta grinned mischievously. "I'll check on the boat, and you handle my luggage, okay? It'll be safer in your storage space than bouncing around on the boat." Luffy raised an eyebrow but shrugged, knowing there was no point in arguing. "Sure, I'll get your stuff." With that, Yuta practically skipped out of the house, leaving Luffy and Rouge behind. "I swear, I could build a generator powered by Yuta's energy," Luffy joked, watching her dash out the door. "If you did, it would power all of Fusha Village with her enthusiasm," Rouge giggled. But soon, the playful atmosphere shifted. Rouge's gaze softened, and she looked at Luffy with a mixture of pride and concern. "Time flies, doesn't it?" she said gently, her voice tinged with nostalgia. "I still remember the day Garp dropped you here. You were such a loud brat. And now look at you, turning into a fine young man." "Hey, I can still be a brat when I want to be." Luffy chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. Rouge smiled warmly, reaching out to gently caress his face. "Good. I'd hate to see the child inside you disappear completely." She paused, her tone becoming serious. "Luffy, I know I can't stop you and Yuta from chasing your dreams out on the sea, just like I couldn't stop Ace. But promise me you'll be careful. The world out there. It's more dangerous than you can imagine," she said as images of atrocities she saw during her PRGNNCY flashed before her eyes. Luffy could see the worry in her eyes, and it tugged at his heart. "Hey, what's with the waterworks?" he said gently, wiping a tear from her cheek. "You don't need to worry so much. We'll be fine." "I'm serious, Luffy," Rouge's voice trembled as she spoke. "Please, be careful," she pleaded. "You and Yuta, you've become my children, just like Ace. After I lost Roger? I don't think I could bear losing any more of my family." Her voice broke as fresh tears welled in her eyes. Without hesitation, Luffy stood and pulled Rouge into a tight hug. "You're such a worrywart, Rouge," he said softly, trying to ease her concerns. "I promise you, I'll come back. I'll finish this journey, and I'll return with all the treasures and riches of the world," he added playfully, earning a small chuckle from her. "And don't worry, I've changed a lot. I'm not as reckless as I used to be. I'll make sure we get through whatever comes our way safely." Rouge leaned into his embrace, her tears subsiding. "I've seen how much you've grown this past year," she whispered. "And I won't lie, I'm glad to see these changes in you. It puts my heart at ease, knowing that you're going to be there with her. Just Take care of each other out there. Keep Yuta out of trouble. That's the plan, Luffy said, smiling warmly. I'll live up to those expectations, I promise. Rouge finally pulled away, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears but now filled with pride. Good. Now, go on and get ready before Yuta comes back and drags you out by the collar. Luffy chuckled. Yeah, I should. Thanks, Rouge, he said, turning to head to his room. As he walked away, Rouge called after him, I'll pack you and Yuta some food for your journey. At least enough to last for a few days. Thanks, Rouge. You're the best. Luffy grinned, flashing her a thumbs up before disappearing into his room. Later that day, the residents of Fusha village gathered at the port, their faces filled with a mixture of pride, excitement, and bittersweet farewells as they came to see off two of the village's most beloved teenagers. Luffy and Yuta, who had grown up in the village and were known by everyone, were finally setting out on their long-awaited journey. Docked at the pier was a modest fishing boat with a single cabin. It wasn't much, but it was enough for their starting voyage. The boat belonged to Yuta and Luffy, a simple vessel that reflected their current circumstances. It was all they could afford, but they had already decided they would replace it with a better ship later, whether through purchasing or possibly borrowing one from pirates or marines along the way. It's not much, but it'll do for now, Luffy said with a proud smile as he stood beside the boat. Not everyone starts with a grand pirate ship, Yuta replied with a grin, giving him a playful nudge. Besides, it's the adventure that counts, not the boat. Yeah, I know, Miss Minnie Shanks, Luffy laughed. But a better boat would definitely be nice. As the pair bantered, the villagers approached one by one, offering advice and farewells. Makino, the local tavern owner who had watched them grow up and was almost like an elder sister to them, came over with a warm smile and handed Yuta a neatly wrapped package of food. Here, something for your journey, Makino said kindly, ruffling Luffy's hair as she handed the package to Yuta. You'll both need your strength out there. Thanks, Makino. Yuta beamed, accepting the package. You're the best. Luffy gave her a grateful nod, though he quickly tried to fix his hair, looking slightly embarrassed. I thought you'd bring drinks or something, but this will do. Just remember, even though you've grown taller than me, I can still do this, she said, pinching his cheek. And remember what I told you, I'll never serve alcohol to my younger brother no matter how old you are. Yeah, I get it, Luffy said, rubbing his cheek. A soft smile spread across his face as he continued, thanks, Makino. We'll come back with stories to tell and lots of treasure, he said, grinning wide. Makino smiled warmly. I'll be waiting. Just make sure you come back safely. That's all I ask. The rest of the villagers echoed similar sentiments, cheering them on and reminding them to stay safe. There was an undeniable sense of pride in the air, as if the entire village was sending a piece of itself out to sea with the two adventurers. Even the old mayor, who had been vocal about his disapproval, presented them with pocket knives and urged them to be safe out there. Finally, Rouge approached, her eyes soft yet proud as she looked at Luffy and Yuta. She had packed them a few days' worth of food earlier, but now that the moment had come, she found herself holding back tears once more. Take care of each other, she said softly, hugging both Luffy and Yuta. And remember, no matter how far you go, you'll always have a home here. Don't worry, we'll be back before you know it, Yuta said cheerfully, though her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. And we'll bring back tons of cool stuff. Yeah, we'll make you and the entire village proud, Rouge, Luffy added, his voice more serious as he returned the hug. Thanks for everything. As the final goodbyes were exchanged, Luffy and Yuta climbed aboard their fishing boat. The villagers waved and called out their well wishes from the docks. The boat rocked gently on the water as Luffy untied the ropes, his heart pounding with excitement. Hey, what about Dayton? Is she not coming? Yuta asked, scanning the crowd. Well, you know how she is, Luffy said, pointing to an alley where three figures were peeking out, trying to hide. When they noticed Luffy pointing at them, they quickly made a poor attempt at hiding their presence, getting a chuckle out of Luffy and Yuta. Don't worry, I left a letter with Ruff, with our thanks and goodbyes. That was very thoughtful of you, Yuta said, smiling at him. Anyway, ready to set sail, Yuta? Luffy asked, turning to his sister with a wide grin. You bet I am. Yuta grinned back, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she took the helm. Let's get this adventure started. With one last wave to the villagers, Luffy and Yuta set off from the dock. The fishing boat slowly drifted away from the shore, gaining speed as it ventured into the open sea. So it's finally begun, Yuta said, watching the village shrink in the distance. Hey, what's that? She asked as she noticed Luffy pulling a bottle from his inventory. Wait a moment, Luffy said, pouring 2 glasses. This is sake to celebrate the start of our journey, he said, handing her one of the glasses. What do you say? Want to toast? You bet I do. Yuta replied. On the count of 3, 1. To our dreams, they both shouted, clinking their glasses together. Congratulations. New achievement, and the journey begins. Unlocked. To be continued. Raphael. System. It had been 3 long weeks since Luffy and Yuta set sail from Fusha village, and they had been adrift on the vast, endless sea ever since. As it turned out, unlike in the anime, where journeys across the ocean seemed to pass in a few weeks or in a few panels, the Real Sea was far more expansive. Large, inhabited islands were scattered across great distances, and the reality of travel was much slower than Luffy had anticipated. With only the two of them on the boat, their journey sometimes felt tedious, but since Luffy and Yuta had grown up together, they found ways to entertain themselves. They shared stories from their childhood, played games they had invented long ago, and even indulged in the Uno cards Luffy had won from his system. Still, more often than not, the open sea felt like an endless stretch of nothingness, and they quickly learned how much patience sailing required. As for their food situation, the generous supplies Rouge and Makino had sent them off with had long since run out by the end of the first week. With so much idle time, it was easy to fall into the habit of snacking endlessly. Thankfully, Yuta had packed a fishing rod, which became their lifeline for fresh meals. They also stopped at small, uninhabited islands along the way, hunting what wildlife they could find and gathering fruits and berries to keep themselves going. Thus they fell into a routine of scavenging and fishing, repeating the cycle every few days. The slow pace of their voyage had also given Luffy time to reflect on just how different the real sea was from the One Piece world he knew. In the anime, travel between islands always seemed quick and eventful, but here, the reality was far more mundane. He found himself wondering how anime Luffy, despite being an emperor now, had managed to spend so little time just sailing when they hadn't even encountered a major island yet. Another thing that puzzled him was the absence of Alvida's ship, however it made sense after giving it some thought. In the original timeline, Luffy only ended up on her ship because his small rowing boat was caught in a whirlpool, forcing him to jump into a barrel, which was later found by Alvida's crew. But in this timeline, Luffy and Yuta were on a larger, sturdier boat. On top of that, both had honed their observation haki, which helped them steer clear of danger. Luffy could only hope that Kobe would still manage to escape from Alvida and pursue his dream of joining the Marines. Their journey had been peaceful. That is until today. After 3 weeks of drifting through the ocean, they finally spotted a large island with a bustling port in the distance. Without hesitation, they adjusted their course and headed straight for it. This must be Shell's town, Luffy thought as their boat docked in the port, the town's welcome sign standing tall in front of them. I wonder if Zoro's here. Once they had secured the boat, both of them leaped onto the dock, feeling solid ground beneath their feet for the first time in weeks. Finally! People! Yuta exclaimed, stretching her arms wide. I was getting so tired of staring at endless blue. Well, you'd better get used to it, Luffy said, stretching his body in turn. That's gonna be our life for the next few years. Shut up and let me complain in peace. Yuta shot back, swatting his arm playfully. Anyway, what's the plan? I should definitely check if Zoro is in this town or not. With that thought, Luffy turned toward Yuta. You go explore the town, and see if anything catches your eye. I'll grab supplies, and we'll meet up at the local tavern once we're done. Sounds like a plan, Yuta agreed with a nod. Stay safe and keep your guard up, Luffy warned her. After that, Luffy quickly handed her some money before parting ways, each heading off in a different direction. After parting with Yuta, instead of heading to the market as he had said, Luffy walked straight toward the marine base. His mind was focused on confirming whether Zoro was really in town. As he strolled through the streets, he noticed the town's infrastructure was run down despite the bustling activity. Money was clearly circulating, but it wasn't improving the town. It's either the people are too stingy, or someone is bleeding the town dry, Luffy thought. And knowing what I do about this world, it's probably the latter. Just as he was deep in thought, an old man with a long white beard approached him. Young man, you must be new here. I don't recall seeing you before, the man said, eyeing Luffy curiously. Yeah, just got here, Luffy replied casually. I thought so, seeing how you're heading toward the marine base without a care, the old man said, stroking his beard. Well, since you're new, let me give you a word of advice. If possible, get out of this town without attracting the attention of the Marines or the Marine captain of this town. Why is that? Luffy asked, feigning ignorance. I mean, I'm not planning to cause any trouble here, so why would the Marines be interested in a random traveler like me? Yeah, that would have been the case anywhere else, but here in this town, the Marine captain, Axehand Morgan, is a moody, cruel tyrant who abuses his power. The old man's eyes darkened as he explained. Trust me, you could sneeze wrong, and that man would put you up for execution. That's why try to remain as inconspicuous as possible. Thank you, sir, I'll keep that in mind, Luffy nodded, thanking the man before continuing his walk toward the base. As the old man watched him go, shaking his head in disappointment, Luffy couldn't help but smirk to himself. Yeah, the word inconspicuous doesn't seem to like Luffy very much. A few minutes later, Luffy arrived outside the marine base, but to his disappointment, there was no sign of Zoro being tied up in the courtyard. Looks like Zoro hasn't arrived yet. Should I wait here, he wondered. Notice, Master, this world has shown significant inconsistencies compared to the world of One Piece from your memories. Therefore, it's highly likely that the individual Roronoa Zoro may not arrive on this island, might be female, or may have taken a different path in life. There's also a possibility that he hasn't been born in this world or has died due to reasons beyond your control. Consequently, waiting here could prove hindering to your progress. I see, Luffy thought for a moment, nodding his head. You're right. There's no need to stop here. If Zoro is destined to be my companion, then I'll meet him sooner or later. With that, Luffy left the marine base behind and headed back into the town to restock on supplies before meeting Yuta at the tavern. Meanwhile, Yuta wandered through the streets, taking in her surroundings, but something felt off. Despite the busy market, an air of unease hung over the town. She frowned, her sharp senses picking up on the tension around her. Then just as she passed a group of townspeople, she overheard a conversation that confirmed her suspicions. They say Morgan's son, Helmeppo, has been causing trouble again, a woman whispered to her friend. Of course, he has, the other woman replied in an equally hushed yet bitter voice. That spoiled brat acts like he owns this town. I'm just glad no one's crossed his path recently. Yuta's frown deepened. Helmeppo, huh, she thought, but then shook her head, deciding it wasn't her problem. She knew that getting involved in a local issue wasn't a wise choice. Right now, she had other things to focus on. However, as she continued exploring, the sound of a child crying caught her attention. Turning toward the alley where the noise came from, she found a little girl with dark hair being bullied by 3 older kids. Hey! Yuta's voice rang out, as she entered the alleyway while glaring at the 3 children. The kids stopped and turned, their faces lighting up with amusement at the sight of someone daring to interfere. This isn't your business, the apparent ringleader, a boy slightly older than the others, sneered. Get lost. Yuta folded her arms and narrowed her eyes. How about you leave her alone before I make it my business? The bullies exchanged glances, clearly sizing her up. Sure, the girl in front of her looked older, but to their eyes, she didn't seem particularly impressive. After all, with a slender figure and beautiful looks, Yuta didn't seem like a typical fighter, especially to the children who hadn't seen the wider world. You're asking for trouble, lady, the leader said, folding his hands to his chest. We're Helmeppo-sama's friends. We do what we want here. More like his lackeys, Yuta thought with annoyance. Letting out an exasperated sigh, she said, You've got 3 seconds to get lost before I stop being nice. The ringleader chuckled, clearly underestimating her. Oh yeah? And what are you gonna? Before he could finish, Yuta casually coated her fist in Haki and punched the concrete wall beside her. The impact left a visible crack, and the force of it silenced the alley. How did you? He stammered, struggling to comprehend how a seemingly weak-looking girl like her could do something like that. I told you to leave her alone, Yuta said coldly, her voice dripping with authority. She glanced at the 3 bullies, who were frozen in place, fear finally sinking in. Unless you want to replace that wall, I suggest you apologize to this girl. Now. I'm sorry, the 3 bullies squeaked in unison, clearly terrified of Yuta. Good. Now get out of here, Yuta said in a cold voice. Without another word, the boys scrambled to their feet and bolted out of the alley, their footsteps fading into the distance as they fled away from the demon girl, as they dubbed Yuta in their minds. After the bullies ran off, the alley fell silent. Yuta knelt beside the little girl, who was wiping her tears away with the back of her hand. Hey, you alright? Yuta asked, her tone soft and comforting now. The girl nodded timidly, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. Thank you, miss. My name's Yuta, she said, smiling warmly. What's yours? Rika, the girl replied quietly. I didn't do anything wrong. They just started picking on me because my mom won't give them free food anymore. Your mom runs a restaurant? Yuta asked. No, a tavern, Rika explained. But Helmeppo and his friends always come in and demand free food. When my mom stopped giving it to them, they started bothering us. Yuta sighed. I'm sorry to hear that, she said, knowing she couldn't do much to solve Rika's situation unless she stayed in the town, which wasn't an option. By the way, can you take me to your tavern? I promised my friend we'd meet there. Rika nodded, and together they made their way through the town toward the tavern. After purchasing enough supplies for a month, Luffy finally located the tavern and settled in to wait for Yuta. However, he didn't have to wait long, as just a few minutes later, Yuta walked in, holding the hand of a little girl. "Hey, Yuta," Luffy greeted. "Who's the stray you picked up?" he teased, nodding toward the girl, who looked at him curiously. "Shut up, Luffy. Be nice to my new friend," Yuta playfully scolded, giving him a mock glare. She then turned to the girl and smiled. "This is Luffy, the one I told you about. Is he nice like you?" Rika asked, her wide eyes filled with innocent curiosity. "Yes, he is. But he can be a bit silly sometimes," Yuta said with a snicker, causing Luffy to roll his eyes. Just then, a woman with brown hair rushed out from behind the counter, her face lined with worry as she spotted her daughter. "Rika, what are you doing with these people?" "Mom." Rika's face lit up as she ran toward her mother. "This nice big sister saved me from bullies," she exclaimed, before launching into a retelling of the earlier incident. After Rika's mother listened to her daughter, the woman's eyes softened with gratitude as she turned to Yuta. "Thank you for saving my daughter," she said sincerely. "It was nothing," Yuta waved her hand dismissively, as though it wasn't a big deal. "Please, take a seat," Rika's mother said, gesturing toward the tables. "I'll prepare the best meal I can as thanks for your kindness." "Well, we won't say no to a good meal," Yuta said, taking a seat. Then, glancing at Rika's mother, she asked, "Rika told me about this guy named Helmeppo harassing you. Why don't you do something about him?" Rika's mother sighed deeply, frustration lining her voice. "It's not that I don't want to, but Helmeppo is Captain Morgan's son. Doing anything to him would put both me and Rika in danger." "I get that, but if you don't stand up to him now, things will only get worse," Yuta said, gently ruffling Rika's hair. "He'll do something worse than just throw insults in the future." "I know. But what can I do?" Rika's mother clenched her fist and bit her lip in frustration, knowing that it wouldn't take long for Yuta's words to become reality. "What about you?" Luffy suddenly interjected into the conversation, though his question wasn't directed at Rika's mother but rather at the people of the town sitting in the tavern. "Are you guys really okay with living under some marine captain's thumb?" he asked, his eyes sweeping over the room. The tavern fell into a tense silence. Some people avoided his gaze, while others looked troubled. Finally, a man stood up. "You don't understand. Captain Morgan is too powerful. We can't do anything against him." Luffy scoffed. "You sound like a bunch of spineless losers," he said, his voice sharp and unapologetic. Murmurs of anger rose from the crowd, their faces flushed with indignation. "In my opinion, people who live under tyranny without even trying to fight back are worse than the tyrant himself." Inside his heart, Luffy knew what he was saying wasn't entirely logical since Captain Morgan was actually quite strong and could probably wipe out this entire town. However, at this moment, he knew that Yuta's actions earlier today would lead to a confrontation with Captain Morgan sooner or later. That's why he was planting the seeds of rebellion in the people, hoping these people would stand by his side when the time came. Just as the tavern began to buzz with angry retorts, the door suddenly burst open. A young man with a cleft chin and light blonde hair swaggered in, accompanied by 3 familiar bullies and a feral-looking wolf with maddened yellow eyes. This was none other than Helmeppo, the son of Captain Axehand Morgan. "Boss, that's the girl who insulted you and said you're an infertile moron," the bully from earlier said, pointing at Yuta. "When did I say that?" Yuta wondered to herself, but then she saw the cruel smile on the bully's face and realized that he was obviously exaggerating to get her into more trouble. So she just shook her head and rolled her eyes. "Oh, really?" Helmeppo sneered, leering at Yuta. "Well, I'm feeling generous today. I'll forgive you if you agree to come with me." "In your dreams, moron," Yuta scoffed in disdain. "I'd rather be fish food than go anywhere with you." "What did you say?" Helmeppo's face turned red with anger. "You'll regret insulting me. Zoro, teach this girl a lesson," he yelled, releasing the wolf. The wolf lunged at Yuta with terrifying speed, intent on tearing her flesh apart. "Big sis!" Rika screamed, her eyes wide in fear as the wolf closed in on Yuta. However, what happened next left everyone with their eyes and mouths wide open. Instead of being scared or dodging the wolf's attack, Yuta merely showed an annoyed expression and punched the lunging wolf on the head, sending it crashing to the ground. The wolf whimpered in pain as 2 buns appeared on its head. It then shivered in fear as Yuta squatted down and looked the wolf directly in its eyes. "Rika, come here," Yuta said, and the little girl hesitantly appeared next to her. "Listen, pup," Yuta said in an eerily quiet voice. "Look at this girl and remember her scent. From now on, you are going to protect her and her mother. Is that clear?" The poor wolf whimpered in fear and meekly nodded his head. Then it stood up on his shaky leg and stood next to Rika in a protective stance, glaring at Helmeppo who put him in this position. Good pup, Yuta smiled and patted the wolf's head. Then she stood up, a smug smile on her face as she glanced back at Helmeppo. Is that all? You? Helmeppo stammered, his body trembling in fear and rage. In a moment of panic, he drew a gun and aimed it at Yuta. Stay back, or I'll shoot. I dare you. Do it. Beach. Yuta said confidently, her hand resting on her waist. Fear gripped Helmeppo's heart, his hands trembling as his finger hovered over the trigger. However, before he could pull it, Luffy appeared beside him, crushing the pistol in his bare hand as if it were made of paper. The entire tavern fell silent, once again stunned by the display of power before them. Only one question echoed in their minds: who the hell are these two? Where the hell did they come from? Helmeppo stared at the crushed gun in shock. Before he could react, Luffy's fist slammed into his face, sending him flying out of the tavern. He landed hard on the ground, groaning in pain as he touched his face, realizing that Luffy's punch had broken his nose and knocked out 2 teeth. You! Helmeppo screeched, his face now a mix of fear and fury. Just you wait. I'll tell my father, and both of you will be executed. Executed. He scrambled to his feet and ran toward the marine base, his lackeys stumbling behind him. Well, I guess I got us in trouble, Luffy chuckled, glancing at Yuta. Please. Don't get ahead of yourself, Yuta scoffed. I was the one who started this whole ordeal, she said, smirking back at him. That's true, Luffy chuckled. Then he paused for a moment, as a sudden idea crossed his mind. Yuta, I have an idea. Luffy said, whispering something in her ear. What do you think? Would you be able to do it? Not bad. Not bad at all, Yuta's eyes gleamed. Yeah, I can do that. But will you be okay by yourself? Yeah, no matter how strong Morgan is, he's not my opponent, Luffy said with a confident smile. Well, that's what I like to hear, Yuta said, patting his shoulder. Well, then I'll be off, Yuta said, dashing out of the tavern. Now that's taken care of. Luffy said, turning to Rika's mother with a polite and charming smile. Ma'am, can we have that meal you promised earlier? To be continued. Hey everyone! If you're enjoying the story so far, please consider leaving kudos and comments for the chapters. Your involvement helps to increase the story's visibility. Thank you. Raphael. System. In the marine base of Shell's Town, Captain Morgan, also known as Axehand Morgan, stood in his office, staring out over the town through a large window. His imposing figure, with his iron jaw and the massive axe replacing his right hand, cast a dark shadow across the room. Morgan was a towering man, both in stature and ego, known for ruling the town with an iron fist. He believed that those in positions of power were above the law and could do whatever they wanted without consequences, and his reign over Shell's Town was marked by cruelty and tyranny born out of such belief. As he admired the view, a group of nervous Marines stood at attention, waiting for his next order. Morgan, with his usual arrogance, spoke without turning around, in his usual cold and commanding voice. The people of this town should be grateful for my presence. Without me, they would be nothing but weak and pathetic worms. The Marines exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to contradict their captain. Morgan's reputation was built not only on his physical strength but also on his ruthless punishments for even the slightest disrespect. He had crushed any form of rebellion before it could even begin, forcing both the town and the Marines under his command to live in fear. Among the Marines of Shell's Town, there is a saying that only truly misfortunate souls get their first recruitment here in this town, under the command of Axehand Morgan, crushing their dream of earning any kind of achievements in the Marine. Suddenly, the door to his office flew open, and Helmeppo burst in, clutching his nose, which was still bleeding from Luffy's punch. His face was twisted in anger and humiliation. Father! Helmeppo whined, rushing to Morgan's side. Some filthy pirates attacked me. They broke my nose and humiliated me in front of everyone. Morgan slowly turned to face his son, his gaze cold and indifferent. Pirates, you say? He asked, his voice heavy with disdain. Yes, pirates! Helmeppo yelled. At this moment, he didn't care if the two people he had encountered in town were pirates or not. He was sure that calling them pirates would get them the most punishment. A man and a woman. They insulted me, and when I tried to put them in their place, they. His voice trailed off as he caught sight of his father's disapproving glare. Morgan stared at him for a long moment before scoffing. Helmeppo, you are a disgrace, he said, his words cutting through the air like a blade. You have my name and position, yet you cannot even handle a few pirates? Pathetic, he said, his hand gliding over the blade of his axe hand. But father. They're dangerous. Helmeppo stammered, fear creeping into his voice. They crushed my gun like it was nothing. The man even punched me across the tavern. Morgan's eyes narrowed. A man who can crush a gun with his bare hands? His interest was piqued, but it was masked behind his ever-present arrogance. Pirates, huh? I'll deal with these insects personally, he said, narrowing his eyes and glaring at Helmeppo with disgust. No one disrespects my family or my authority in this town, no matter how pathetic or how much of a disappointment you are as a son. Turning to his marines, he barked an order. Prepare the troops. We're going to hunt these pirates down and make an example of them. Yes, sir, the marines responded, quickly scurrying out to follow his orders. They were pretty sure that Helmeppo must have invited trouble, but by now they were used to it. Whether it was visitors or locals of this town, they had dragged back many people to the base due to Helmeppo's mess. Although it went against their conscience to punish innocent people, they were too helpless to do anything against Captain Morgan's power and authority. Morgan's face twisted into a menacing smile as he slammed his axe hand on the table, splitting it in half. Let's see how tough these pirates really are, he said, walking outside the office. There goes another table, the marines in the room thought, a bit of sweat dripping down their faces as they followed their captain outside. Helmeppo also followed close behind, smirking despite his earlier humiliation. He knew his father's power. No one ever crossed Axehand Morgan and lived to tell the tale. He was sure the pirates who humiliated him were about to face the full wrath of the marine captain. Meanwhile, following Luffy's request, Rika's mother quickly prepared a meal, but instead of staying to eat it in the tavern, Luffy decided to take the food with him. He wandered to the center of town, casually carrying the meal, and once he arrived at the crossroads, he borrowed a chair from a nearby shop. With complete ease, he sat in the middle of the busy intersection, leisurely eating as if he had all the time in the world. The people passing by shot him confused looks, unsure of what this strange young boy was up to. Gradually, those who had witnessed the earlier scene in the tavern began to gather around, whispering to others about what had transpired. Soon, the story spread, and the townspeople realized that Luffy wasn't just sitting there for no reason. He was waiting for someone, and that person being none other than the tyrant of the Shell's town, Captain Axehand Morgan. Whispers turned to murmurs, and soon, a crowd had formed at the crossroads, keeping a cautious distance from Luffy. Most of them were looking at him with expressions that ranged from disbelief to horror. Many of them had witnessed Morgan's brutality firsthand and couldn't fathom why this young man would deliberately provoke the tyrant. Does he have a death wish? That boy must be insane to sit there like that. Morgan will tear him apart. He must be new here, doesn't know what Morgan's capable of. The tension in the air was palpable, and just then, the old man who had met Luffy earlier stepped forward from the crowd, his expression a mix of concern and exasperation. Young man, the old man began, his voice heavy with a sense of inevitability, I warned you to keep a low profile. Yet here you are, sitting in the open, waiting for your execution. He shook his head, a tired sigh escaping his lips. Do you have any idea what you're up against? Morgan doesn't show mercy. Luffy looked up from his food, chewing leisurely before responding, completely unbothered. Thanks for the warning, old man, but I'm not worried about it. The old man's brows furrowed in frustration. Not worried? You're practically inviting death by sitting here. Captain. Morgan is a cruel tyrant, not some run-of-the-mill opponent. He'll kill you for defying him, no questions asked. Luffy grinned, his confidence unwavering. Let him try. I'm not worried about Morgan. In fact, I'm waiting for him. The old man blinked in disbelief, his jaw tightening. You're not just reckless, you're completely mad, he muttered, turning away. He knew there was no reasoning with someone who seemed so sure of themselves, but still, he couldn't help but feel pity for the young boy. In his mind, Luffy was walking straight into the lion's den. You called me mad, old man, Luffy scoffed, taking another bite of his meal without a care. But the truth is, it's you people who are crazy for enduring someone like Morgan for all these years. He paused, looking around at the crowd that had gathered, his gaze sharp and unapologetic. You've endured years of pain because none of you had even the ounce the courage in your sorry buttes to stand up to him. The townspeople flinched at his words, some shifting uncomfortably. A few muttered under their breath, while others shot Luffy angry looks. The old man who had spoken to him earlier clenched his fists, his frustration evident. You think it's that simple? The old man retorted, his voice shaky but firm. You think we didn't try? Morgan crushed anyone who opposed him. His power. It's not something a normal person can stand against. We'd be slaughtered if we tried to fight him. Luffy wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, not even bothering to look fazed by the argument. Maybe, he said, still calm, but that doesn't mean you roll over and accept it. You've all convinced yourselves it's impossible to fight back, and that's why nothing ever changes. The crowd around him grew restless, with more people whispering and shooting uneasy glances. Luffy's words stung. Many of them had been living under Morgan's tyranny for so long that they had forgotten what it felt like to hope for anything better. You don't understand, another man from the crowd called out, stepping forward. We have families. We can't risk their lives going against a marine captain. He'd kill us, and then what? Our children, our wives, what happens to them? Luffy finally stood up from the chair, towering over his meal. His eyes locked onto the man who spoke. You're already risking their lives by doing nothing. How much longer are you going to live in fear, watching your kids grow up under a man who'll bleed this town dry? He asked. How much longer before that idiot blonde son of that captain or his lackeys put their hands on one of your daughters or sisters? Are you still willing to turn a blind eye when that happens? The weight of his words hit the crowd hard. Some looked away, ashamed, while others glared at him with defiance or disbelief. But beneath all the anger, there was an undeniable truth that the Luffy was saying what many of them had refused to admit. They had let Morgan control their lives for far too long, and now they were unsafe and scared in their own hometown. You talk big for a stranger, the old man said, his voice quieter now. But what happens when Morgan gets here? What will you do then, huh? Luffy's grin widened, a spark of excitement in his eyes. I'm gonna beat him, he said simply, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Some people gasped, others laughed bitterly at his boldness. You think you can beat Morgan? Someone scoffed. You're just one guy. Luffy looked out at them, undeterred. I don't care if he's a marine captain or the king of the world. If he's standing in my way, I'll take him down. He casually picked up another bite of food, as if fighting Morgan was just another item on his to-do list for the day. The tension hung in the air as the crowd watched Luffy with a mixture of awe, disbelief, and fear. No one had ever spoken about defying Captain Morgan so openly, and certainly not with such confidence. As Luffy continued eating, completely unfazed by the commotion around him, the townspeople found themselves questioning something they hadn't dared to before: what if he really could beat Morgan? And then, in the distance, the sound of heavy boots echoed through the streets, followed by the clanking of metal armor. Captain Morgan was here. When Captain Morgan arrived at the town center, his heavy boots thudding against the ground, he immediately noticed the large crowd gathered around a young boy sitting casually in the middle of the road. Morgan's sharp eyes narrowed as he took in the scene. Something was clearly off. The atmosphere was tense, but instead of fear, there was a different emotion in people's eyes. Emotion he couldn't grasp at the moment. Beside him, Helmeppo touched his swollen and bruised face from Luffy's punch and pointed angrily at the boy. Father! It's him! Helmeppo screeched, his voice thick with fury and humiliation. He's the one who broke my nose. Upon hearing his son's words, Captain Morgan scowled at the sight of Luffy. Just the townspeople also noticed his arrival, and that alone was enough to silence the whispers of the crowd, and the tension in the air grew heavier. He glared at his son, then shifted his icy gaze toward the boy who dared to defy his authority. Is that so? Morgan's deep, gravelly voice rumbled through the square, causing a shiver to run through the crowd. He began to step forward, his men following close behind, weapons ready, as his eyes locked onto Luffy. You must have a death wish to strike my son. Luffy, still seated, calmly took another bite of food, showing no sign of concern. He swallowed before looking up at Morgan with a casual smile. You must be Axehand Morgan, Luffy said. I've been waiting for you. Morgan's brow twitched in anger at the boy's disrespectful tone, his hand flexing around the massive axe that replaced his arm. You've got guts, I'll give you that, he growled in a low and dangerous voice. But you made the mistake of touching my son. No one crosses the me in this town and lives to tell about it. The crowd held its breath, many of them trembling, unsure whether to flee or stay and witness the inevitable clash. They had seen Morgan's wrath before, and it rarely ended without bloodshed. Luffy, on the other hand, didn't flinch. He stood up slowly, wiping his hands on his shorts, and then looked Morgan in the eyes with unshaken confidence. I'm not scared of you, he said simply. In fact, you are going down today, right here, in front of all these people. The crowd gasped audibly at Luffy's bold declaration. No one had ever spoken to Morgan like that, and to do so in front of the entire town was unthinkable. Morgan's face twisted into a snarl. You are going to bring me down? He let out a harsh, mocking laugh. Boy, I've crushed stronger men than you with one swing of my axe. Do you really think you can defeat me? Luffy scoffed, stretching his arms as if the whole situation was a joke. You really believe in your own hype, don't you? His voice was casual, but it cut deep. If you were truly strong, you'd be deployed somewhere on the Grand Line, not stuck in this little town in East Blue. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Morgan's anger boiled over. He knew that he was no match for people who sailed the Grand Line, whether they were pirates or marines, but here in East Blue, very few people knew about them, let alone anyone on this island. That's why he could boss over these pathetic, ignorant people. But now here was this boy who was not only challenging his authority but also mocking him. No. That was not acceptable. Not acceptable at all. That's enough. Morgan roared, his anger boiling over. Boys! Take aim, he bellowed, pointing his axe hand toward Luffy. I want all of you to empty your guns on that brat. Fire. All of you. The Marines, though hesitant, moved to obey. They raised their rifles and pointed them directly at Luffy. But just as they were about to fire, a small figure darted into the center of the square, blocking their line of sight. I won't let you hurt Big Brother Luffy. Rika cried, standing in front of Luffy with her arms spread wide. Big Brother Luffy was protecting his friend. He didn't do anything wrong. The Marines froze, their fingers hovering over their triggers, unsure of what to do. The thought of firing at a little girl even under orders was something they couldn't stomach. No matter how many immoral acts they had carried out in service of Morgan, this was too much. Morgan, however, was unmoved. His cold eyes narrowed at his men's hesitation. What the hell are you doing? He bellowed, his voice dripping with malice. Were my orders not clear enough? One Marine, trembling, dared to speak up. Sir, there's a civilian child in the way. If we fire, there's a chance we might hit her by accident. And? Morgan sneered, his uncaring eyes locked onto the scene. That little wretch decided to interfere in the affairs of the Marines. It's only logical that she should be executed alongside that criminal. But, sir, did I stutter? Morgan growled, lifting his massive axe in front of his face. His voice was dark and menacing. The next person who questions my orders will die a painful death. The threat of Morgan's wrath sent a shiver through the Marines. Reluctantly, they turned their rifles back toward Luffy and Rika, their hands trembling as they pointed their weapons at the two. In the crowd, Rika's mother gasped in horror, her hand flying to her mouth as tears streamed down her face. Rika, she cried, her voice filled with fear and despair. Rika's small body trembled, her courage wavering as she saw the guns aimed at her. Her heart raced, but before she could panic, she felt a gentle hand ruffle her hair. She looked up to see Luffy smiling down at her, calm and reassuring. You're a brave girl, Rika, Luffy said softly, his voice filled with warmth. Braver than most people in this town. Then, without a hint of fear, Luffy stepped in front of her, placing himself between Rika and the trembling Marines. His face turned serious as he glared at the men pointing their guns at them. I dare you to pull the trigger, Luffy challenged, his voice cold and steady. The air around him seemed to darken as he let his killing intent leak out, targeting the Marines in front of him. It was a terrifying pressure, one that made the soldiers flinch, their hands shaking as they gripped their rifles. Meanwhile, the villagers, watching Luffy stand unwavering in front of little Rika, began to feel their long-suppressed rebellious spirits ignite. For years, they had cowered in fear of Morgan, but now an outsider was risking his life to protect one of their own. How can we let an outsider risk his life to protect one of our own? A man in the crowd shouted, his voice breaking through the tension. He's right, a woman added, her voice rising above the others. We will not stand for this tyranny anymore. Yeah. We don't want Morgan here anymore, another voice cried out. One by one, voices joined in, and soon the entire town was up in arms, their collective spirit rising in defiance against the tyrant who had held them under his boot for so long. Morgan's face contorted in fury, his grip on his axe tightening until his knuckles turned white. Seeing the townspeople rebelling against him pushed him over the edge. His eyes blazed with madness. Kill them! Kill them both, he bellowed, pointing furiously at Luffy and Rika. After you're done with them, fire indiscriminately at these ungrateful scum. Only then will they understand the consequences of crossing me. This was it. This command that broke the camel's back. The fear that had gripped the Marines under Morgan's command vanished as they realized that Captain Morgan was essentially telling them to commit genocide on these innocent people without any cause. To them, that was not what being a Marine was about. They were supposed to be heroes who protected people from pirates, but this was truly evil. The Marines exchanged glances, each nodding in silent agreement. One by one, they lowered their guns and turned toward Morgan. Captain, we will not follow your orders anymore, the oldest Marine among them said, his voice filled with conviction. Morgan's bloodshot eyes widened in disbelief and rage as he saw his own men defying him. You dare disobey me, he shrieked, raising his massive axe hand. I'll make an example out of you. Now die. He swung his axe with all his might, aiming to kill the Marine who had spoken out. But before the blade could connect, Luffy moved. In an instant, using total concentration breathing, Luffy appeared next to the Marine and effortlessly caught Morgan's axe with his hand. However, he didn't stop there. Luffy coated his hand with Haki and, in the next moment, the metal of the axe cracked and then shattered into pieces right before everyone's eyes. What? Morgan exclaimed in shock, seeing his axe shatter into pieces. How did you? Morgan began, but his words were cut off as Luffy's Haki-coated fist drove into his abdomen with brutal force. The impact sent Morgan flying across the square, crashing into a nearby building with a thunderous crash. His bones cracked audibly, and when the dust settled, Morgan lay unconscious in a heap, blood trickling from his mouth and nose. The entire square fell silent, the townspeople and Marines staring in awe and disbelief. Morgan, the man who had tormented them for years, was defeated with one single punch. He did it, one of the villagers whispered, the reality of what had just happened sinking in. He really defeated Morgan, another said in awe. We're free, someone else shouted, and soon the entire town erupted in cheers, the sound of celebration echoing through the streets. We're finally free, the crowd cried, their voices full of joy and relief as they celebrated their long-awaited freedom. Suddenly, a small blur shot toward Luffy, and before he could react, little Rika crashed into his leg, hugging him tightly. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she looked up at him, her voice trembling. Big brother, you won, she exclaimed between sniffles. Luffy looked down at her with a wide grin, ruffling her hair gently. Of course I did, he said in a warm and reassuring voice. Just then a notification popped up on his screen. Congratulations. 2 new achievements unlocked. To be continued. Raphael. System. After Morgan's crushing defeat at the hands of Luffy, the Marines wasted no time. They quickly moved to arrest their fallen captain, along with Helmeppo and his lackeys. There was no hesitation this time. Morgan's reign of terror had come to an end, and the once feared Marine captain was now a prisoner, bound in chains alongside his son. Helmeppo, still nursing his injuries from earlier, whined and pleaded, but his cries fell on deaf ears. The people of Shell's Town, and even the Marines who had served under Morgan's tyranny, felt no sympathy for the disgraced captain and his son. As the Marines led Morgan, Helmeppo, and the lackeys away, the mood in the town shifted dramatically. The dark cloud that had loomed over Shell's Town for years had finally lifted. People began to gather in the streets, their faces lighting up with joy and relief. A sense of freedom washed over them, and soon, plans for a spontaneous town-wide celebration were in full swing. Luffy, standing near the square where he had faced Morgan, watched the Marines drag the tyrant away, a satisfied grin on his face. Around him, the townspeople were busy setting up tables, decorating the streets, and preparing food. The once quiet and fearful town had come alive with laughter, cheers, and music. Villagers approached Luffy, offering their thanks and praise. You saved us from him. We're in your debt, one man exclaimed, shaking Luffy's hand vigorously. You're a hero, a woman said, her eyes shining with gratitude. We were too afraid to stand up to him, but you showed us we didn't have to be. Luffy, as always, played it off with a grin. Nah, I'm not a hero. I'm just a guy doing whatever I want, he said casually, though the people of the town still looked at him with revered gazes. It was clear that his actions had inspired the entire town to stand up for their own freedom. As the celebration kicked into full gear, food and drinks flowed freely. Rika's mother, who had nearly lost her daughter to Morgan's cruelty, worked alongside the other villagers to prepare a grand feast. She made sure that Luffy, the one who had saved Rika, was well taken care of. Rika, meanwhile, stuck close to Luffy, her eyes gleaming with admiration as she proudly told anyone who would listen about how he had defeated Morgan. A short while later, Yuta joined in the celebrations, having completed whatever task Luffy had entrusted to her. She walked up to him with a smirk, nudging his shoulder. Looks like you managed to wrap things up without any problems. Yeah, it wasn't too bad, Luffy replied with a grin, taking a huge bite out of the food in front of him. How about you? How did things go on your end? With you attracting all the attention, my mission was smooth as butter, Yuta said while stealing a piece of meat from Luffy's plate. I gotta say though, Yuta glanced around at the celebrating townspeople, the music, and the smiling faces, you've certainly changed the mood around this place. They just needed a push, Luffy shrugged. People can be strong when their desire for freedom outweighs their fear. Well said, boy, a new, feminine voice interrupted their conversation. Luffy and Yuta turned to see a tall, slim woman with fair skin and short purple hair standing behind them. She wore black-framed sunglasses with red lenses and clothes that left little to the imagination. What the hell is Bello Betty doing here? Luffy thought as he stared at the woman in front of him. No, now is not the time to get surprised. I need to get away from here. Away from the public's eyes. We can't be seen associating with her. We're not ready for that kind of attention yet. Miss, let's talk somewhere else, Luffy said abruptly, grabbing Yuta's arm and leading her away without waiting for a response. Bello Betty followed them, an amused smirk playing on her lips. Luffy, do you know her? Yuta asked, glancing back at the woman trailing behind them. Not personally, Luffy replied, continuing to walk until they were on a hill outside the town. Well, I think we are quite far away from the town, so are you ready to talk now? Betty asked, folding her arms under her chest. Of course, we can talk, bellowed Betty, commander of the East Army from the Revolutionary Army, Luffy said with a grin on his face. Betty froze for a moment, clearly taken aback by Luffy's knowledge of her. But she quickly regained her composure, scrutinizing him from behind her sunglasses. Lighting a cigarette, she asked, "You know quite a lot about me, don't you? Even my bounty poster doesn't mention anything about me being a commander. Care to share how you know that?" "Sorry, I can't tell you my sources," Luffy said, casually shrugging his shoulder. "But I'm not a threat to you or your cause. If you don't believe me, ask Big Bear. He can vouch for me." "Oh, you know the big guy?" Betty raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Yeah, long story," Luffy replied, rubbing the back of his head. "So, what brings a Revolutionary Army commander to such a small island in the East Blue?" "Before we get to that, let me congratulate you on freeing this town from that tyrant Morgan," Betty said, patting Luffy on the shoulder. "Honestly, I was here for that very same reason, but you achieved that result far more quickly and even reignited the fighting spirit of this town's people. Thanks for your praise, but just like I told the people of this town, I defeated Morgan because he and his son messed with me and my friend, nothing more, nothing less," Luffy said, once again dismissing the praise as he really didn't want to be paraded as a hero. "Hero or not, what you did was impressive," Betty said, taking a drag from her cigarette. "You've got a natural talent for leadership. That's why I'm here to offer you both a place in the Revolutionary Army." Upon hearing Betty's offer, Luffy and Yuta exchanged a glance, but they already knew their answer. "I appreciate the offer, but I have to decline," Luffy replied. "As I said, what happened here was just an accident and not a deliberate plan to save this town. Besides, right now, I just want to travel the seas and explore the mysteries of the world." "Same here," Yuta added. "I love my freedom too much to work under anyone." Betty sighed in disappointment. "Well, that's a shame. You two would have made excellent additions to our ranks." She reached into her pocket and handed Luffy a small piece of paper. "Here's my Den Den Mushi number. If you ever change your mind or find yourself in a similar situation, give me a call." "Sure, I'll keep it in mind," Luffy said, accepting the paper. "Well then, it was great meeting you too, but I have to leave now. I've got other places to be," Betty said with a wave, walking away and disappearing into the distance. Once she was gone, Yuta let out a sigh. "Luffy, it hasn't even been a month since we started our journey, and we're already running into big shots from the Grand Line." Luffy chuckled, draping an arm over her shoulder. "Get used to it. I've got a feeling this is going to be a regular thing." With that, the two of them headed back to town, bickering playfully as they rejoined the celebration which lasted well into the night. The next afternoon, as the sun hung high in the sky, Luffy and Yuta stood on their boat, making the final preparations to set sail once more. Earlier that morning, while they enjoyed breakfast at Rika's mother's tavern, a group of Marines led by Ripper, the temporary base commander, had approached them with a request. Though they were grateful for Luffy and Yuta's help in freeing the town from Morgan's tyranny, they had politely asked them to leave the town as soon as possible. "You understand, don't you?" Ripper said, standing awkwardly in front of their table. "Word will spread that Morgan's been defeated, and it won't be long before other Marine officers arrive to investigate. We don't want any trouble, especially with higher-ups. They may not look kindly on what's happened here, even if it was justified." Luffy, unfazed as always, had simply grinned while shoveling more food into his mouth. "Yeah, I get it. Don't worry, we were planning to leave soon anyway." Ripper, visibly relieved, had bowed slightly. "Thank you. The townspeople will always remember what you've done. And, as a gesture of our gratitude, we'll keep your names out of the official report." By the afternoon, they were back on their boat, ready to head out on their next adventure. Some townspeople had gathered to load crates of fruits and supplies as a parting gift, prepared by Rika's mother, and others as a show of their gratitude. One of the townsmen loading the crates looked at Luffy, who was humming to himself and clearly excited about the journey ahead. "You're taking this pretty well," the man remarked, raising an eyebrow. "Most people wouldn't be so chill after being asked to leave a town they just saved." Luffy shrugged, still grinning. "It's not like we were planning to stay forever. Besides, there's so much more to see out there." Yuta, who was adjusting the sails, chuckled, shaking her head. "Don't think about it too much. There are very few things that bother this guy." Just then, a familiar small voice called out from the docks. "Big brother Luffy. Big sister Yuta." They both turned to see Rika running toward them, her little arms waving excitedly. Behind her, more townspeople were gathering to say their goodbyes. "Wait!" Rika called, finally reaching the edge of the dock, out of breath but smiling brightly. I just wanted to say thank you, again. And I made something for you. She held out a small charm, handmade from seashells, tied together with a simple string. For good luck on your journey. Luffy knelt down and took the charm with his usual wide grin. Thanks, Rika. I'll keep this safe, he said, immediately tying it around his neck. Yuta smiled and ruffled the girl's hair. Take care of your mom, okay? I will. Rika nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with emotion. I promise. And when I get older, I'll be strong like you. Luffy and Yuta shared a fond look before stepping back onto their boat. All right, let's go. Luffy shouted, pushing the boat off the dock. As the boat drifted away from the shore, the townspeople waved and cheered, their voices carrying across the water. Rika stood at the very edge of the dock, waving with both hands, watching as her heroes sailed off into the horizon. As Shell's town disappeared from view, Luffy and Yuta shared a glance. It was a fun little adventure, huh? Luffy said, smiling at her. Yeah, Yuta grinned back. Unexpected, but definitely fun. Luffy leaned back, stretching his arms. So, Yuta, how about showing me the spoils from your mission? Yuta's grin widened into something more mischievous. Oh, I thought you'd never ask, she said with a teasing tone. Come on, follow me. She led Luffy into the cabin of their boat, where she had stashed everything she'd acquired. Inside, Luffy's eyes widened as he saw the haul, a pile of treasure, 3 den mushies, 2 sets of marine uniforms, and a giant map of East Blue. Well done, Yuta, Luffy said, sounding genuinely impressed. You got quite the haul from Shell's town's marine base. Thanks, Yuta replied with a proud grin. I had to make a few trips between the base and the boat, but it was definitely worth it. You're right, Luffy agreed, placing the treasure into his inventory, except for the map of East Blue, which he kept out for immediate use. Raphael, analyze the den mushi and integrate one of them with my smartphone, Luffy instructed mentally. Notice, understood. The process of analyzing and integrating den mushi with your smartphone has begun. Estimated time for completion, 1 week. Nodding to himself, Luffy spread the large map of East Blue on the table, looking at the various islands marked on it. So, Yuta, what do you think? He asked, glancing at her. Where should we go next? Yuta leaned over, staring intently at the map for a moment. Her finger traced over a few locations before settling on a specific island. I think we should go here, she said, tapping a spot. It's the closest to where we are now. Are you sure? Luffy asked, peering at the map. Yep, Yuta nodded with confidence. All right then, Luffy grinned, rolling up the map. Let's set sail for Orange Town. To be continued. Raphael. System. It had been a week since Luffy and Yuta had departed from Shell's town, leisurely sailing toward Orange Town. During this time, Raphael had already finished analyzing and integrating one of the 3 den mushi that Yuta had stolen from the Shell's town marine base into Luffy's smartphone. Now, thanks to Raphael's efforts, Luffy could use his phone to contact other den mushi, allowing him to mimic the call function from their previous world. Now with a week's worth of food stored neatly in his inventory and no immediate threat or exciting event in sight, Luffy found himself lazing about on the boat. His arms were folded behind his head, eyes half-lidded as he stared at the clear blue sky. Boredom was slowly creeping in, causing him to stretch out and yawn every so often. Suddenly, a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning, causing him to sit up abruptly, eyes wide with realization. I'm an idiot, he shouted, startling Yuta, who glanced over with a confused expression. How could I forget? Luffy cursed himself mentally. I completely forgot about the 2 achievements I got for beating Morgan. Shaking off his embarrassment, he quickly pulled up his system interface to check the rewards he'd received for defeating Captain Axehand Morgan. Axehand Slayer, the achievement is granted to an individual who has defeated the tyrant marine captain Axehand Morgan. Reward, 1,000 points. The Liberator 1, the achievement is granted to the individual who has liberated or helped to liberate a small town. Reward, 1,000 points. A grin spread across Luffy's face. 2,000 points. That means 2 rolls. He rubbed his hands together, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Opening up the points menu, he saw his current balance, 3,010 points. Even better. I've got enough for 3 rolls thanks to those extra 700 points from the journey begins. Achievement. Without wasting another second, Luffy eagerly initiated the first roll. Congratulations. Electra's twin sigh received. Luffy sighed as the weapon materialized in his inventory. It wasn't useless, but it wasn't exactly what he needed either. Well, at least it's not a total dud, he thought, trying to stay positive. I can always keep it for a collection or maybe find some use for it later. He quickly brushed aside his mild disappointment and went for the second roll. Congratulations. Chloranthy Ring X1 received. As soon as Luffy read the name of the second reward, his eyes widened in surprise. Is this what I think it is? He thought, quickly examining the ring. Chloranthy Ring. The Chloranthy Ring is an artifact from the Dark Soul series. According to lore, this ancient ring is named for its decorative green blossom, but its luster has long faded. Effect: increases stamina recovery and resiliency recovery speed by 30%. Yes! Luffy practically shouted, pumping his fist into the air. His sudden outburst drew Yuta's attention. Luffy? Yuta raised an eyebrow at his excitement. Don't worry, I'll tell you later, he called back, too engrossed in his new prize to explain just yet. Reaching into his inventory, Luffy carefully pulled out the Chloranthy Ring. The old artifact looked simple yet captivating, a circular band adorned with green gemstones that formed a delicate floral pattern. At the center sat a faded, lusterless pearl, its once vibrant shine long gone. Despite its age, the ring radiated a subtle energy. After admiring the ring for a moment longer, Luffy slipped it onto his finger, immediately feeling its effects. This is huge. Luffy thought, grinning wide. My diamond head abilities eat away my stamina while using them, so having equipment that increases my stamina recovery is a huge find, he thought. And having a resiliency recovery on top of that is a huge plus in itself, since full body transformation will eat away my resiliency instead of stamina. Then, curbing his excitement a little, he moved on to the next and final roll of the day. However, knowing his system, he didn't hold out much hope for any good reward. And if he was being honest, he was already satisfied with the ring, so without holding any greed in his mind, he just did the roll. However, the moment the name of the reward flashed across the screen, his eyes widened, and he shot up from where he sat. This. Luffy's grin stretched wider than even before. Yuta! Get over here, quick! Hearing the urgency in his voice, Yuta rushed over with a serious expression, scanning their surroundings for threats. Luffy, what is it? Did you spot an enemy? Nah, nothing like that, Luffy said, waving off her concern. Sorry for yelling, I shouldn't have freaked you out. He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Anyway, do you remember when I told you I'd give you something good once my devil fruit gave me something suitable for you? Yeah, but you already gave me this outfit, didn't you? Yuta raised an eyebrow, gesturing to the clothes she was wearing, a sleek, practical outfit gifted to her not long ago. Luffy grinned wider. Who said that offer was one time only? I got something else I think you'll like. He reached into his inventory and pulled out a sleek, black devil fruit, its surface covered in intricate, mechanical golden lines. He offered it to her with a knowing smile. A devil fruit? Yuta blinked in surprise. Her voice was hesitant, uncertainty clear on her face. I don't know about this one, Luffy. Eating one is a huge commitment, Luffy. You know that. No, this devil fruit is not like the ones you find in the world, Luffy reassured her. This one here is created by my devil fruit, which does not take away your ability to swim, nor does it stop you from eating multiple of them. Multiple devil fruits. Yuta repeated those words and widened her eyes as she realized something. Your ability to get these random things as well as those crystal thingy is due to this? Yep. Luffy nodded with a grin. Then his grin faded, replaced with a more serious expression. Yuta, you know I'd never do anything to harm you, right? Of course, Luffy, Yuta replied without hesitation, her trust in him absolute. She looked at the fruit in his hands, contemplating it for a moment before finally taking it. But I swear, if I turn into some stupid animal, you're going to be the first thing I eat. Luffy laughed, but Yuta remained serious as she took a bite of the fruit. Surprisingly, it didn't taste as terrible as the legend said, but before she could think too much about it, a strange tingling sensation coursed through her left arm. Her arm began to glow faintly, the light outlining intricate patterns. When the glow faded, Yuta's left arm was covered in golden mechanical lines that looked almost like circuits integrated into her skin. Her palm had two concentric circles, resembling a high-tech mechanism. Yuta stared at her hand with wide eyes and then turned towards Luffy, asking, Luffy, what is dash? Her words were cut off when suddenly the knowledge about her new powers and the memories of the person to whom these powers originally belonged filled her head. Once the process was done, Yuta was panting with her hands on her knees. DMN, this is one hell of a ruthless guy, Yuta muttered to herself. After a moment to process it all, Yuta's shock turned to exhilaration. She threw her arms around Luffy, pulling him into a tight hug. Luffy, thank you so much. She kissed him on the cheek, tightening the hug even more. Luffy laughed with her, returning the hug. He understood her reaction perfectly. After all, the devil fruit he had given her wasn't just any fruit. The reward he'd received from his third roll was a custom devil fruit, Kiara no Mi, model, chamber, based on the abilities of the expert French marksman from Valorant, Chamber. If he were being honest, Luffy had been tempted to eat the fruit himself. But in the end, he realized that he couldn't do everything on his own. Building a strong crew would only strengthen him in the long run, and a markswoman like Yuta was the perfect fit for this power. Luffy, Yuta declared with renewed determination, her eyes gleaming. We're stopping at the next island we see. Orange Town can wait. I need to test out these new powers as soon as possible. Luffy couldn't help but chuckle at her enthusiasm. Your wish is my command, my lady, he said with an exaggerated bow, causing both of them to burst out laughing. The next day, somewhere around noon, Luffy and Yuta finally managed to spot a small uninhabited island and immediately steered their boat toward it. Once they had anchored the boat securely, they jumped ashore, eager to test Yuta's new powers. All right, Yuta, here's the plan, Luffy said, clapping his hands. Show me everything you've got with those new powers, and then we can talk about how best to use them, and if there's anything that needs tweaking. Got it, Yuta replied, stretching out her limbs to loosen up. Raphael, give me a detailed analysis of her abilities as she uses them, Luffy instructed internally. Notice, understood master. Okay, so I've got 4 abilities from that devil fruit, Yuta explained. One is a touch-based status effect, one is short-range teleportation, and the other 2 are for weapon materialization. Luffy nodded, listening carefully. Sounds good. Let's start with the status effect and teleportation before we dive into the weapons. Sure, Yuta said and held up her left hand, palm open towards Luffy's face. This is the first one, she explained, as the 2 concentric circles on her palm began glowing with a faint purple hue. Without warning, she reached forward and tapped Luffy. The moment her hand touched him, Luffy's body felt like it was submerged in thick syrup. His movements were drastically slowed down, but only for a couple of seconds. He blinked as he regained control, feeling a strange aftereffect. That was weird, Luffy admitted, shaking off the sluggish sensation. Right? It's called trademark touch. I can slow anything I touch for a couple of seconds, Yuta explained with a grin, as a detailed explanation of the ability appeared in Luffy's mind. Trademark touch is a modified version of trademark slow trap. This ability allows the user to slow down any individual with the touch of their palm for 2 seconds. It has a cooldown time of 30 seconds after each use. They experimented with it a bit more, Yuta tagging Luffy at different moments as they brainstormed how it could be used effectively in combat. The short duration seemed limiting, but in the heat of battle, a well-timed slow could be devastating. With that out of the way, they moved on to the next ability. Okay, so this next one is really cool, watch this, Yuta said as the fingers of her left hand started glowing. The next moment, a teal-colored card appeared in her hand. Then with a quick flick of her wrist, she sent the card sailing through the air, embedding it into the wooden wall of their boat's cabin. Then she repeated the process from before, summoning another teal-colored card and this time embedding it in a nearby tree. She looked at Luffy and smiled. Now, watch this, she said before snapping her fingers. Yellow mechanical lines enveloped her, and in the blink of an eye, she disappeared from her spot and reappeared on the boat. A moment later, she snapped her fingers again and returned to Luffy's side. Teleportation, huh? Not bad at all, Luffy said, sounding impressed as another panel of information appeared in his head. Rendezvous is an ability that allows the user to teleport between 2 designated points within a 500-meter radius by expanding stamina. Only 2 teleportation points can be active at a time. To set new points, the existing 2 must be recalled or destroyed. After each teleportation, there is a 1-minute cooldown before making another jump. If a teleportation point is destroyed, a 1-hour cooldown is required before setting new points. Hey, Yuta, I have a question, Luffy said, rubbing his chin. Can your ability teleport other people too, or is it just you? Huh? Good question, Yuta said, grabbing Luffy's hand. Let's find out, she said and snapped her fingers. To their delight, she managed to teleport Luffy along with her, and now both of them were standing on the boat. Great, you can actually teleport people with you, Luffy grinned, then turned towards Yuta and frowned. Yuta, are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay, just give me a minute, Yuta said as she drank an entire mug of water. Apparently, teleporting others with me requires twice the amount of stamina I need to transport myself, Yuta said, glancing at Luffy. I guess I need to start learning total concentration breathing again. Yeah, that would be good for you since it increases your natural stamina and helps to reduce stamina consumption, Luffy said, nodding at her suggestion. Once she was rested, they returned to the beach, ready to test Yuta's third ability. Okay, so as I said before, the last 2 abilities are weapons that I can materialize, she said as the 2 concentric circles on her palms glowed golden instead of purple. In the next moment, a sleek pistol with glowing golden intricate patterns and a white handle appeared in Yuta's hand. Headhunter. The Headhunter ability equips the user with a highly accurate pistol with 8 shots. The Headhunter uses energy-based ammunition with substantial piercing power. After firing 8 shots, the pistol takes 30 seconds to recharge. This baby is Headhunter, Yuta said, showing off the pistol with childlike excitement. Yeah, it does look cool, Luffy said and then set up targets for Yuta to test her pistol on. Here, give it a try. Yuta nodded as she took aim and fired Headhunter. True to her skill, she destroyed 8 targets with ease without breaking a sweat. As she fired, Luffy observed how the glow on the gun faded with each shot until it completely disappeared on the 8th shot. After 30 seconds, the glow returned, indicating that the gun was reloaded. Luffy shared his observation with Yuta, who nodded along. The pistol is good but kind of too loud, don't you think? Luffy asked. I mean, if at any point we're relying on my abilities, any hope for stealth is long gone, Yuta dryly remarked. True, Luffy nodded as they moved on to Yuta's 4th and last ability. This time, the mechanical tattoos on Yuta's entire left arm glowed, and she swiped 2 fingers over her arm, materializing a futuristic-looking sniper rifle with a sleek, angular design. It had a similar design and color scheme to Headhunter, with the only difference being the purple and black accents all over its body. 3 holographic sights floated above it in a single line, giving it increased accuracy compared to traditional snipers. Tour de Force. The Tour de Force ability equips the user with a highly accurate sniper rifle with 8 shots. The Tour de Force utilizes energy-based ammunition with extremely high piercing power. After firing 8 shots, the rifle takes 1 minute to recharge. This, Yuta declared dramatically, is Tour de Force, and it's officially the love of my life. Good for you, Luffy laughed while shaking his head. So, want to give it a try? He asked, and Yuta rapidly nodded her head. Well, in that case, go and find a good vantage point while I set up targets for you. Yuta didn't need to be asked twice. She raced off into the woods, eager to find a perfect vantage point while Luffy prepared targets for her. This time, however, he coated some of the targets with green crystals from his own ability, wondering how Yuta's new ability would fare against his crystals. Once he finished setting up the targets, he walked back and stood at a safe distance before firing a spare gun into the air, signaling to Yuta that the targets were ready. Moments later, the booming sound of her sniper rifle echoed across the forest, and Luffy could see the energy from her shots rip through each target. Once Yuta stopped firing, Luffy examined the targets, especially the ones he had coated with his crystals, and found that Yuta's new gun had pierced through his crystal coating from one end to another. DMN, that thing's a monster, Luffy muttered, admiring the damage. No wonder the devs kept nerfing this guy, patch after patch. Yuta returned from her sniper's perch, a satisfied smile on her face. They spent the next hour or so experimenting with her abilities, playing out different combat scenarios, and testing combinations between her powers and Luffy's own. The sun was beginning to set when their training was abruptly interrupted. Both Luffy and Yuta froze, their observation Haki picking up the presence of 2 humans unconscious and drifting toward the island on the sea. Yuta and Luffy shared a glance and quickly ran towards the shore, seeing the silhouettes of 2 people in the sea. Without wasting any time, both Yuta and Luffy dove into the water, pulling the floating figures to safety. Then, when Luffy pulled his wet hair back and cleaned the water out of his eyes, he glanced toward the 2 people they had just rescued and his eyes widened as he recognized who they were. Interesting. Luffy muttered to himself as he took in the familiar faces. The green-haired man was unmistakably Roronoa Zoro, and lying beside him, unconscious but breathing, was another figure Luffy knew shouldn't be alive but miraculously was, just like Rouge. This was none other than Shimotsuki Kuina, Zoro's childhood friend who was supposed to have died years ago. Luffy stood over them, wiping his face dry, thoughts racing. Coincidence, or fate, he mused, though a grin soon crept across his face. Whatever the reason, things were about to get a whole lot more interesting. To be continued. Raphael. System. Ugh. Zoro groaned as he stirred, the rough grains of sand pressing against his skin. Slowly, he opened his eyes and for a moment, his mind was sluggish, trying to piece together the events that led to this point. And then, like a sharp blade cutting through the fog of his thoughts, the memory of what had happened hit him. He shot upright, his body tense as his gaze swept across the shoreline. Panic surged through his chest as he scanned the area. Kuina, he shouted internally, his eyes darting everywhere for any sign of his childhood friend. When he finally turned around, relief washed over him. There she was, sitting by a small campfire, shivering slightly despite being wrapped in a thick blanket. Her dark blue hair, damp from the sea, clung to her face. She looked cold, but safe. However, what drew Zoro's attention next were the two unfamiliar figures sitting nearby. The first was a boy, younger than Zoro, sporting a wide grin and wearing a straw hat on his head. The second was a girl with eye-catching white and red hair, adorned with strange tattoos that snaked up the left side of her body. "Kuina, what is going on here?" Zoro barked, his voice cutting through the sound of crackling flames as he stomped over to her. His eyes flicked suspiciously toward the strangers. "And who are these people?" The boy with the straw hat stood up, beaming. "I'm Luffy," he said with a carefree grin. "And this is my friend Yuta." He gestured toward the red and white-haired girl, who gave a small nod in acknowledgement. Zoro narrowed his eyes, but before he could respond, Kuina shot him a sharp glare. "Stop being rude, idiot. They're the ones who saved us from drowning." Her tone was harsh and her eyes flashed with annoyance. "In case you forgot, we're in this mess because of your terrible sense of direction." "Hey! It's not my fault we got caught in that whirlpool," Zoro retorted, his voice rising in defense. "And for the record, I'm not bad with directions." "Oh, right. So it was my fault?" Kuina snapped, her voice laced with sarcasm. She stood up from her spot by the fire, fists clenched at her sides. "I was rowing the boat. You were supposed to be on the lookout for trouble, but instead, you were probably napping like always." "I was not," Zoro growled, glaring back at her. "And I said it wasn't my fault." Meanwhile, on the side, Luffy and Yuta were watching their banter with amused expressions on their faces. Especially Luffy, for whom Kuina was quite a wild card since he had no idea how her personality would be outside of her childhood. Putting his amusement aside, Luffy observed the two bickering people. Zoro, to his eyes, looked exactly like he looked in the pre-time skip manga and anime, a lean man with little muscle and green hair. Kuina, on the other hand, was totally different from what he had imagined she would look like. Kuina, in front of him, had short dark blue hair, barely reaching past her ear. She was taller than Zoro and had a muscular build evident by her muscular arms visible due to her attire, which consisted of a sleeveless, turtleneck, and pants. If Luffy was being honest with himself, this version of Kuina reminded him of a certain female character from the anime he had watched in his previous life. Their heated argument was starting to escalate when a dry voice cut through the tension. "Are you two done?" Yuta asked, her eyebrow raised in annoyance. She crossed her arms, clearly not entertained by their bickering. Both Zoro and Kuina fell silent, exchanging a glance before grudgingly sitting back down by the fire. Luffy, who had been watching with a grin, slid a crate of fruits toward them. "Here, eat something," he offered casually. "Might help calm your heads down." Kuina was about to politely decline. "No, thank you. We already," but her words trailed off as she saw Zoro already reaching for an apple. "Zoro," she hissed, her eyes narrowing at him. "What?" Zoro replied innocently, biting into the apple. He offered. He shrugged, entirely unbothered by her glare. Kuina could only sigh in exasperation, reluctantly grabbing a fruit for herself. "Thank you," she said, her voice softer this time as she glanced at Luffy and Yuta. "For this. And for saving us from the sea. We owe you," she said while Yuta and Luffy nodded acknowledgement. Then after a long stretch of silence, Luffy leaned forward, breaking the quiet with a curious question. "So, what's your story?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with interest. "How'd you two end up here?" That came out of nowhere. Kuina raised her brow. "Why do you want to know?" she asked skeptically. "Not exactly something we share with strangers." "I am just saying," Luffy shrugged. "I mean since you don't have a way to get out of this island on your own, you are stuck here until Yuta and I decide to leave this place. So since we are stuck with one another anyway, might as well get to know each other. Right?" "Wow, your excuses are almost as bad as this idiot's sense of direction," Kuina scoffed, jerking her thumb toward Zoro, who glared at her in response. She turned back to Luffy. "Fine, but if you want our story, you should start with yours." Luffy shrugged and began to tell his life story, carefully omitting key details about important figures like Garp and Shanks. Yuta occasionally chimed in, adding tidbits from her own perspective as she grew up with him and didn't feel any need to narrate her own story separately. He continued talking for half an hour, eventually recounting his defeat of Morgan and how it led him to this island for training. "That was our story. Now it's your turn," Luffy said. "I'm going to become the greatest swordsman in the world," Zoro said as he was already halfway through his 10th apple. He then continued wiping his mouth. "After that, I have to go to Wano and reclaim my family's honor." "Wano?" Yuta repeated, her interest piqued as she remembered hearing that name from Shanks before. "You are related to that place?" "Yeah, apparently my family used to be a big shot from some place called Wano." Zoro leaned back, a hint of indifference in his voice. "Apparently 20 years ago, something happened that forced my grandfather to flee Wano. A few years ago, on his deathbed, he had made me promise that once I achieved my dream, I would go to Wano to reclaim my family's honor or something. Interesting. Luffy thought as he heard Zoro's words. In the manga, Zoro had a minor connection to Wano, but the main story never explored it. It seems it's going to be different here. Cool, Luffy said before turning his gaze toward Kuina. What about you? You want to be the greatest swordswoman too? Kuina's expression darkened. No, she replied, her voice heavy with bitterness. According to my old man, women can't be the strongest with a sword. Her fists clenched tightly. So I'm going to PSS on that belief of his and prove him wrong. Instead of just mastering one single weapon, I'll become a master of every weapon I can find. The greatest weapon master on the seas. Yuta blinked in surprise. That's quite a goal, she said, impressed. How many weapons have you mastered so far? Kuina smirked. The polearm is my best weapon. After I swore never to touch a sword again, I picked it up. I've got decent aim with a bow, and I know my way around guns and daggers. That's all for now I guess since I haven't come across anything unique so far. Then a few more minutes of idle chatter, Luffy decided to ask something he wanted to ask for a while. So, what are you two going to do next? He asked, his gaze shifting between Kuina and Zoro. I mean, we're heading to Orange Town tomorrow. We can drop you there, but what's your plan after that? Both Kuina and Zoro exchanged uncertain glances, realizing that neither of them had money or a means of transportation once they separated from the two people in front of them. Kuina let out a long sigh and frowned slightly, locking eyes with Luffy. What exactly are you trying to say? She asked, her voice edged with suspicion. Get to the point already. Since both of you don't have much going on right now, why don't you join Yuta and me on our ship? Luffy grinned, leaning back as if what he had just said was the most natural thing in the world. The moment the words left his mouth, Zoro immediately shook his head. Nah, we're good, he replied bluntly. We don't want to become pirates. Geez, we haven't even hoisted a flag yet, and people are already calling us pirates. Yuta, sitting a little to the side, raised an eyebrow and spoke in a dry, sarcastic tone. Oh, please. Anyone who doesn't align themselves with the world government or Marines' beliefs will be labeled a criminal sooner or later. And you two won't be any different, Luffy chuckled, though there was a knowing glint in his eyes. The moment you start making a name for yourselves, you'll be forced to choose, either join them or be hunted down until you're in Impel Down or at the bottom of the sea. Kuina crossed her arms, her brows furrowed in skepticism. You seem to know a lot about these things for someone your age, she remarked, not fully believing Luffy's words. Luffy just shrugged, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his lips. Yeah, I do, he said simply, without offering any further explanation. But don't worry, the way you are now, they won't even bother looking your way. You're not worth their attention or effort yet. Suddenly, both Zoro and Kuina's expressions darkened. Their eyes narrowed dangerously as they glared at Luffy. Are you trying to call us weak? Kuina's voice had an unmistakable edge of anger to it as her pride stung at the insult. Luffy met their glares head-on, completely unfazed. I'm not trying to say anything, he replied matter-of-factly. I'm saying you're weak right now. The way you are now, you'd have a hard time surviving on the first half of the Grand Line. That's why I'm inviting you two to join my crew, Luffy offered, making his intentions clear without sugarcoating his words. I see potential in both of you, and I've got resources that can help you grow. With your skills and a little help from me, you could reach heights that would take most people years to achieve. Kuina and Zoro sat in silence for a moment, processing Luffy's words. They exchanged another glance, both weighing the offer, but before either of them could respond, Kuina broke the silence. What kind of resources are you talking about? She asked cautiously. Luffy grinned. Instead of telling you, why don't I show you? His eyes gleamed with mischief as he stood up, brushing the sand from his pants. Let's make a bet. Tomorrow, I'll take both of you on in a 2-on-1 fight. If you win, I'll give you enough money to buy a boat and set you on your way. But if I win... His grin widened. You both join my crew. Zoro's eyebrow twitched at the suggestion, but before he could refuse, Kuina spoke up. I'd take that bet, she said, but I don't have my weapon. It got lost somewhere in the sea. Oh, I can help you with that, Luffy said, reaching behind him and, with a swift motion, producing a pair of shining weapons. Two beautifully crafted sai glinted in the firelight as he tossed them toward Kuina. Here, you can use these. Zoro's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the weapons appear seemingly out of thin air. How the hell did you do that? He exclaimed. Luffy waved him off casually. Don't worry about it. It's just one of my abilities, he said with a dismissive shrug. Then he turned back to Kuina, who was already inspecting the sai with clear interest. They're called sai, Luffy explained. Get familiar with them and use them against me tomorrow. Are you sure you want to give these to me? She asked, her voice laced with genuine surprise, though her eyes never left the sai in her hand. They look brand new, like they've just been forged. Yeah, I don't mind, Luffy shrugged again with a smile. Neither Yuta nor I have any use for them. And even if I lose tomorrow, you can keep them. Consider it a gift for going along with my little challenge. Kuina glanced up at him, and for a moment her expression softened. Thank you, she said in a sincere voice. I'll take good care of them. Luffy nodded, then turned to Zoro. What about you? Lose anything important to the sea? Yeah, one of my swords, Zoro said, rubbing the back of his head. Honestly, Zoro was just glad that the sword he lost in the sea was just an ordinary sword he had picked up from some pirate they had killed for bounty and not Wado Ikamanji, his main sword that had been entrusted to him by his master to carry on his legacy. But it's not a problem. I can still use two swords equally proficiently. Luffy shook his head. No, that won't do, he said, and once again produced a weapon from thin air. This time it was a katana that he had received after his encounter with Madwoman Imu. Here, use this. Although this isn't as unique as the sai that I gave to Kuina, I think it will do the trick, he said, handing the sword to Zoro. Zoro took the sword from Luffy's hand, inspected it, and came to the conclusion that the sword in his hand right now was leagues better than the one he had lost. Then he looked at Luffy and couldn't help but ask, what kind of pirate are you? Huh? What do you mean? Luffy asked, sounding genuinely confused. Don't play dumb. Zoro snapped at him. This sword's worth at least 15,000 berries, and you're just handing it out like it's nothing. Wow, I didn't know it was that expensive, Luffy muttered to himself, which only enraged Zoro even more. How was I supposed to know that this sword would be worth so much? The description said it was just a regular katana without any special effects. Notice, Master, the prizes that the system bestows upon you are always of the best possible quality for any said item. However, for the system that could possibly conjure any time from the Omniverse, a good quality regular sword is comparable to a toothpick. Makes sense, Luffy nodded to himself before addressing Zoro. Listen, I don't know why you're getting angry, neither do I care. Just tell me if you want this sword or not. Zoro growled, but then sighed, knowing it wasn't worth getting worked up over. Fine, I'll take it, he muttered. Better me than you giving it to some idiot who doesn't know its value. Luffy grinned. Great. Now get some rest. Tomorrow's going to be a big day. For you too, at least. He gave them a cheeky smile before heading back toward the boat, Yuta trailing behind him. Good luck, Yuta called over her shoulder. You're going to need it. As Luffy and Yuta disappeared into the darkness, Zoro turned to Kuina. What do you think? Kuina looked down at the sai in her hands, a small smile tugging at her lips. They seem like good people, she said thoughtfully. As for the bet, I'm not sure. I haven't seen Luffy fight yet. Well, he does look fairly strong for someone of his age, but I couldn't see where his confidence is coming from, Zoro said, folding his arms across his chest. Neither do I. But don't underestimate him, there has to be some source behind his confidence, and we don't want to get off guard, Kuina warned Zoro. Now let's sleep. I have to get up early tomorrow and practice these sweet new weapons, she said, starting to head towards Luffy's boat as Zoro followed behind her. To be continued. Raphael. System. The following contest is scheduled for one fall and is a handicap match. Yuta's voice rang out dramatically, her hands cupped around her mouth as she acted as the impromptu announcer. She pointed toward Luffy, who stood confidently in the sand. On the left, we have the champion. Hailing from Fusha Village. Monkey D. Luffy, she called, as Luffy raised his hand, grinning and taunting the non-existent audience. Yuta turned to the other side, sweeping her arm toward Zoro and Kuina, who stood ready with serious expressions on their faces. And on the right, we have the challengers. From Shimatsuki Village. Rorinoa Zoro and Shimatsuki Kuina. Zoro and Kuina exchanged bemused glances, then turned to Yuta with speechless expressions. What the hell was that? Kuina asked flatly, raising an eyebrow at the overly theatrical introduction. Yuta flushed with embarrassment, her cheeks turning pink. Don't ask me, she muttered. Ask this dumbass, she said, jerking her thumb toward Luffy, who had a satisfied grin plastered on his face. He told me to say it before the match started, Yuta continued, shaking her head while Zoro and Kuina sighed, clearly unimpressed but deciding to drop the topic. Luffy stretched his arms lazily. So, are you two ready? He asked, his tone as relaxed as if he was about to stroll through a park rather than engage in a battle. Before the fight could begin, Kuina raised her hand, a serious expression on her face. Luffy, before we start, I just want to say this, she began. Thanks for saving us and feeding us. But make no mistake, her eyes narrowed, her grip tightening on the sai. We're not going easy on you. Zoro nodded in agreement. Kuina's right. We've got dreams to achieve, he said, his voice low and determined. And we're never going to follow anyone weaker than us. Good, Luffy grinned, clearly pleased by their determination. That's exactly how it should be, he replied. Now, let's stop wasting time and get this fight started. As Kuina and Zoro prepared themselves, they carefully observed Luffy. But their eyes twitched with annoyance as they noticed his calm, almost lazy stance, hands casually hanging at his sides, a smug smile still stretched across his face. His posture screamed nonchalance, as though he didn't see them as a threat at all. The BSTRD's underestimating us. Zoro growled, his irritation rising as he shifted into his battle stance. I'm going to wipe that smug grin off his face. Kuina didn't respond, but the fire in her eyes told the same story. She gripped her sai tightly, ready to strike at any moment. She had no intention of being taken lightly, especially after the incident with her father. Zoro and Kuina's fighting spirit ignited, and determination flashed in their eyes. Zoro gripped the hilts of his three swords Wado Ikemanji held firmly in his mouth, and the other two in his hands. Kuina, standing to his right, held her two sai tightly with deadly precision, glaring at Luffy with sharp and unwavering eyes. Luffy, wearing his signature grin, gave a light chuckle. I'm not underestimating you guys, he said. I just know that with you two as my opponents, there's nothing to worry about. A vein bulged on Zoro's forehead at Luffy's dismissive words, and without a second thought, he launched himself forward. His three swords gleamed as they slashed through the air in a crisscross motion, aiming for Luffy's torso with deadly precision. But before the blades could land, Luffy moved, sliding smoothly to the side, his feet barely lifting from the ground. The attack missed by a hair's breadth, Zoro's swords cutting through nothing but air. Zoro's eyes widened as he skidded to a halt, confusion flooding his mind. What the hell? I didn't even see him move. Too slow, Luffy said casually, his voice carrying a playful edge as if he was taunting a child. Before Zoro could react, Kuina darted in from the side. She was fast, her movements precise as she twirled her sai, aiming for Luffy's flank in a deadly move. Yuta, who was observing from the side, noticed that, unlike Zoro's brute force, her attack was more calculated, designed to find the gaps in Luffy's defenses. However, unfortunately for Kuina, Luffy ducked beneath her strike with an effortless fluidity while her sai whistled past his head, missing by a fraction of an inch. What the hell? Does he have eyes in the back of his head? Kuina thought, disbelief flashing through her mind. Unbeknownst to Kuina, using observation Haki, Luffy knew exactly where she was coming from, even though he had his back turned toward her. Nice try, Luffy said, leaning back on one foot, his hands still by his sides. Zoro, meanwhile, was already on the move again, charging in from Luffy's other side. This time, his swords came at Luffy from multiple angles, one aimed low, the other too high, forcing Luffy to choose between dodging or blocking. But Luffy didn't need to dodge. Instead, he raised his forearms, and with a faint black sheen of armament Haki coating them, he blocked Zoro's blades. The metallic clang of steel hitting hardened skin echoed through the beach. Zoro looked at Luffy with wide eyes upon seeing his blades getting blocked by Luffy's bare skin. Then his face twisted in frustration as he tried to push down with all his strength, but Luffy didn't even budge. Zoro's frustration only grew stronger when he noticed Luffy once again looking at him with a glint of amusement in his eyes before twisting his body and deflecting Zoro's swords to the side with almost no effort. As Zoro staggered slightly from the force of his own momentum, Luffy stepped into his guard. In that split second, Luffy's hand shot out like a viper, delivering a palm strike directly to Zoro's stomach, using just enough armament Haki to make it sting. The force sent Zoro flying backward, skidding across the sand before he managed to catch himself. As Zoro was recovering from the attack, Kuina didn't waste a moment, using the opening to launch another series of strikes, this time aiming for his ribs and stomach. Luffy didn't even bother to block. Instead, he leaned and twisted, dodging each of her strikes with minimal effort, his body moving in perfect rhythm. His mastery of total concentration breathing allowed him to remain in complete control of his body's movements and stamina, without wasting a single breath. Frustration flashed in Kuina's eyes as Luffy avoided her strikes with ease. She spun, slashing upward with one sai in a final attempt to land a blow, but Luffy caught her wrist mid-strike. His grip was firm but not painful, his eyes meeting hers with a look that said he wasn't even trying. You're fast, Kuina, Luffy acknowledged, still holding her wrist. But not fast enough. With a gentle push, Luffy sent her stumbling back, her feet scrambling to regain balance. He didn't press the attack, simply standing there with that infuriatingly calm smile and his breathing still even, giving Zoro and Kuina the illusion that he wasn't even trying, which only added to their frustration. Zoro charged again, more furious than ever, his swords a blur as he unleashed a flurry of attacks. To a normal person, each of Zoro's strikes would have been precise, powerful, and relentless, but unfortunately for him, Luffy parried every single one of his strikes with his forearms, using just enough haki to deflect the blades without taking any damage. Then Luffy's eyes sharpened, and without warning, he vanished from Zoro's sight for a split second, using a burst of speed enhanced by his mastery of breath control and observation haki. Zoro barely had time to blink before Luffy reappeared behind him, one hand resting lightly on Zoro's shoulder. "Behind you," Luffy whispered. Zoro didn't even have time to turn before Luffy delivered a sharp tap to the back of his neck. The blow, light as it was, sent Zoro crashing face-first into the sand. Kuina saw her opening and leaped at Luffy, but once again, Luffy saw it coming. He sidestepped smoothly, letting her momentum carry her past him. As she landed, he gently tapped the back of her leg with his foot, causing her to lose her balance and fall to one knee. Luffy stood over them both, his expression shifting from playful to serious, a cold edge in his voice. "You two are strong," he admitted, his gaze hardening. "But not strong enough." Zoro struggled to his feet, panting, sweat dripping down his face. Kuina followed, equally winded, her grip on her side tightening as she exchanged a glance with her childhood friend. Without a word, they rushed Luffy together, determination blazing in their eyes. But Luffy was done playing. As they closed in, he exhaled slowly and with a burst of speed, he moved faster than either of them could react, appearing between them in an instant. His palms flashed out, tapping both Zoro and Kuina on their chests with haki-infused strikes. The force of the blows sent both of them flying backward, crashing into the sand with heavy thuds. Luffy stood tall, dusting off his hands, his breathing even and calm. "Thanks for the workout," he said with a grin. "You two are good. But you've still got a long way to go." Then Luffy walked over to where Zoro and Kuina lay groaning in the sand. "So? You've had enough, or do you want to go another round?" he asked, his grin widening into a smug, teasing smile. Zoro and Kuina glared up at him. "Screw you," they both shouted in unison. Luffy laughed heartily, their anger only fueling his amusement. "Haha. That's a no, I guess," he said with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Well, it looks like I won our little bet, which means..." Zoro and Kuina exchanged defeated looks as Luffy's grin grew wider. He stretched his arms toward them triumphantly. "Hey guys, welcome to the crew." Meanwhile, in Shell's town, word of Captain Axehand Morgan's defeat had already reached Marine headquarters, prompting a swift response from the other side. Today was the day a high-ranking officer would arrive to investigate the incident, assess the situation, and determine what had truly transpired in this Marine division of this town. At the Marine base, the soldiers were hard at work, trying to compensate for the shame their former captain had brought upon them. The air was tense, filled with apprehension, as no one wanted to give the impression that they were anything but diligent in the wake of Morgan's disgrace. But their focus was abruptly broken when the doors to the base swung open. A figure walked in confidently, the echo of her boots bouncing off the stone walls of the base. The Marines turned their heads, immediately taken aback as they saw a young woman with long strawberry blonde hair, green eyes, and prominent lips. She wore a strapless pink dress with red blotch-like patterns on it, a whip neatly folded in her hand, and a marine coat draped over her shoulders that notified everyone at the base of her identity. Then, without giving any attention or offering any explanation to the Marines who were gawking at her, the woman strode purposefully through the base. A few minutes later, she reached the door of the captain's office and, without bothering to knock, swung it open with a swift motion. Inside, Ripper, the Marine officer temporarily in charge of the base, was startled by the sudden intrusion. He jumped up from his desk, about to shout at whoever dared enter unannounced. But the words died in his throat the moment he looked up and met her icy green eyes staring him down with a frigid, commanding intensity. "My name is Rear Admiral Kujaku," the young woman introduced herself in a cool and authoritative voice. "I'm here to investigate the situation regarding Captain Morgan." Ripper gulped, standing at attention as he realized who was in front of him. He dared not speak out of turn and simply nodded in acknowledgement, knowing this was not someone to be trifled with. For the next few hours, Kujaku conducted a thorough investigation, interrogating Marines and reviewing the official reports. However, as the investigation dragged on, her frown deepened. No matter how much she pressed the Marines for details, their responses were unervingly consistent, as though they were reading from a script. Every time she questioned them, she got the same carefully worded accounts of Morgan's defeat, how the people of the town grew fed up with Morgan's violence and misuse of power and decided to overthrow him with the help of the Marines in the town. To everyone's credit, the testimonies were consistent, but the lack of variance only raised Kujaku's suspicions. After hours of questioning, Kujaku finally left the Marine base with a dissatisfied expression. She made her way to the local tavern, where she found a tall, muscular man with short pink hair waiting for her at a table in the back corner. "Ah, Kujaku, you're back. How did the investigation go?" the man asked, a cheerful smile on his face as he leaned back in his chair. "Shut up, Kobe," Kujaku snapped, irritation evident in her tone. "You were supposed to accompany me to the marine base. Instead, you disappeared the moment we reached the shore." "Yeah, sorry about that," Kobe said with an awkward chuckle, rubbing the back of his head. "Anyway, so what did you find?" "Nothing different, the same as what had been documented in official reports," Kujaku said with a frown. "No matter how much I tried to intimidate them, they all repeated the same story like they were reading from a script." "Ah, that's to be expected after what this town went through," Kobe said, nodding his head. Seeing his response, Kujaku narrowed her eyes. "You know something, don't you?" "Yep, I do." Kobe's cheerful demeanor shifted to something more serious. "Well, while you were interrogating the Marines," he said, gesturing with air quotes, "I did some investigating of my own. Turns out, Mr. Garp had a pretty good reason for entrusting this mission to our branch when anyone else could have done it quite easily." At the mention of Vice Admiral Garp's name, Kujaku's curiosity spiked. She leaned in, her green eyes narrowing. "Go on," she said. Before Kobe could elaborate, a small figure approached their table, carrying a plate of food. "Big brother Kobe. Here's the food you ordered." The little girl smiled brightly as she placed the plate in front of him. Kobe's face lit up. "Thanks, Rika," he said warmly, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a chocolate bar. "Here, take this as a tip for the best waitress in town." Rika's eyes sparkled with joy as she accepted the chocolate, tucking it into the pocket of her apron. "Thank you," she beamed. Then, after a brief pause, she hesitated before speaking again. "Big brother Kobe, can I ask you for a favor?" "Sure, what is it?" Kobe asked, tilting his head in curiosity. Rika's expression brightened, and she pulled out a neatly folded piece of paper, placing it carefully on the table. "Since you're friends with Big Brother Luffy, can you give this to him, please?" Kobe's smile softened as he took the paper and carefully folded it before tucking it into his coat pocket. "Of course, Rika. I'll make sure Luffy gets it the next time I see him." "Thank you so much," Rika exclaimed with excitement, bouncing back toward the kitchen. Kujaku, who had been quietly observing the exchange, raised an eyebrow. The name Luffy was lingering in her mind. She turned to Kobe, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. "Luffy. Wait, isn't that?" Kobe grinned, leaning back in his chair. "Yep, that's him," he replied casually. "Anyway," he said before she could ask anything else. "Why don't you join me? I've ordered your portion as well." Kujaku sighed, realizing she wasn't going to get any more answers from him right now. Reluctantly, she joined him for lunch. After finishing their meal, the pair made their way back to the marine ship where Captain Morgan was being held in custody, awaiting transfer. As they boarded the vessel, one of the Marines approached them with a salute. "Sir, are we heading straight to Marineford to submit the report?" Kobe shook his head. "Not just yet. First, steer the ship toward my hometown. It's been a while since I've visited my parents' graves." The Marine nodded and turned to relay the order to the helmsman. Kobe leaned on the edge of the ship, staring out at the vast sea. Then, as if speaking more to himself than anyone else, he added, "After that, I'll do a small tour of East Blue and clean my house." With those words, he left the deck and went to his personal cabin. One of the Marines, overhearing Kobe's words, muttered to his companion with a smirk. "DMN, I feel bad for the pirates around here. They probably thought they were safe, hiding out in the weakest of the four seas." The other Marine grinned. "Yeah, those BSTRDS should start counting their days. There's nothing but Impel Down waiting for them if they cross paths with Rear Admiral Iron Fist, Kobe." To be continued. Raphael. System. After leaving the small inhabited island behind, Luffy, Yuta, Zoro, and Kuina continued their journey toward Orange Town. Knowing the trip would take at least a week, Luffy decided it was the perfect opportunity to start teaching Zoro and Kuina the basics of Haki and total concentration breathing. Even Yuta wanted to learn these techniques due to the stamina requirement for her new powers. Before beginning the training, Luffy decided to lay everything on the table. He explained his mysterious devil fruit that allowed him to summon random and unique items and use a personal storage space. He also demonstrated his crystal manipulation abilities and revealed the unique powers Yuta had gained from the devil fruit he'd provided her, solidifying his outlandish claims. Zoro crossed his arms and shook his head, his expression both bewildered and impressed. "I was right about you, you're really FING absurd," he muttered. "Yesterday, I thought devil fruits were a myth. Now, I think I've seen two of the strongest versions of them." "I mean, you could say that," Luffy replied with a casual shrug, "but not really. The devil fruits I get from my fruit are special, they don't exist in this world. So technically, you still haven't seen the best that this world's devil fruits can offer, and neither have you seen the best that my fruit can offer either. Hey, you said that your devil fruit gave these sai to you, right? Kuina asked, twirling the weapons in her hands as Luffy nodded his head. So that means you can get even more amazing weapons in the future, she said, her face lighting up with anticipation of getting even more unique weapons. Yeah, probably, Luffy admitted. But that doesn't mean every weapon I get will be for you. He quickly dampened her excitement. The weapon needs to suit your personality and fighting style. Now, since you're aiming to be a weapons master, that works in your favor, but there might be times when I'll prioritize someone else if a weapon fits them better. Fine. Kuina said, sulking a little. It's your power, after all. Do what you want. Luffy's sweat dropped comically. Well, she's surprisingly bratty and childlike once she lets her guard down, he thought, not quite sure how to handle her sulking. Clearing his throat, Luffy clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Anyway, let's get started. Today, we're diving into Haki and total concentration breathing, he announced. A cruel grin spread across his face, one that instantly sent shivers down Yuta's spine. I'm warning you guys in advance, this is going to be hell. You'll hate me during the process, but when you see the results, you'll love them. Kuina gave him an unimpressed look. Does he have to overdramatize everything? No, Yuta groaned, rubbing her temples. He's not overdramatizing. Trust me, I tried learning total concentration breathing before and gave up. I wouldn't be trying again if it wasn't for my teleportation powers draining my stamina so fast. 6 trips solo or 3 with passengers, and I'm drained for a considerable time. Zoro, meanwhile, was unfazed. I don't care how hard this training is, he said confidently, folding his arms over his chest. If it can make me stronger, I'll handle it. Same, Kuina added, her grip tightening on her sai. If I wasn't ready for hardship, I wouldn't be out here at sea in the first place. Yuta groaned, slumping her shoulders dramatically. Ugh. Why am I stuck with a bunch of muscleheads? Yuta, stop killing the mood, Luffy chided, narrowing his eyes at her. He then turned to Zoro and Kuina with a nod. Good mindset? Keep that up, and you'll master these techniques in no time, he said, and he actually meant it. Luffy was confident for a reason. It had taken him almost a year to master the basics of observation and armament Haki as well as total concentration breathing from scratch. Now, although he did have a manual about learning Haki, it didn't make it any easier to understand the instructions written inside the manual. They were quite vague at best, which kind of made sense to him. If it were this easy to learn and teach Haki, it would already be commonplace throughout the seas. However, unlike everyone in the world, Luffy had one major advantage: Raphael, his super-intelligent, AI-like friend. Raphael had managed to develop a way to learn a fictional technique by just studying the source material. Now that Luffy had used both of those techniques for quite a while, it had given Raphael enough time to study them and develop a way to cut learning time for them in half, making the training process for his crew far more efficient. Luffy's grin widened, a glint of challenge in his eyes. Well then, let the hell begin, he declared, slamming his fist into his palm. A week later, Luffy and his crew finally spotted a large island on the horizon, its silhouette marked by visible human-made structures. The sight of the town confirmed that they had finally arrived at Orange Town. During the journey, Luffy had continued to push Zoro, Kuina, and Yuta in their training. Although neither Zoro nor Kuina had managed to manifest Haki yet, which was fine by Luffy since he hadn't been expecting immediate results, he was still impressed with their dedication. They trained tirelessly, following his every instruction without a single complaint. Yuta, despite her constant grumbling and dramatic sighs, also gave her all when it came to mastering total concentration breathing. However, mastering the technique required pushing one's lungs to their absolute limit, and training on a small fishing boat didn't provide the ideal environment. The lack of space and limited resources made it difficult for him to give her any substantial exercise to help her. Luffy himself, despite overseeing the crew's progress, was hitting his own roadblocks. He had already mastered the techniques he was teaching, and while his diamond head powers were powerful, they had stagnated at 35%, no matter how much he used them. Raphael had a theory: Luffy's abilities were not getting stimulated enough in controlled training scenarios. His powers were reaching a plateau because he wasn't using them in high-pressure, real-world situations. In short, in the nicest way possible, Raphael told him to stop relying on Haki all the time and start using his diamond head powers while dealing with troublesome people like Morgan if he wanted to break through his current limits. Luffy had taken the advice to heart, but for now, he shoved those concerns to the back of his mind. Right now, his focus was on the island ahead, feeling kind of excited to meet Buggy and test his crystals against the annoying clown and his ridiculous chop fruit. However, as the boat got closer to the port, Luffy's excitement faded, replaced by confusion. His eyes narrowed as he took in the scene before him. The town wasn't at all what he had expected. He had anticipated a gloomy, oppressive atmosphere, the kind that came with a town under the control of Buggy's crew. Instead, Orange Town was bustling with energy. People moved freely through the streets, and laughter echoed through the air. Children ran past market stalls, and merchants enthusiastically sold their wares. The port itself was lively, with fishermen unloading their catches and dockworkers going about their business with bright smiles. What the hell is going on here? Luffy muttered to himself as their boat docked at the port. 1 week ago. While Luffy was recruiting Zoro and Kuina to his crew on a remote island a little far away, on Orange Island, the atmosphere was tense, and everyone was hiding inside their houses due to the invasion and takeover of their town by none other than the Buggy pirates. It started 6 months ago when one day the Buggy pirates arrived in this town and, before anyone knew it, announced it as their own territory. The people of the town, of course, tried to fight back, but Buggy and his men ruthlessly killed any and all people who tried to oppose him. In the end, any and all hope for freedom was crushed, and Buggy established his rule over the town with no one to oppose him. But today, something unexpected happened. For the first time in what felt like years, the people of Orange Town saw a marine ship docking at their port. The townsfolk peered out from behind their closed doors and curtains, watching with a mix of hope and fear. A man with pink hair disembarked, his marine coat billowing behind him as he strode onto the dock. His frown deepened as his eyes fell upon the Buggy pirates' ship docked nearby. His frown deepened even further as Kobe, the rear admiral, walked further into the town, immediately noticing the bleak atmosphere. The streets were eerily quiet, and most of the buildings were boarded up or had visible signs of damage from pirate attacks. Something is definitely wrong here, Kobe thought as he continued forward. His footsteps eventually brought him to a house with a white dog standing guard at the entrance. The dog growled at Kobe, baring its teeth, telling him to stay away from the house. "Hey, buddy, what's wrong?" Kobe knelt down, trying to calm the animal, but the dog continued to glare at him, not willing to move. Suddenly, an elderly man with curling gray hair and bespectacled eyes approached. "Ah, Mr. Marine, please don't be offended by little Chowchu here," the man said. Kobe stood up, shaking his head. "No offense taken. But who are you, and what's going on with this place?" he asked, looking around. "My name is Boodle. I'm the mayor of this town," the old man introduced himself, his face shadowed with the weariness of a man who had carried the burden of his people's suffering for too long. As for what's wrong, his expression darkened as he told Kobe about Buggy's reign of terror, the murders, the oppression, and the absolute hopelessness that had consumed the once lively town. Kobe listened intently with a serious expression on his face. After Boodle finished, Kobe placed a reassuring hand on the mayor's shoulder. "Don't worry, sir. I'll take care of those pirates. I apologize that it took us this long to recognize your suffering. But I'll fix it today." With that, Kobe turned and walked back to his ship. Upon returning, he immediately called for his men. "Listen up, everyone." Kobe's voice rang out, drawing the attention of the Marines. He then explained the situation in Orange Town. It was Marine negligence that allowed this terror to go unchecked. Today, we correct that mistake. He issued orders quickly. "You all form a perimeter around the town. Don't let anyone escape. As for Buggy and his crew," Kobe cracked his knuckles, a cold smile forming on his face. "Leave them to me." The Marines saluted and moved swiftly, following Kobe's orders. Soon, they were stationed around the town, blocking every possible exit route. Meanwhile, Kobe prepared to confront the pirates when a familiar voice interrupted him. "You sure you don't want any help with this one?" Kujaku asked, folding her arms over her chest as she stood nearby. Kobe waved her off with a grin. "Nah, I've got this. I left you to deal with everything in Shell's town, so this one's mine. Besides, you deserve a break. So sit back and enjoy the show." "Sure, just send someone to call out to me if things get dicey on your end," Kujaku said, dropping the topic. She knew that Kobe was more than enough to handle anything the East Blue could throw at him. "Well then, Kujaku, see you in a bit," Kobe said and jumped out of the ship. Then just as he was about to head towards the Buggy pirates' base when suddenly he once again noticed their ship and an idea crossed his mind. He immediately called 2 of the Marines stationed near the boat and asked them to check for any valuables inside the Buggy pirates' ship and to bring them out. A few minutes later, the Marines returned with a handful of treasure and items looted from Buggy's ship. Kobe nodded, then picked up a fist-sized rock from the ground. Then a grayish-silver sheen covered the rock and without wasting time, He hurled the rock at Buggy's ship with incredible force. The impact created a massive hole in the ship's hull, and within moments, Buggy's ship began sinking to the bottom of the harbor. The townspeople, peeking out from their homes, gasped in astonishment before bursting into cheers. For the first time in months, they saw the symbol of their oppression destroyed. Kujaku rolled her eyes from the sidelines, muttering under her breath, "Show off." Once Buggy's ship was completely submerged, Kobe turned and made his way to the pirates' base. Inside Buggy's hideout, panic reigned. "Hurry up, you idiots! The Marines are here!" Buggy the clown shouted at his men, his face red with fury. "We need to get out of here before they catch us. And don't leave anything behind. If I lose any treasure, I'll sell every one of you to get it back." The pirates scrambled, stuffing valuables into bags as fast as they could. But suddenly, a calm voice interrupted the chaos. Now, Buggy," Kobe said as he strolled into the hideout, his marine coat draped over his shoulders. "Is it really wise to threaten your men when the Marines are here?" Buggy spun around, his jaw dropping in comical disbelief. What the hell is a rear admiral doing in East Blue?" "Who knows," Kobe shrugged with a grin. "Maybe it's karma catching up with you. After all, don't you think it's time you repented for what you've put these people through?" He slammed his fist into his palm, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "Now, you've got two choices. First, you can walk out of here and quietly surrender to the Marines. Or second." Kobe's eyes gleamed dangerously. "I can beat the crap out of you and drag your unconscious body back to the ship?" For a moment, the room was silent. Then, without hesitation, Buggy's men bolted for the exit. Some rushed past Kobe, throwing down their weapons and surrendering to the Marines. Others desperately tried to escape the town, hoping to avoid capture. In the end, only 3 people remained in the room: Buggy, the captain clown, Moji, the fat fur-wearing man riding on a huge lion, and Kabeji, the slender black-haired man with swords on his waist. "Who the hell do you think you are, huh?" Moji, the lion tamer, sneered. "You're just one guy. We can take you out easily." "Yeah, boss, we can beat him and use him to negotiate our way out of here," Kabeji added, drawing his swords with a wicked grin. "Oh, you want to capture me?" Kobe, unfazed, simply smiled. "Go ahead. Try." Buggy, meanwhile, was sweating, unsure if his minion's plan would work or not. After all, he used to be a member of the Pirate King's crew and knew that one doesn't climb the ranks in the Marines without considerable power or connections in high places. Now the question was, which category did the rear admiral in front of him fit into? Meanwhile, acting on their words, Kabeji and Moji rushed toward Kobe, who stood there without moving and just observed the incoming attack. But then just as they were about to hit him, suddenly he coated his fist in a steel-like sheen, and before they could even react slammed his fist into their faces, and both pirates were knocked out cold, crumpling to the floor. Buggy's eyes bulged. "You're a devil fruit user," he shrieked, pointing at Kobe with trembling hands. "Oh, you noticed," Kobe said dryly, rolling his eyes. "Oh, was kind of devil fruit, is it?" Buggy, ever the opportunist, asked in a falsely enthusiastic tone, thinking about how if he survived this, he could sell information on this rear admiral for a considerable amount of money. However, Kobe, who was unaware of how tricky and cunning Buggy was, didn't think much of Buggy's question, as he wasn't perceiving him as a threat at all. "Well, I guess there's no harm in telling you, since you'll be going to impel down for a long time," he said. However, in the meantime his hands weren't idle either, as he was already moving and handcuffing both unconscious men and tying them with the rope he had on him. "I have eaten the Hega no Mi, steel fruit, which makes me a steel man," Kobe explained as he advanced towards Buggy to arrest him. "My fruit, along with my training, allows me to hit fast and incredibly hard," he finished as he stood in front of the clown. "Now, tell me, Buggy, are you going to come quietly, or do you want to join your friends over there, unconscious and tied in a rope?" Buggy's face contorted with fear, but he quickly raised his hands in mock surrender. "No need for that. I surrender." He shook his head vigorously. "There's no way a normal guy like me could fight a devil fruit user like you." "Smart choice. I hate unnecessary violence," Kobe said, slapping the cuffs on Buggy's wrists. "Hopefully, some time in Impel Down will make you rethink your life choices," he said, and started escorting Buggy out of the hideout, not seeing a cunning smile on the clown's face, whose eyes were fixated on the cuffs in his hands. Normal cuffs in his hands. Laughing internally, Buggy kept walking while waiting for his chance to escape. No matter what, Buggy knew he was going to survive. After all, in his mind, he knew that the great Buggy always survives. However, at that time, neither Kobe nor the people of Orange Town knew about it, and neither one cared about it either. After all, finally, the plague known as Buggy Pirates was gone from Orange Town, and the people of the town were celebrating once more. Present. Well, that was a dud. Luffy muttered, leaning against the edge of his ship, eyes narrowed at the lively port of Orange Town. Whoever this Rear Admiral Iron Fist is, that a-hole robbed me of my valuable achievement points, he thought bitterly, cursing the Marine officer who had swooped in and taken down Buggy before he could get there. After hearing about the events that had transpired a week ago, how Buggy had been defeated and the town freed by a Marine, it quickly became clear to Luffy that there was nothing left of interest in Orange Town. Buggy was gone, and the town was no longer in danger. With a sigh, he headed back to the boat. Before leaving, he gave Zoro and Kuina some money and told them to buy whatever supplies they needed for the journey. Kuina, Luffy had said, make sure Zoro doesn't wander off and get lost. Kuina gave him a nod of understanding, while Zoro scowled but didn't protest. His bad sense of direction had become a running joke on the ship, and at this point, he didn't care enough to fight them. Now, with Zoro and Kuina busy gathering supplies, Luffy turned to Yuta, who was lounging on the deck. Hey, Yuta, can you check the map and find the nearest island from here? He asked. Yuta stretched and reached for the map, spreading it out in front of her. After a few moments of scanning, she tapped a spot on the paper. Looks like the nearest place is Gecko Islands? Oh, isn't that where Yasop's hometown is? Syrup Village? Yeah, Syrup Village. That's the one, Luffy nodded. Alright, once Zoro and Kuina get back, let's set sail for Syrup Village. With that decision made, Luffy headed toward the cabin. I'm gonna take a nap. Don't bother me unless it's important, he said casually over his shoulder as he entered the cabin and shut the door behind him. Once inside, Luffy locked the door, flopped onto the bed, and pulled out his smartphone. Let's see what Oda's been cooking up lately, he murmured, grinning as he opened up the app and scrolled through the latest chapters of One Piece. To be continued. The more you know. Devil Fruit, Hega Hega no Mi, Steel Fruit. Type, Special Paramecia. Powers, Hega Hega no Mi allowed its user to turn their surroundings as well as their own body into steel. After gaining mastery over fruit, one can manipulate their internal temperature to heat the coated limbs of their body. Weakness, usual devil fruit weakness, extremely high temperature, rust, and corrosion. Counterparts. Logia, Tetsu no Mi, Iron fruit. Zoan, Hito no Mi, model, dwarf. Hey everyone! If you're enjoying the story so far, please consider leaving kudos and comments for the chapters. Your involvement helps to increase the story's visibility. Thank you. Raphael. System. Luffy. Come here quickly. Yuta's urgent voice cut through the quiet, jolting Luffy from his drowsy state. He had been lounging in his cabin, his eyelids heavy as he scrolled through his phone, savoring a rare, peaceful moment on the small boat with 4 people on it. It had been 2 weeks since the crew left Orange Town, a stopover that had proven as dull as it was unproductive. To pass the time since then, Luffy had pushed his crew through rigorous training, insisting that every downtime was an opportunity to master the new skills. When he wasn't leading drills, he'd catch up on One Piece, a soft smile playing on his lips as he saw the storyline finally reach Elbaf. But today, with Syrup Village on the horizon, he had decided to take it easy, slouched in his cabin, letting his mind drift, until Yuta's call broke through. He rushed outside, squinting against the morning light. What's wrong, Yuta? Why are you yelling like that? He asked. Look. Over there, Yuta murmured, her brows furrowed as she pointed to the sky. Luffy's eyes followed her finger. A dense column of smoke was rising over Syrup Village, black and ominous against the clear sky. His eyes widened in shock as he realized the entire village was engulfed in flames. What the hell, he muttered, his mind racing to assess the situation. Bye. Now, Zoro and Kuina had joined them, their gazes fixed on the blazing village, waiting for Luffy's command. Without hesitation, he turned to his crew, a plan already forming. Alright, keep the ship heading straight to the village. When you get there, help as many people as you can. Kuina's eyes narrowed as she sensed his intention. And you? What are you planning to do? Luffy grinned, a spark of determination lighting up his face. Me? He strode over to the edge of the ship. I'm going ahead, he replied, his voice laced with a thrilling confidence. Then, without another word, he leaped overboard. Yuta, Zoro, and Kuina rushed to the side of the boat, breathless as they watched what happened next. Luffy had conjured a sparkling, crystalline platform beneath his feet, hovering just above the ocean's surface. With a steady stance, he tilted forward, riding the platform like a surfboard as he sped toward the distant flames. A trail of viridian glistening crystals formed behind him. The wind lashed against Luffy's face as he surfed across the ocean, his intense gaze locked on the inferno engulfing Syrup Village, and thick columns of smoke spiraled into the sky with every second. As he got closer, his frown deepened even further as he noticed that almost all the buildings in the village were consumed in blinding orange and red. His heart hammered at the sight, and he forced himself to focus as he leaned forward, urging his crystalline platform to go faster, knowing any delay could mean the difference between life and death for the villagers trapped in the chaos. The shoreline finally came into view, and Luffy didn't slow down as he neared the edge. He launched himself from his platform, landing with a skidding halt on the burning streets, his feet barely making contact with the scorched earth before he sprang into action. Summoning a crystal platform beneath him, he gained a bird's-eye view of the devastation, his ears filling with the desperate cries of villagers. Families clutched each other in fear, huddled together as they shielded their children from falling embers and crumbling structures, eyes darting in frantic desperation toward the distant beach. Luffy clenched his fists, feeling adrenaline rush through his body as his crystalline ability activated. He extended his hands and conjured a wide, sturdy barrier of crystal in front of a group of villagers cornered by the flames. With a powerful move, he sent the shield forward, parting the flames just enough to create a clear escape route toward the beach. "Move through there," Luffy shouted over his shoulder. "Keep your heads down and stay together." The villagers looked at Luffy with wide eyes, their faces streaked with soot and fear. But soon, the heat and distant cries brought their minds to the present as they got up on their feet and shielded their young as they scrambled through the temporary safe passage Luffy had carved for them. Once he saw them clear of the flames, Luffy turned his attention back to the blaze, eyes darting across the village as he searched for his next target. A rush of heat drew his gaze to a row of homes to his right, their frames trembling under the onslaught of the flames, moments from collapse. With a swift motion, Luffy summoned a pillar of crystal that shot up to brace against the weakening structures. The crystal snaked its way around the houses, reinforcing the wooden frames as the support beams groaned under the pressure. "Everyone inside, get out now," he shouted urgently. The door swung open, and villagers poured out in a rush. Among them was a teenage girl gripping the hand of an elderly woman. The girl clung tightly to her as she hurried past Luffy, pausing only long enough to look up at him with tear-filled eyes. "Thank you," she whispered, breathless but grateful. Luffy managed a reassuring grin, wiping sweat from his brow. "Head down the main road. My friends are there to help you from there." As the pair ran toward the beach, a sudden crackling sound rang out from above, too close for comfort. Luffy's head snapped up just in time to see a massive section of a burning roof breaking free, plummeting toward a mother and the child in her arms. At that moment, before Luffy's mind could even register what was going on, his body moved on its own. With a quick motion, he shot a thick, domed shield of crystal over them, catching the falling debris before it could strike. The flame smoldered and hissed against the protective dome, but not a single ember reached the two huddled beneath. The girl's expression morphed from terror to astonished relief as she looked up at the gleaming crystal shield protecting her. Luffy gave a quick wave, dissolving the dome as soon as they were clear. Once making sure that they were safe, he sprinted deeper, toward the heart of the village, where the flames only seemed to grow fiercer with each passing moment. With every step, Luffy conjured a path of glittering green crystals underfoot, propelling him forward as he navigated the fiery landscape. Each turn seemed to reveal another building on the verge of collapse or another family desperately clinging to hope. At one point, a powerful wave of heat seared the air just inches from his face as a nearby house erupted into flames. Reacting swiftly, he sent a volley of crystal shards into the blaze, slicing through it and quelling the flames as the crystal absorbed their intensity, slowly extinguishing it. A faint, muffled shout rose above the noise, a child's voice, barely audible over the crackling fire. Turning, Luffy spotted a small boy clinging to a window frame, his tiny form barely visible through the thick plumes of smoke surrounding him. Without hesitation, Luffy summoned a spiraling crystal column that extended up to the window's height. He leaped onto it, swiftly closing the distance between himself and the child. Gently but urgently, he helped the boy onto his back and carefully descended the crystal structure, setting him safely on the ground. Dropping to one knee, he looked the boy in the eyes. "Where's your family?" The boy coughed, tears strkng his soot-covered cheeks. "My mom. She's at the bakery. I tried to find her." Luffy felt a pang of concern but kept his expression calm. "Don't worry. I'll get her. You head down the road, okay? My friends will make sure you're safe." He ruffled the boy's hair before racing in the direction of the bakery. It didn't take him much time to find it, though, as even if half-burned, he could still make out the large sign on the outside of a small shop. The bakery was a smoldering wreck by the time he arrived. Half of its walls were blackened, flames liking their way up to the roof. Through the smoky haze, he could just make out a faint figure slumped by the doorway. Without hesitation, he willed a layer of crystal to coat his skin, bracing himself against the stifling heat as he charged into the burning building. Inside, the heat was unbearable, the air thick with smoke and ash. Luffy pressed forward, reaching the unconscious woman and lifting her onto his shoulder. His path to the exit was obscured by flames, but with a swift motion, he created a crystalline pathway across the floor, extinguishing the fire with each step as he made his way back outside. As they emerged into the open air, he gently set the woman down near a fountain, where the cool spray helped revive her. She stirred, opening her eyes with a weary but grateful expression. You saved me," she managed, her voice hoarse from the smoke as she coughed out the soot and ash. Luffy nodded, offering her a reassuring smile. "Rest here. Help's on the way." He glanced around, spotting a man leading a group of survivors toward the beach. Waving him over, Luffy passed the woman into his care and explained where she could find the rest of his crew. With one last look to ensure they were headed to safety, he took a steadying breath and pushed onward. Just then on the horizon, where he could make out the silhouette of a grand structure which he deduced was the Kaia mansion. Realizing this, he quickened his pace and soon enough arrived there. The once beautiful wooden mansion was engulfed like the rest of Syrup Village, even its lush gardens were now little more than smoldering patches of fire. Quickening his pace, Luffy arrived at the broken front gates, their charred remains lying across the pathway. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, stepping through the mansion's entrance. Inside, he froze, taking in two alarming details. First was the disheveled appearance of the living room with outlines of missing paintings imprinted on the walls, and the drawers of cabinets were left open, their contents ransacked. Trinkets and valuables had been stolen, scattered remnants hinting at the haste of whoever had raided the mansion. But what gripped Luffy's attention most lay in the center of the room, a slender man with lamb-like curls sprawled lifelessly on the floor, his body surrounded by a thick pool of blood. Luffy knelt down, checking the man's pulse, only to feel the cold, unmoving skin beneath his fingers. "DMN it," he muttered, narrowing his eyes as a single name passed through his mind. Kuro. Gritting his teeth, he tore his gaze from the tragic sight, knowing he had to locate the mansion's owner. He concentrated, spreading his observation Haki to scan for any sign of life, and soon detected a faint signature coming from the upper floor. In an instant, he was up the stairs, moving with urgency as he spotted a pile of fallen debris blocking a doorway. Without missing a beat, he raised his hand, summoning his crystalline powers to clear the rubble, and burst into the room. Inside, he found a young, frail-looking girl lying unconscious on the floor, her pale blonde hair splayed around her. Recognizing her as Kaia, Luffy rushed to her side and gently shook her. Her eyelids fluttered open, her gaze unfocused as she took in his unfamiliar face. "Who?" "No time for introductions," Luffy interrupted, helping her to her feet. "This whole place is about to come down, we need to get out, now." The urgency in his voice must have jolted her memory because her eyes widened in recognition and fear. She took a step back, studying him with apprehension. "Are you, with Kuro?" she whispered, recalling her caretaker's betrayal just before he'd knocked her out. "This girl. Why would I have told the truth even if I was with him?" Luffy sighed, resisting the urge to facepalm. "No, I'm not," he replied bluntly. "I'm here to help you, but we don't have time for small talk. Let's go." He gripped her arm gently but firmly, guiding her as the sounds of creaking beams and collapsing wood grew louder around them. As they hurried downstairs, Kaia's eyes fell on the body in the living room. Her face paled, and she took a trembling step toward him, reaching out for him but was stopped by Luffy. "I'm sorry, but he's gone," Luffy informed her with a grave and solemn expression on his face. Kaia's face crumpled, and she let out a quiet sob as tears streamed down her cheeks, her legs nearly giving way beneath her. Luffy quickly steadied her, lending his support as he guided her toward the exit. Just as they reached the mansion's entrance, Kaia suddenly stopped, her expression filled with panic. "Wait! I have to go back." Her voice was tinged with desperation. Luffy whirled around, his brows furrowing. "Are you insane? This place is a death trap. Why would you go back?" "My parents' picture," Kaia stammered, her voice breaking. "It's the last thing I have left of them. I can't lose that too. Kaia. This place could collapse any second. That picture isn't worth risking your life over." Luffy clenched his fists, a hint of impatience flickering in his gaze. "If you go inside now, there's a high chance that you'll get crushed under that thing alive." "I don't care." Kaia yelled at him, meeting his gaze, her tear-filled eyes blazing with a determination he hadn't expected. "I need that picture," she said fiercely, her usual gentle demeanor gone, replaced by an intensity that surprised him. Luffy paused, then let out a long sigh. "Fine. Wait here," he said, exasperation mingling with understanding. "I'll get it for you." "No," Kaia denied, shaking her head. "I can't allow you to risk your dash." "Shut up," Luffy said, coming off as unintentionally harsh, making Kaia flinch a little. "You can't even walk on your own, so stop being stupid and just tell me where it is." "In my study," Kaia explained. "It's the last room on the second floor." "Understood," Luffy said, and before she could say anything else, he was already sprinting back inside the house. Kaia watched with a mix of fear and anticipation, her heart pounding as she waited by the crumbling gate. Every passing second felt like an eternity, and then crash. A deafening creak filled the air as the mansion began to collapse in on itself, the entire structure reduced to a heap of rubble. Kaia's eyes widened in horror, and she dropped to her knees, the reality of the loss crashing over her like a wave. "No," she whispered, her voice thick with grief. "First Mary, then my home, my village, and now," her voice broke, and sobs racked her slender frame as she buried her face in her hands, guilt and anguish weighing on her heavily. But just then, the ground beneath her rumbled, and a massive crystalline arm burst forth from the earth, its sparkling green surface gleaming in the firelight. The crystalline fingers unfurled, and there, crouched on the palm, was Luffy, grinning despite his ragged breaths. In his hand, held carefully and untouched by flame, was the picture frame she had been willing to risk her life for. Congratulations! Petrosapien Ability Pack 50% Mastery achieved. Crystal Make unlocked. To be continued. Hey everyone! If you're enjoying the story so far, please consider leaving kudos and comments for the chapters. Your involvement helps to increase the story's visibility. Thank you. P.S. Please don't ask about Usopp, you will know about him in a chapter or two. Raphael. System. Luffy leaped gracefully from the large crystalline arm as it retracted back, landing on solid ground with a light thud. His expression softened as he held a small framed picture out toward Kaia. "Is this what you were looking for?" he asked, grinning at her. Kaia's eyes widened in astonishment, her initial sobs turning into a gasp of pure relief. She reached out with trembling hands, cradling the frame as if it were a precious treasure. You actually got it," she whispered, her voice heavy with gratitude and disbelief. Hugging the picture close to her chest, Kaia managed a tentative, tearful smile as she looked up at Luffy. "Thank you. Truly." Luffy chuckled, attempting to deflect the intensity of the moment. "Yeah, well, don't go getting used to it," he teased, flashing her a playful grin. Then, his face turned serious, and he glanced around at the smoke-filled sky and the smoldering remnants of the village. "Now that you've got that picture, let's get out of here. All this smoke can't be good for either of us." Kaia nodded, taking a steadying breath, and followed close as Luffy led her away. They moved quickly through the charred remains of the village, with Luffy carefully shielding her and summoning crystals to snuff out any lingering flames along their path. After a few minutes, they reached the beach, where the rest of Luffy's crew was already hard at work aiding the villagers. Yuta knelt by a group of injured villagers, using what little first aid knowledge she had to patch them up, while Zoro and Kuina joined others in dousing small fires with buckets of seawater. But as Luffy approached with Kaia at his side, he could feel the palpable shift in the villagers' mood. They glared at Kaia with resentment, their expressions filled with simmering anger and grief. Kaia, visibly shaken, instinctively stepped behind Luffy, gripping the frame close to her chest. Luffy let out a deep sigh. He understood the villagers' feelings. They had lost homes, belongings, and loved ones due to Kuro and his pirates' devastation. Though Kaia was also a victim of Kuro's deception, her association with him made her a symbol of the destruction the village had suffered. Knowing that keeping Kaia there would benefit neither side, he called out to Yuta, who was helping someone nearby. "Yuta," Luffy called, catching her attention as she finished tying a bandage. "Could you take Kaia back to the ship?" Yuta nodded, quickly coming over and wrapping an arm around Kaia, leading her away without a word. Luffy gave her a reassuring nod before turning back to address the crowd. He approached a villager tending to a child's wounds and asked, "How's everyone holding up?" The man glanced up, exhaustion etched into his face. "We're managing, somehow," he replied, handing the child back to their mother. But as his gaze shifted back to Luffy, his expression hardened. "And what was that girl crying about?" "It was her own servant who caused this disaster. Those rich folks always find a way to make it all about themselves." Luffy shook his head. "Look, she's as much a victim as you all are. Kuro fooled her too. But what's done is done. Right now, I need to know the extent of the damage so we can figure out the best way to help." The man let out a tired sigh, nodding reluctantly. "We've lost everything: homes, savings, people. Some are still missing." His voice grew somber. "We know that women and children were taken by those pirate scum, and others. Well, they might be gone for good. But until we can get past the fires and search, all we can do is hope." A pang of guilt washed over Luffy, and his face darkened. "I didn't realize they'd taken people too." He clenched his fists and sighed. "There's got to be something we can do." "Actually, there is," another man joined the conversation, upon hearing Luffy's words. "Southwest from here, there is a small island, about 3 hours away. One of the scum who was looting my house said something about going there and laying low for a while. They were also talking about contacting someone regarding goods and such. They must be referring to the people they took from here, the first man said, gritting his teeth. However, lad, you've already done so much for us. We cannot, in good conscience, allow you to risk your life any further. It's all right, old man. I've already helped you so much, so I might as well see this through, Luffy said with a wave of his hand, not telling them that he had an ulterior motive of waiting to gather as many achievements as possible from this adventure. Besides, he knew that with his current capabilities, the Black Cat pirates weren't a threat to him or his crew. Stay here, look after each other, and let me deal with those pirates. I think there are roughly 100 of them, Yuta murmured as she scanned the uninhabited island through her binoculars. And from the looks of it, they're partying without a care in the world. After hearing about the Black Cat pirates' whereabouts, Luffy wasted no time setting sail from Syrup Village, bringing only Yuta along. He had left Zoro and Kuina behind to protect Kaia, ensuring she was safe from any villagers who might lash out in anger. He also wanted them to keep an eye on the village and help where they could in his absence. Perfect, Luffy grinned, his expression shifting to match the determination in his voice. Let them keep partying, we're about to crash it in the worst way possible. His face turned serious as he looked over at Yuta. Alright, here's the plan. We'll do what we did back in Shell's town. I'll go in and take care of those Dumb and Dumber, while you take the ship around the island to rescue the women and children they've taken. Yuta folded her arms, pouting as she shot him an unimpressed look. It's not fair. Last time, you got to have all the fun while I was stuck doing the errands. Luffy chuckled, trying to appease her. I get it, but honestly, I don't think I'd be able to calm those women and kids down as well as you can. Besides, you're amazing at this stuff. Fine, I will do it, just stop buttering me, Yuta sighed, shaking her head. Just make sure you take care of every single one of them. We can't risk anyone slipping away with knowledge of our abilities. The fewer people who know what we're capable of, the better. Luffy nodded, then glanced back at the island with an unreadable look. So, I'll have to kill them, won't I? Luffy, don't F with me. Yuta glared at him. Did you really set sail thinking you could keep your hands clean forever? He averted his eyes, hesitating. No, not exactly. But it's just. Her expression softened as she reached out, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Look, I understand. It's not like I've had to take anyone's life before either. But think about it, if we just leave them subdued, do you really think the people of Syrup Village could contain them until the Marines show up? Unless we're planning to stick around indefinitely, the best thing we can do for them and for ourselves is to make sure these pirates never come back. Luffy took a deep breath, nodding slowly as he processed her words. All right, he said, his voice steady and resolute. Let's get this over with. The Black Cat pirates reveled carelessly beneath the night sky, laughter and crude songs filling the air as they clustered around their flickering campfire. The firelight cast twisted shadows across their faces, adding a sinister edge to their drunken mirth. Unbeknownst to them, high above on a nearby hilltop, Luffy observed the scene, his eyes sharp and unblinking. Through the power of observation Haki, he could sense each pirate's presence, mapping out the camp's layout with precision. He took a steadying breath before leaping silently from his vantage point, landing just beyond the edge of the encampment. His sudden appearance caught the attention of a few lookouts, but before they could shout a warning, Luffy raised his hand. With a subtle hum, spikes of glimmering green crystal erupted from the ground, slicing through the closest guards with ruthless precision. The pirates dropped in eerie silence, dead before they could even comprehend what hit them. For a brief moment, a wave of nausea washed over Luffy as he stared at the lifeless bodies. The sight twisted his gut, the weight of taking lives heavy on his mind. But he steeled himself, there was no turning back now. He had a job to finish. The initial skirmish roused the other pirates, who stumbled over to the scene, their drunken stupor giving way to shock and fury at the sight of their fallen comrades. Enraged, they charged Luffy, swords flashing under the firelight, desperate to retaliate. But Luffy's face remained expressionless as he summoned crystal daggers in each hand, dispatching each pirate with swift, lethal precision. Every reckless charge was met with brutal, efficient takedowns, leaving no chance for the pirates to mount a real defense. A group of 20 men, realizing their disadvantage, tried to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. They charged as a mob, roaring in defiance, their crude weapons brandished with shaking hands. Luffy simply took a deep breath, concentrating, and slammed his palms to the ground. In an instant, two massive hands crafted from green crystal erupted from the earth, rising above the scrambling pirates. With a resounding crash, the hands clapped together, pulverizing the attackers in one decisive, brutal motion. As the crystalline hands retracted back into the ground, the remaining pirates gaped at the carnage, frozen in shock at the sight of their comrades' unrecognizable remains. A wave of horror rippled through the crowd as the reality of the situation sank in. Luffy's expression remained cold and unreadable as he observed the panic setting in. Pirates stumbled back, some trying to escape, tripping over each other in terror, while others clung desperately to their weapons, forming loose defensive lines. A few of the braver ones, their faces pale and their hands trembling, attempted to hurl weapons at him. Luffy responded with a swift wave of his hand, summoning a new surge of crystal. This time, he molded it into a massive sweeping blade made up of the crystals that gleamed in the firelight. With a powerful swing, he sliced through the defensive lines, cutting down scores of grunts in a single, decisive strike. Cries of pain and horror filled the night as the survivors stumbled back, their courage evaporated, and their morale shattered. Now the ground was slick with red, the remnants of the once merry camp now a wasteland of broken bodies. Luffy's gaze swept over them, his face as calm as stone as he watched the last few survivors, trembling and stumbling, try to flee, but there was nowhere to go. Just then, a flash of silver caught Luffy's eye. Django, the Black Cat Pirate's hypnotist, stood on a boulder, his pendulum swinging rhythmically back and forth. What the hell is going on here? The hypnotist's eyes glinted with rage as he called out, "Listen, boy, I don't know who you are or how you did all of this, but this is as far as you go. Sleep." Django's voice rose in a hypnotic cadence as he swayed his pendulum back and forth in front of Luffy's face. However, instead of getting sleepy, Luffy just stared at Django with an unimpressed expression. With Raphael protecting his mind, a low-level mind attack like hypnosis wouldn't work on him. Hypnosis, huh? Nice trick, but it's not gonna work on me. Django's smirk faltered, but he quickly regained his composure, shifting his tactic. He turned to the remaining pirates, his voice rising with desperation. "Fine. We'll do it the hard way. You lot, stop cowering and attack." He waved the pendulum in front of the nearby grunts, who immediately fell under his spell. Their eyes glazed over as their bodies tensed, muscles bulging unnaturally, and with a collective roar, they charged at Luffy with blind, reckless fury. Luffy responded instantly, slamming his palms against the ground once more. This time, a massive crystal snake surged forth, twisting and coiling as it barreled toward the charging pirates. Its immense, glistening jaws struck down on those at the front of the charge, while its heavy, winding body flattened others beneath its crushing weight. The hypnotized pirates fell one by one, overwhelmed by the serpentine onslaught. Django's confidence drained as he watched his empowered minions fall with terrifying ease. He took a shaky step back, sweat beading on his forehead as Luffy's gaze turned toward him. Frantically, he swung his pendulum again, hoping to muster another command, but Luffy was already upon him. "Don't bother," Luffy said, his voice low and edged with a dangerous finality. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a crystalline hand that shot forward, seizing Django by the collar and hoisting him into the air. Django's earlier bravado evaporated, replaced by raw fear as he dangled helplessly. Wait. Please. I was just. Luffy's eyes narrowed, his tone like ice. "You prey on weak minds, turning people into puppets. But without them, you're nothing." He tightened the crystal hand's grip, and Django's struggle ceased with a strangled gasp. With a flick, Luffy tossed Django's limp form aside, dismissing him as effortlessly as the other grunts. As Luffy moved through the camp, two figures stepped into his path, blocking his way with exaggerated, almost cartoonish grins. Sham, a thin, wiry man with a fox-like face, crouched low, his tone dripping with mock admiration. "Hey, boy. We just saw what you did, and honestly, we're kinda impressed," he said, his voice falsely deferential, much to Luffy's annoyance. "Hey. What's with that look? We're not your enemies, promise." Beside him, Buggy, the bulkier of the duo, chuckled nervously, scratching his head as if trying to appear harmless. Yeah, we don't want no trouble. Maybe we could, just talk?" Luffy sighed, unimpressed. Their pathetic act was so transparent even a small child could see through it. "Right. Well, I don't have time for games, so I'm gonna make this quick." Instantly, their fake smiles vanished, replaced by fear. They'd seen the devastation Luffy had wrought, but desperation drove them to lunge forward, revealing their true nature. Claws glinted from their gloves as they slashed in unison, hoping to catch Luffy off guard. But Luffy, tapping into observation Haki, dodged each attack effortlessly, weaving through their swipes and parrying each one with Haki-covered arms. Frustrated, Sham dropped to all fours, circling Luffy like a cornered animal. Meanwhile, Buggy charged forward, hoping to overwhelm Luffy with sheer size and force. But Luffy sidestepped gracefully, then extended his hand to summon a solid crystal wall. Buggy crashed headfirst into it, the impact sending shockwaves through his body and leaving him momentarily disoriented. Seizing the moment, Luffy created a crystal cage around Sham, isolating him in a tight, shimmering prison. Sham clawed at the bars in a wild panic, but his attacks were utterly ineffective. Meanwhile, Luffy turned his attention to Buggy, who was stumbling to his feet, disoriented and dazed. Luffy struck with precision, landing a powerful blow that sent Buggy flying across the clearing, where he crashed into a tree, coughing up blood before collapsing to the ground, unmoving. One down, one to go. With a flick of his wrist, Luffy released the crystal cage. Sham staggered out, his bloodshot eyes locking onto Buggy's fallen form, his face contorted in a mix of fear and rage. But before he could react, Luffy summoned a crystal dagger in his hand and, with one swift movement, drove it into Sham's chest. The pirate froze, his life snuffed out in an instant, as the skirmish ended with brutal finality. Luffy stood over the fallen duo, the camp now eerily quiet. However, just then, a slow clap echoed from the edge of the camp, drawing Luffy's attention. Standing atop a large rock, Kuro glared down at him, his face an unreadable mask. The Black Cat Pirate's captain, elegant yet sinister, stepped forward, a quiet fury evident in his stance. "Impressive," Kuro said, adjusting his glasses with a slight sneer. "You've dispatched my men with decisive efficiency. I'm furious, of course. But part of me admires your ruthlessness." He straightened, eyeing Luffy with a gleam of calculation. "I'll make you an offer, join me. Together, we could rule the East Blue." Luffy gave him a look of genuine disbelief. "Are you serious? Did you miss the part where I took out your entire crew?" He shook his head. "Besides, why would I join someone who couldn't even defeat a moron like Morgan?" Kuro's calm facade cracked, his eyes narrowing. In a flash, he vanished, reappearing behind Luffy, his deadly cat claws poised for a lethal strike. But Luffy was ready. His observation Haki allowed him to sense the movement, and he pivoted, blocking the attack with a Haki-infused arm. Kuro snarled, his claws clashing against Luffy's arm, sending sparks flying as he tried to slice through Luffy's defenses. "You're fast, I'll give you that," Kuro sneered. "But not fast enough." Without missing a beat, Kuro attacked again, striking from every angle, his cat claws blurring with speed. Luffy matched his movements, anticipating each strike with observation Haki, evading, blocking, or parrying every blow. Growing tired of the skirmish, Luffy lunged forward, his fist enveloped in armament Haki. Kuro raised his claws to block, but Luffy's punch shattered them like glass, sending Kuro hurtling back. He crashed into a tree, and for the first time, true fear appeared in his eyes as he realized that Luffy, who advanced slowly towards him, was someone far above his league. Luffy stopped a few feet from Kuro, knelt down, and met his horrified gaze. "Kuro of 1,000 plans," he said mockingly. "Didn't plan on facing someone stronger than you, did you?" Kuro tried to crawl back, but Luffy reached out, grabbing him by the throat and lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Kuro's hands clawed helplessly at Luffy's Haki-coated arm, his breathing choked as he dangled helplessly. "Kaia trusted you, you know," Luffy said, his voice a harsh whisper. "Like family. And you destroyed that trust and hurt innocent people. For what? A tiny village with nothing of real value?" Kuro's lips twisted into a sneer, though his voice trembled. You soft-hearted fool. Here I thought I could respect you. But it turns out you're just as weak as everyone else." He let out a dark, bitter laugh. "As for why I chose Syrup Village? Well, F you, that's why." Luffy's expression didn't change as he created a sharp crystal dagger in his hand. "Fair enough," he replied coolly. Then, without another word, he drove the crystal spike into Kuro's heart, ending the pirate captain's life. As Kuro's lifeless body fell to the ground, the forest grew silent. The carnage around him was complete. That marked the day the Black Cat Pirates rose again and were wiped out from the face of the world. To be continued. Hey everyone! If you're enjoying the story so far, please consider leaving kudos and comments for the chapters. Your involvement helps to increase the story's visibility. Thank you. Raphael. System. As Kuro's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, Luffy stood frozen, staring impassively. Yet, inside, a storm brewed. The weight of what he had done hit him like a tidal wave, and the nauseating feeling he'd fought off earlier returned with full force. It wasn't just Kuro's body that unsettled him, it was the 100 other corpses scattered around him, along with the stench of blood and the grotesque reality of death amplified his revulsion until it became unbearable. The sound of retching broke the uneasy silence as Luffy stumbled toward a nearby bush, his body finally succumbing to the overwhelming nausea. Emptying his stomach, he braced himself against the trunk of a tree, trembling. Though he had grown stronger, both physically and mentally, since arriving in this world, this kind of strength, the kind required to take lives, was something he had never required before. In his past life, death had been a distant concept, experienced through screens or books, never through his own hands. Killing scum like the Black Cat Pirates should have been easy to justify, and honestly, he didn't regret it. However, it was his modern-day morals that kept clawing at him. To take even a single life was wrong in that life, so what did that make him now, standing amid a gut-wrenching scene of his own making? Notice, does the master wish to suppress the negative emotions associated with taking a life? The calm voice of Raphael cut through the chaos of his thoughts, offering a lifeline he wasn't sure he wanted to grab. Luffy hesitated, recalling a protagonist from an anime he'd once watched who had been consumed by apathy towards life after a mysterious power kept suppressing their emotions, to the point where even massacring innocent children didn't faze them in the slightest. No, Luffy thought firmly, wiping his mouth and forcing himself to stand straight. I can't do that. If I lose this feeling, I lose what makes me human. I need to carry this weight, no matter how heavy it gets, otherwise, what's the difference between me and a wild animal that kills without any thought? Just as he steeled himself, a light touch on his shoulder made him whirl around, a crystalline dagger materializing instinctively in his hand. His eyes widened as he realized who it was. Yuta. Her face remained calm, even as the blade hovered inches from her neck. Hey, it's just me, she said softly before gently pushing his arm down and, to his surprise, pulling him into a hug. Are you okay? A small smile tugged at Luffy's lips as he returned the embrace. Yeah, I'm fine. Just a little shaken, he admitted. Yuta pulled back and scrutinized him with narrowed eyes, arms folded across her chest. Really? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, don't worry. I just need some time, Luffy assured her before changing the subject. What about the hostages? Did you manage to get them all out? Yep, Yuta replied with a grin, puffing her chest with pride. You did a great job causing enough chaos to draw their attention. I was able to get everyone to safety. They're waiting on one of the Black Cat pirates' ships at the edge of the island. Good. Guess we won't have to ride back on my crystals, Luffy said with a small chuckle. Yeah, no crystal surfing this time, Yuta laughed. Shall we head back? Not yet. There's one more thing I need to take care of, Luffy said. He moved quickly, separating the bodies of Captain Kuro, Django, and the Nyaban brothers from the rest before stuffing them into some sacks lying around the camp. Then he summoned his crystals and manipulated them to stack the rest of the bodies in a pile before summoning a giant hand from the ground, enveloping the bodies with it, and burrowing the hands, along with the bodies, deep into the ground. And that's done, Luffy said, wiping the sweat off his forehead. Honestly, Luffy wasn't sure what other pirates or marines did with unidentified bodies, but with his modern knowledge, he knew that unattended bodies could bring a whole lot of diseases, especially for Syrup Village, which wasn't far from here. With the task completed, he and Yuta returned to the shore, while carrying the 4 bodies with them. Before leaving, they rummaged through 2 of the 3 pirate ships, gathering all the valuables and treasures they could find. Then Luffy summoned massive crystalline arms from the ground, destroying the 2 ships that weren't carrying passengers. The women and children watching this spectacle stared in awe. The children, especially, seemed momentarily distracted from their disheartened state, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the giant crystalline arms, destroying the ships with style, looking like something out of a picture book. Once everything was ready, Luffy and Yuta boarded the ship. Yuta took the helm, steering it toward Syrup Village, while Luffy stored the bodies in the ship's basement before coming back to the deck and climbing straight to the crow's nest, away from the curious gazes of the women and children who kept staring at him the whole time, making him feel like the animal in the zoo. Normally he wouldn't have minded entertaining the kids or answering a few of the questions, but today he simply wasn't in the mood to do so. Settling into the crow's nest, Luffy finally accessed his system. Over the past few hours, he had earned 5 achievements and 2 titles, but he hadn't had the chance to check them yet. Now, with some free time, he decided to see what he'd unlocked. First, he decided to check which title he had earned. Firefighter. The title is given to the individual who has successfully helped extinguish a major fire and rescued others during the incident. Reward, 1,000 points. Luffy wasn't surprised to see the first title as it was easy to understand. His actions earlier in Syrup Village, saving lives and ensuring the flames didn't spread, had likely earned him this. But the next title made his stomach churn. Certified Killer. The title is given to the individual who has taken more than 100 lives. Reward, 1,000 points. His jaw tightened, and his lips pressed into a thin line as he read the second title. While he was beginning to come to terms with his actions, being reminded of them so soon after the fact felt like a cruel blow. Shaking off the thought, he chose to ignore the title and turned his attention to the list of achievements instead. Savior. The achievement is given to the individual who has successfully recused a single person from a certain death situation. Reward, 500 points. Lifesaver. The achievement is given to the individual who has successfully recused 10 or more people from a certain death situation. Reward, 1000 points. First Blood, the achievement is given to the individual who has successfully taken the life of one single individual. Reward, 500 points. Merciless, the achievement is given to the individual who has successfully taken the life of 100 or more individuals. Reward, 1000 points. Force of Nature, the achievement is given to the individual who has successfully defeated or incapacitated 100 or more individuals without any outside interference or support. Reward, 1000 points. Wow! 6000 points. That's 6 rolls, Luffy muttered, his eyes fixed on the total he'd accumulated. His fingers hovered over the screen as he debated what to do. Might as well spend them now, he decided, navigating to the Gacha roll page. With a flick of his finger, he began testing his luck and the first roll began spinning. Congratulations. Igneel scarf received. Luffy raised an eyebrow as a white scarf with intricate scale-like patterns materialized in his inventory. He summoned it, running his fingers over the soft yet durable fabric. The scarf radiated a comforting warmth even in his hands. Intrigued, he spoke aloud, "Raphael, please analyze this item." Analysis complete. Igneel scarf. The Igneel scarf is an artifact from the world of fairy tale, given to an individual named Natsu by his foster father, Igneel, which serves as a good luck charm of sorts, warding off misfortune. Effects. Body warmer, automatically adjusts temperature to keep the wearer warm in cold climates. Grants 10% resistance to ice elemental attacks. Luck 1, increases the wearer's luck by 10%. Unbreaking, greatly enhances durability, preventing damage even under extreme conditions. Ha, a hidden effect, Luffy murmured, wrapping the scarf around his neck. The warmth it provided was instant, spreading through his body and warding off the night's chill. I could get used to this, he said with a grin as he tapped the screen again for his next roll. Congratulations. Ichiraku ramen cup noodles, pack of 6 received. Oh, nice. Luffy exclaimed, pulling the brightly colored noodle cups from his inventory. I've always wanted to try these. Maybe once the syrup village mess is wrapped up. Stashing the noodles safely away, he eagerly spun the wheel again. Congratulations. Circus of Values, vending machine received. A vending machine? Seriously? Luffy sighed, crossing his arms as he decided to keep the machine inside his inventory. What am I even supposed to do with this? Build an arcade or something? Despite his initial irritation, a small chuckle escaped him. Guess it's going into the collectibles room once I get around to building my dream house. With a resigned shrug he moved on. Congratulations. Smee 7Y milk bag plushie received. Luffy blinked at the next item, a soft, smiling milk bag plushie. Picking it up, he tilted his head. Wait, this is YouTuber merch? He turned the plushie over, inspecting its soft texture and silly grin. Man, this system really gives anything, doesn't it? He chuckled. It's cute, though. Bet some kid would love this. Adding it to his inventory, Luffy quickly rolled again, hoping for something more useful. Congratulations. Elder Wand received. Luffy's jaw dropped when the legendary wand materialized in his hands. The intricate designs carved into the dark wood glinted in the fading sunlight. No way, he whispered, holding it up as if it were a treasure beyond belief. He gave it a test wave, half expecting sparks or explosions, but nothing happened. Frowning, he muttered, right? No magic. Great. Guess this is just a fancy stick for now. Reluctantly, he stored the Elder Wand. Maybe it'll come in handy later if I ever receive a spell from the Harry Potter universe from the system in the future. Despite the disappointment, he pressed the button for his final roll. Come on, last roll's luck, don't fail me now. A moment later, a wide grin spread across his face as he retrieved his last prize and held it in his hand. Now this. This is good. I know exactly who should have this. Just gotta hope she agrees, Luffy said, observing the custom devil fruit in his hands. An hour and a half later, around midnight, the ship finally approached the familiar shores of Syrup Village. Despite the late hour, the coastline was alive with activity as villagers were still busy with the aftermath of the fire. As soon as the villagers spotted the Black Cat pirates' ship nearing the shore, panic set in. Yet, instead of fleeing, they armed themselves with whatever they could find: pitchforks, kitchen knives, and wooden bats, and braced for the worst, ready to defend their home against the pirates who had already ruined their lives once before. As the ship drew closer, tension hung thick in the air. But then, amidst the shadowy figures on the deck, familiar faces appeared. A child's voice broke the silence. That's Mama. Others began to recognize their loved ones, their voices rising in disbelief and relief. Slowly, the villagers began to lower their weapons. When the ship docked and the women and children poured onto the shore, the scene turned into a chaotic, emotional reunion. Mothers clung to their children, husbands embraced their wives, and the cries of joy and relief echoed across the beach. Amid the heartwarming reunions, Luffy and Yuta stood off to the side, doing their best to avoid the spotlight. However, it wasn't long before the villagers turned their gratitude toward the duo. They showered them with thanks, bowing deeply and expressing their heartfelt appreciation. Luffy shifted uncomfortably under their intense attention. The situation became even more awkward when he handed over the bodies of Kuro, Django, and the Nyaban brothers, along with the tattered Black Cat Pirates flag. He hoped the gesture would allow the villagers to vent some of their anger and pain. Without hesitation, the villagers began constructing a makeshift pyre. As soon as the flames engulfed the flag, cheers erupted from the crowd. Some villagers shouted triumphantly, while others shed quiet tears, releasing their pent-up grief and relief into the night sky. A while later, Luffy saw his chance to slip away. The constant stream of praise and thanks was starting to feel awkward, but his main reason for leaving was to find someone he suspected wouldn't be mingling with the crowd, especially considering the circumstances surrounding them. After a brief search, he found her, Kaia, sitting alone on a quiet part of the beach, clutching a photo of her parents tightly in her arms, and even from a distance, Luffy could see the grief etched on her face. She wasn't entirely alone. Kuina leaned against a tree a short distance away, her katana resting across her lap. Though her eyes were closed, her steady breathing suggested she was meditating rather than asleep. But given the silence that surrounded them, it was clear that they were merely sharing the space rather than each other's company. "Hey, Kaia," Luffy called out, his voice carrying just enough volume to announce his presence without startling her. He approached slowly, hands tucked into his pockets. "Are you all right now?" Kaia looked up at him, startled for a moment, before managing a small smile. "Hey," she said softly. "Did you?" "Yeah," Luffy interrupted, already knowing her question. "We managed to save and bring back all the kidnapped women and children. Everyone's safe now." Kaia's smile widened, a genuine warmth replacing the sadness in her eyes. "That's wonderful," she said. But then her expression turned curious, a hint of confusion flickering across her face. "Oh, by the way, how do you know my name? I remember you calling me by it. When you saved me from the fire as well." "Oh, crap." Luffy cursed inwardly, scrambling for a believable explanation. I heard it from someone in the town who pointed me toward your house," he said, keeping his voice calm and steady. "Name's Luffy, by the way. Nice to meet you." Fortunately for him, Kaia's pure and trusting nature worked in his favor. She nodded thoughtfully. "Oh, that makes sense," she said with a soft chuckle. "Hello, Luffy, and thank you for saving me and everyone else." For a moment, they sat in a comfortable silence, the gentle sound of the waves filling the air before Luffy broke it with a question. "Kaia, did you have a dream before all this happened?" he asked, glancing at her curiously. Kaia blinked, the unexpected question catching her off guard. "A dream," she echoed. She paused, her gaze drifting to the photograph she held in her lap. "Well, I always wanted to become a doctor. I wanted to help people, like my parents did. But now..." Her voice trailed off, her expression clouding with sadness as memories of the villagers' distrust and anger surfaced in her mind. "And what about now?" Luffy pressed gently, tilting his head. "Are you going to give up on that dream?" Kaia hesitated, the weight of her emotions evident in the way her fingers tightened around the frame. "What else am I even supposed to do?" she said, her voice trembling. "My parents are gone, and now so is Mary. There's no one left to support me. And even if I tried, the villagers. They wouldn't trust me. Not after everything that happened with Kuro." "Nah, you're overthinking it," Luffy said, offering her a reassuring smile. "People forget and move on with time. Besides, you didn't do anything wrong. When their anger fades, they'll realize that." His words were sincere, and his tone kind. Yet, from a certain perspective, what he said might seem counterproductive to his real goal in starting this conversation. Still, Luffy didn't want to present his offer in a way that made Kaia feel trapped or without options. That kind of manipulation felt cruel, and it wasn't his way. "Or you could join my crew as our doctor," Luffy suggested, with a wide grin. "You'd get to travel the world, discover new places, and learn about all the miracles of the medical world from the various islands we visit. Plus, think of all the people you could help with what you'd learn." "What?" Kaia stammered, her eyes widening in disbelief. "You're a pirate?" "Not officially," Luffy replied with a shrug, his tone casual. "But I'm pretty sure we'll get labeled as pirates sooner or later. And just so you know, we don't do the kinds of things other pirates do. You've seen that for yourself." "I guess." Kaia murmured, feeling conflicted. Luffy didn't give off the same unsettling vibe that Kuro had, but her past misjudgment made her hesitant. Still, she couldn't deny the stark difference. Luffy radiated an honesty and warmth that Kuro never had. But I can't. My health. Your health isn't as bad as you think, Luffy interrupted confidently, crossing his arms. I have a skill that lets me analyze things, and I can tell you for sure that your condition is way better than you've been led to believe. Besides. He reached into his inventory and pulled out a fruit like no other, a pristine white fruit adorned with intricate golden swirls. I've got something that can help you recover even faster. This. Kaia's breath caught in her throat as she stared at the fruit in sheer awe. It's a devil fruit, Luffy explained, going on to describe its unique powers and the additional benefits of the special devil fruits created by his system. This one won't just help you heal your body but also give you powers to protect yourself and the people you care about. You'll never have to feel helpless again if something like this happens. He grinned at her. So, what do you say, Kaia? Want to come along with us? Kaia hesitated, her eyes flickering between the fruit and Luffy. There was no trace of deceit or malice in his words, just pure sincerity. Weighing the pros and cons of his offer, she thought about the path that lay ahead if she stayed in the village as well as if she accepted Luffy's offer. The idea of fulfilling her dream as a doctor while exploring the world was enticing, but she hesitated for just a moment longer. Are you sure you want someone like me on your crew? She asked quietly, her voice trembling with uncertainty. I don't know if I'd be of much help to you. Of course. Luffy replied without a moment's hesitation, his tone brimming with sincerity. You're exactly the kind of person I want on my crew. My friends and I would love to have you with us. Besides, it's not just about what you can do, it's about who you are. You've got a kind heart, Kaia. That's more than enough. Kaia felt a warmth spread through her chest at his words. In that case. Kaia smiled softly, reaching out and taking the devil fruit from his hand. She held it firmly and looked at Luffy. Captain Luffy, please take care of me from now on. With no hesitation, she bit into the fruit. Almost immediately, her body began to change. She grew a few inches taller, her blonde hair brightened to a more radiant shade and lengthened, her slender frame gained healthy curves, and her eyes turned a brilliant blue. The most striking transformation, however, was the appearance of 4 elegant wings on her back, radiating a kind, warm energy that seemed to fill the air around her. Luffy grinned widely, his excitement evident. Wow, he muttered, marveling at the effects of Kiara no Mi, model, Angewoman. To be continued. AN, picture of Angewoman for reference. Raphael. System. Amazing, Luffy said, his eyes sparkling with genuine awe as he admired Kaia's newly transformed form. What's going on here? Kuina's voice cut through the quiet moment. She had been resting nearby but couldn't resist her growing curiosity. Approaching the scene with her usual calm demeanor, she raised a skeptical eyebrow. Is this another one of those weird devil fruits? Like the one you gave Yuta? She asked, raising an eyebrow and received a nod in return. Meanwhile, Kaia radiated pure joy. For the first time in years, her body felt alive, strong, vibrant, and untethered by the frailty that had defined her existence for so long. In fact, she felt as though she had been reborn tonight. Overcome by the rush of freedom, Kaia spread her wings and launched into the sky. The cool night air rushed past her, carrying her higher and higher until the village became a speck below. Hovering at a dizzying height, she took in the vast ocean stretching endlessly beneath the moon's silver glow. But before she could fully savor the view, her attention was drawn to the beach below, where villagers, whose faces were etched with exhaustion and despair, worked to recover from the devastating fire. Kaia's heart ached at the sight of their suffering, but she quickly remembered the knowledge that had come with her transformation. Steeling her resolve, she descended swiftly, stopping midair above the crowd. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Kaia extended her arms and spread her wings wide. Heaven's blanket, she whispered under her breath, and in the next moment a massive, glowing purple magic circle spread across the entire beach. The sudden light startled the villagers, who scrambled to their feet, glancing around in confusion until suddenly a small child pointed to the sky and shouted, "Mom! Look, an angel!" All eyes turned upward, and collective gasps filled the air. Kaia hovered like a celestial figure, her wings illuminated against the night sky. Then, a warm, soothing sensation enveloped the villagers, their pain ebbing away as wounds began to close and burns faded into smooth, unblemished skin. For a moment, hope sparked in their hearts. But just as quickly as the magic had come, the circle flickered and vanished. Kaia's strength gave out, her vision blurred, and her wings faltered. She plummeted from the sky, unconscious before she even registered the fall. Just as she was about to crash, a ramp materialized beneath her, gently catching her and sliding her back to Luffy, who crouched beside her, his expression a mix of relief, frustration, and quiet admiration. That was reckless, Luffy muttered under his breath, shaking his head at Kaia's benevolent but foolish attempt to heal so many people on her own. Raphael, what was that move Kaia just used? Luffy asked internally, and a stream of information immediately flowed into his mind. Heaven's Blanket, a skill that allows the user to heal others within a large area at the cost of their own stamina. Additionally, the user absorbs 1/10 of the damage healed as backlash. Luffy let out a long, weary sigh as the explanation settled in. This idiot, he muttered, rubbing his temple. He could only imagine the toll healing so many people at once had taken on Kaia, especially when she had just acquired her powers, had no experience managing such overwhelming energy, and lacked the stamina to sustain it. Kuina, Luffy called, turning to his crewmate standing nearby. Keep an eye on her while I prepare for our departure. Kuina nodded, and Luffy walked away, leaving Kaia in her care. The next morning, when Kaia stirred awake, her body felt unbearably heavy. Every muscle ached, as if she'd been wrung dry, and a splitting headache pounded mercilessly in her skull. She groaned softly, clutching her head as she tried to sit up. You're awake, he said flatly, crossing his arms. Without waiting for her to respond, he launched into a merciless lecture. What were you thinking, using your powers like that? You barely know how they work, let alone the toll they take on you. His voice rose slightly, but his concern was unmistakable. What if you'd fallen harder? Or worse, what if you'd? He stopped himself, taking a breath to steady his frustration. Though his words stung, Kaia knew they came from a place of care. She nodded quietly, absorbing each point. Luffy's scolding lasted for what felt like an eternity, though it was probably only half an hour. Finally, his voice softened, and he relented. We're going back, he said simply, offering her a hand to help her up. Kaia hesitated before taking it, her body protesting every movement as she rose to her feet. Together, they made their way to the ruins of the house where Luffy had found her the night before. As they approached, Kaia froze. The sight of the collapsed structure brought the memories of the previous night crashing back with brutal clarity. Her hands began to tremble, and tears welled in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Before she could completely unravel, she felt a hand gently ruffle her hair. Hold yourself together, Luffy said softly, his voice grounding her. It's okay to cry, but don't let it crush you. Mary gave his life so you could live. Honor his last wish, become the best version of yourself. And remember, we'll be here to help you every step of the way. Luffy's words were simple but brought an undeniable warmth to Kaia's heart as tears streamed down her face as she nodded. You're right. It's time to move forward, she said softly. Kaia flexed her wings, then raised her palm toward the wreckage of the house. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Mary, thank you. For everything, for protecting me, for being my family after my parents were gone. Thank you for staying by my side. As her words hung in the air, golden flames erupted from her palm. The fire wasn't wild or destructive, instead, it burned with reverence, consuming the wreckage gently, like a final act of love. When the flames died down, Kaia turned to Luffy and hugged him tightly, sobbing into his chest. Luffy wrapped his arms around her, gently stroking her hair as he asked Raphael about the fire she had just used. Mystical fire, a skill that allows the user to either heal or harm their target, depending on their intention, at the cost of their own stamina. Additionally, the user absorbs 1/10 of the damage healed as backlash and heals themselves for 1/10 of the damage dealt to their opponent. Another great skill, but with the same drawback, Luffy thought as he continued to comfort Kaia. When her sobs finally subsided, he leaned back slightly and looked at her with a soft smile. Feeling better now? He asked gently. Kaia nodded, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Thank you. And sorry about. She gestured awkwardly to the damp spot on Luffy's shirt. He chuckled, shaking his head. It's fine, he said warmly, patting her head. My shoulder's always here for my friends. Luffy, there's something else I need to check, Kaia said, her voice steadier now as she wiped away the last of her tears. She took a step back and gestured toward the rubble. Could you clear this for me, please? Luffy gave her a curious look but nodded without question. He extended his arms, summoning two large crystalline hands that shimmered faintly in the sunlight. With ease, they began moving the charred debris aside, revealing a hidden door embedded in the ground. There it is, Kaia murmured, a note of relief in her voice. She approached the door cautiously, her fingers brushing against its surface before pulling it open to reveal a staircase spiraling downward. Then without hesitation, she began descending the steps, with Luffy following close behind. At the bottom of the staircase, the dim light revealed a small underground dock. In the center, a medium-sized caravel was moored, pristine and intact. Seeing the ship still there and, more importantly, in one piece, Kaia sighed in relief. Luffy, this is the Going Merry, the ship designed by Merry and his last memory. That's why, her voice faltered as she fidgeted with her fingers, her gaze dropping to the floor. That's why I would love for this to be our sailing vessel. Of course, only if you don't mind, Captain. Of course, we can, Kaia, Luffy replied with a reassuring grin. And you don't have to be so hesitant when talking to me. I'm not going to eat you or anything, you know. Then, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, he added, well, unless you want me to. Kaia froze, her cheeks flushing an intense red as she processed his words. Her embarrassment quickly turned to exasperation. Idiot, she snapped, smacking his arm repeatedly. Luffy burst into laughter, doubling over as Kaia's blows landed harmlessly on him. All right, I'm sorry, he managed between chuckles, his grin never fading. After a moment, Luffy sobered, his tone turning more serious as he leapt onto the Mary's deck to inspect it. He glanced back at Kaia. Go get Yuta and send her here, he instructed. And tell Kuina to track down Zoro and keep him in one place. We'll be setting sail soon. A few hours later, the crew stood at the edge of Syrup Village, bidding farewell to the villagers who had gathered to see them off. When it was time, Luffy called for the crew to board the Going Merry. The sails unfurled, catching the breeze, and the ship glided smoothly into open waters. As the village faded into the horizon, Kaia stood at the stern, her heart swelling with a bittersweet mix of grief and hope. She turned to Luffy, who stood at the helm with his usual exuberant grin. Thank you, she said softly, her voice almost lost to the wind. Luffy looked over his shoulder, flashing her a thumbs up. We're going to do great things, Kaia. Mary would be proud. With a new crewmate, a new ship, and a renewed sense of purpose, the Straw Hats sailed onward, ready for their next adventure. A week later aboard the Going Merry, Yuta, Zoro, and Kuina were deeply engrossed in their Haki training, while Luffy worked with Kaia, guiding her through the basics of Haki and total concentration breathing. That's enough for now. Take a break, Luffy said, standing up and handing Kaia a bottle of water. She was panting, still catching her breath from the intense session. Thank you, Kaia said gratefully, taking the water. She sipped the water, trying to steady her breathing as she sank onto a crate nearby. So, Luffy began, wiping the sweat from his brow before leaning casually against the railing. How are you feeling so far? Regretting your choice to join us on this boat? He asked with a playful chuckle. Kaia looked up at him, her blue eyes sparkling with happiness. No, not at all, she said, shaking her head with a warm smile. I'm having a lot of fun, and everyone has been so kind and welcoming. Even if there isn't much to do aside from training and the occasional games, flying with my wings more than makes up for it. So no complaints at all. I'm glad to hear that, Luffy said with a nod, pleased by her response. By the way, once we get to Logtown, we'll stock up on some medical books and equipment. You'll need those to keep up your studies, right? Kaia's eyes widened, her exhaustion forgotten as excitement lit up her face. Really? She exclaimed, leaning forward. But won't that be kind of expensive? Of course, Luffy said casually, as though the cost were the least of his concerns. You're part of the crew now, Kaia. It's our job to make sure you have everything you need to do your job. Don't sweat the price, just tell us what you need, and we'll handle the rest. After all, he added with a carefree shrug, what's the point of chasing treasure if we can't use it to equip our crew with the best? Kaia stared at him, her heart swelling with gratitude. Thank you, Luffy, she said, her voice trembling slightly. I won't disappoint you. Luffy's grin softened, and he gave her a pat on the head. I know you won't, he said simply. Knowing that Luffy believed in her so deeply, she silently resolved to become the best medic the world had ever seen. By the way, do you mind if I ask you something? Kaia asked as she tried to steer the conversation in a different direction. Sure, go ahead, Luffy said, as he grabbed an apple from a nearby crate and took a bite out of it. I wanted to ask you this for a while, but why were you visiting the Syrup Village? Kaia asked, tilting her head. Luffy leaned back against the railing, chewing lazily before swallowing. We were there to visit the son of a friend, he said casually. But then his expression shifted, a flicker of curiosity appearing in his eyes. Speaking of which, do you know anyone named Usopp? Hearing the name, Yuta, who had been engrossed in her training, paused and walked over to Luffy, curiosity lighting up her face. Usopp. Kaia repeated, her brow furrowing as she searched her memory. Ah. The skinny boy with the long nose, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with recognition. I remember him. About 3 years ago, there was a big commotion in the village involving that boy. Mary had mentioned it to me. After whatever happened, that boy left the village, and no one has heard from him since. I see. Luffy muttered, his gaze distant as he processed the information. He couldn't help but think of the Usopp he knew from the manga. So he started his journey on his own, Luffy mused internally. I wonder what kind of Usopp we'll meet on the sea. Will he still be that coward dreaming of becoming a brave warrior, or has he transformed into a hardened sniper who's faced the harsh realities of the ocean without the support of companions like in the original timeline? That's a shame, Yuta chimed in, crossing her arms as she frowned. It would have been nice to have Yasop's son on our crew. Imagine what he's capable of if he inherited even half of his father's talent. She shook her head before glancing back at Luffy. Anyway, she began, changing the subject, where are we headed next? Meanwhile, back at Syrup Village, a marine vessel was docked at the shore while the Marines were helping to rebuild the town, of course not by their own volition but because their captain, Rear Admiral Kobe, had instructed them to do so. The temporary head of the village approached Kobe, bowing his head respectfully. Sir, thank you for helping us. It would have taken us weeks if not months to rebuild everything without your assistance. Kobe offered a modest smile, waving his hand dismissively. It's nothing, sir. This is the least we can do. It's our responsibility as Marines to fix the damage caused by someone like Kuro escaping our grasp in the first place. His expression darkened as his gaze shifted toward the decaying bodies of Kuro and his accomplices lying under tarps nearby. His jaw tightened as he let out a heavy sigh. Mistakes like this. His voice grew firm, tinged with frustration. They're idiotic and pathetic. They disgrace the name of the Marines. Just then, another marine vessel docked on the shore of Syrup Village, and Rear Admiral Kujaku jumped out of the ship and approached Kobe with a grave expression on her face. Kobe, your hunch was right. We found traces of the Black Cat Pirates' former base being on that island, as well as a lot of bodies buried inside the ground. We found a few that were closer to the surface, but I am sure there must be hundreds, like the villagers told us. I see. Kobe said, his brow furrowed in thought. It seems Luffy has once again done our job for us. And quite thoroughly at that. I think it's high time now. We need to inform headquarters about this and issue a bounty on him, Kujaku said with a stern expression on her face. And what exactly would we charge him with? Kobe asked, a dry chuckle escaping his lips. Killing pirates? Cleaning up the scum we failed to deal with? He shrugged. At most, he's acting as a pirate hunter and we don't put bounties on pirate hunters. Kujaku glared at Kobe with such intensity that it could have burned through steel. Are you f***ing serious? She hissed. If these villagers' stories are even halfway true, this man is dangerous. Ruthless enough to kill and bury hundreds of people in a single night. Someone like that shouldn't be roaming free. If word gets out that you're turning a blind eye to this, Admiral Akainu will burn you alive. I'm not shielding anyone, Kobe said calmly, though his tone carried weight. I just don't think making an enemy of Mr. Garp's grandson is the smartest choice. If Luffy is even half as monstrous as his grandfather, we should be working to bring him to our side, not pushing him away. Besides, Mr. Garp has done so much for us it's only fair to try and guide his grandson toward the right side of the law. Kujaku crossed her arms, her skepticism clear. And how exactly do you plan to succeed where Garp himself failed? Kobe rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly, offering a lopsided smile. I haven't quite figured that part out yet, he admitted. Kujaku's eye twitched in irritation. This is your grand plan? Figure it out when we catch him? Do you even hear yourself? At the very least, Kobe said, his voice taking on a more serious edge, I could approach him as Kobe, Garp's student, not as some faceless marine officer. That might open a door. And if it doesn't? Kujaku pressed, her voice like steel. Kobe's demeanor shifted. His fist transformed into shining steel, and a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. If he refuses to listen, then we'll drag him back to base. And I'll make sure he understands what true justice looks like whether he likes it or not. Kujaku studied him for a long moment before letting out a resigned sigh. You'd better be right about this, Kobe. For all our sakes. To be continued. Raphael. System. Shanks has an evil twin now. Great. Just great, Luffy sighed, scrolling through the latest One Piece chapter on his phone. He lounged inside the captain's cabin, one arm draped over the back of his chair. Just then, his observation Haki flared 3 unknown presences had slipped onto the ship. Tisk. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. And here I was hoping for some peace before we reached Beretta. Guess that's not happening. Letting out a slow sigh, Luffy pushed himself up and stepped out of the cabin, arriving on deck just in time to witness the first intruder go flying through the air, crashing hard onto the deck. A second followed almost immediately, landing right on top of the first with a pained grunt. And then came Yuta, dragging the last one by the hair, headhunter in hand, her expression filled with nothing but boredom. I see you've got this handled, Luffy remarked, leaning casually against the railing as he took in the scene. The 3 intruders lay sprawled on the deck, groaning, surrounded by Yuta and the rest of the crew. Please, Yuta. Scoffed, flipping her hair back as she twirled headhunter between her fingers. If I couldn't handle small fry like these, I might as well quit being a pirate altogether. Luffy chuckled, shaking his head. Yeah, that'd be a real shame. Hey! Do you even know who you're messing with? The pink-haired thief barked, pushing himself up despite his injuries. He glared at them, his eyes full of misplaced arrogance. We work for Eldorago-sama. If he finds out you messed with his men, you'll all be in for a world of hell. Luffy barely even spared him a glance, already turning to Yuta. So, Vice Captain, how are we dealing with these thieves? Don't ignore me, the pink-haired thief roared, face turning red with fury. In one swift motion, he pulled out a gun and pointed it at Kuina, who stood closest to him. Before he could even squeeze the trigger, and a loud bang echoed across the deck. The thief's eyes went wide. Then, as if the strings holding him up had been cut, he crumpled to the ground. A small, perfectly clean hole marked the exact spot where his heart had been, blood slowly pooling beneath him. A heavy, thick, and suffocating silence settled over the ship before a sharp gasp shattered it. Kaia stumbled toward the edge of the railing, barely making it before emptying her stomach into the ocean. Kuina sighed, stepping up beside her, and gently rubbed her back. Meanwhile, the two remaining thieves collapsed onto their butts, eyes wide with horror. One moment, their comrade had been boasting, the next, he lay lifeless on the deck, blood pooling beneath him, leaving them completely at the mercy of their captors. Now, Yuta said as Headhunter vanished from her hand. Then the pattern on her left arm glowed as tour de force, her sniper rifle, materialized in her hand. She leveled the barrel at the two trembling thieves. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't send you to join your friend. Wait, one of them stammered, frantically waving his hands. If you let us live, we can lead you to a huge treasure. Yuta arched a brow, pressing the rifle's cold barrel against his forehead. A big treasure, huh? Her voice was smooth, yet laced with menace. Keep talking. If I like what I hear, I might consider sparing you. I didn't know Yuta could be this scary. Kaia murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Her wings instinctively wrapped around her, as if to shield herself from the scene before her. Don't worry, you'll get used to it, Kuina said with a casual shrug. People like them prey on the weak until they run into something stronger and get wiped out. Still. Kaia hesitated, unease flickering in her eyes. Meanwhile, the thief with Yuta's gun pressed to his face gulped audibly before blurting out, why yesterday? We overheard Eldorago-sama talking about a hidden treasure a horde left behind by the legendary Captain Wunan. It's somewhere on Gold Island. Yuta narrowed her eyes, considering his words, before glancing over at Luffy. What do you think? Luffy hummed, faintly recalling the plot of the first One Piece movie. Sounds fun. We should check it out. But the problem is, we don't know where that island is. It's not marked on the map we got from Shell's town. That's a shame, Yuta sighed, then turned back to the thieves with a cold expression. Guess that means we've got 2 more bodies to get rid of. Wait. Eldorago-sama has a map of Gold Island, the other thief blurted out, scrambling to pull a small, folded piece of paper from his pocket. And this is Eldorago-sama's Vivre card. It'll take you right to him. Oh, how thoughtful. Yuta murmured, plucking the Vivre card from his shaking hands. She twirled it between her fingers, amusement flickering in her crimson eyes. Thanks for the help. In return, I'll make sure to give you a quick death. Wait, you said. Bang. Bang. Yuta turned, smiling sweetly, and held up Eldorago's Vivre card. Well, Luffy, looks like we're making a little detour. We're here, Yuta announced as she spotted the island in the distance. Her gaze sharpened as she took in the sight of the shoreline. There's also a rather giddy-looking ship docked on the coast. Giddy-looking? Zoro raised an eyebrow. It's a massive ship, covered in gold plating from bow to stern, Yuta clarified, her voice laced with undisguised disgust. It's twinkling too gaudy, too excessive. Utterly distasteful. Well, Kuina mused, crossing her arms with a sly grin, we could always sink it. After we strip it of all that gold, of course. Yuta smirked. Now that sounds like a plan. Your plans for grand larceny can wait, Luffy cut in, hopping off the balcony and landing on the deck with a light thud. First, we need to take care of this Eldorago guy and find legendary Captain Wunan's treasure. Then, his expression turned serious. Before we head out, there's something I need to tell you all. The shift in his tone made the crew straighten up, giving him their full attention. This is going to be our first battle as a crew, Luffy continued, his gaze sweeping over them. And I've decided aside from Eldorago himself, I won't be fighting anyone else. Finally, Zoro and Kuina said in unison, identical savage grins stretching across their faces. Luffy chuckled at their eagerness before turning to Kaia. Kaia, you'll be going with these two and handling the grunts. You've been making good progress in training, but nothing beats real combat experience. He watched her carefully, gauging her reaction. Kaia swallowed but nodded firmly as their ship docked on the coast. Yuta, you'll be providing support from a distance, Luffy went on. Anyone who tries to run or escape them, you take them down. This will be good practice for all three of you before we head to the Grand Line, where the real monsters are. It'll also help you start unlocking Haki. His crew absorbed his words, their expressions shifting from anticipation to steely determination. Everyone clear? Luffy asked. A chorus of nods answered him. Good, he said, a grin creeping back onto his face. Then let's go. We've got a legendary treasure to claim. DMN it. Where is that DMN treasure? Eldorado roared, his voice echoing through the dense jungle. With a single punch, he sent a massive tree crashing to the ground, the splintered trunk shattering on impact. Birds scattered from the treetops, shrieking in alarm, while his men flinched at his outburst. They had been scouring this wretched island for 6 hours, searching for any sign of Captain Wunan's legendary treasure. But no matter how many rocks they overturned, they hadn't found so much as a single gold coin. My lord, please calm yourself. Gilder, Eldorado's right-hand man, pleaded, adjusting his sunglasses nervously. Perhaps we overlooked something. There may be a hidden chamber or... Silence. Eldorado snapped, whirling on him with a glare so fierce that Gilder instinctively took a step back. I've had enough of your pathetic excuses. Wunan's gold is here. I can smell it. His golden armor gleamed under the sunlight, his fists trembling with frustration. Just then, the underbrush rustled behind them. Captain! Movement in the trees. Golas, one of Eldorado's men, called out, pointing toward the dense foliage. A moment later, a figure stepped out from the shadows. Yo, Luffy greeted casually, hands tucked into his pockets as he emerged from the jungle. Looking for something? Eldorado's eyes narrowed. You. His lips curled into a sneer. I don't know who you are, but you've got a lot of nerve showing up here. Luffy tilted his head, a playful grin on his face. Huh? Thought you'd know me by now, he mused, then shrugged. Fair enough. I haven't done anything worth remembering yet. Eldorado scowled. TCH, whatever. I don't care who you are, turn around and walk away before I break every bone in your body. Luffy grinned. That so? You see, that's kinda hard to do when you're making all this noise. We couldn't exactly ignore you. Behind him, Zoro, Kuina, and Kaia emerged from the trees as well, while Yuta remained perched in the branches above, her rifle already locked onto Eldorado's men, watching them like a hawk. You must be Eldorado, Zoro said, rolling his shoulder as he surveyed the man. You don't look like much. Eldorado's eye twitched. You brat. Enough talking, Kuina interrupted, drawing her sigh. The steel gleamed in the sunlight as she leveled it at the enemy crew. Luffy already said he's leaving you to him. The rest of these guys? They're ours. Eldorado's scowl deepened, but his sneer returned, cruel and mocking. So, you think you can just waltz in here and challenge me? His fists clenched, and an eerie, blue energy began swirling around his body. Fine. I was looking for something to break, anyway. Luffy cracked his knuckles, his grin widening. Good. 'Cause I've been itching for a real fight, he said and rushed at Eldorado at blinding speed, vanishing from his sight. Eldorado barely had time to register his disappearance before. Bam! A fist crashed into his gut at blinding speed, the sheer force detonating the air around them. Eldorado's eyes bulged as he was launched through the jungle, trees snapping like twigs in his wake. The distant crash of his impact echoed through the island, shaking the ground beneath them. Silence. Then, see, Captain? One of Eldorado's men stammered, staring at the trail of destruction in shock. Meanwhile, Zoro, Kuina, and Kaia took their battle stances, their expressions sharpening with focus. All right, Zoro muttered, unsheathing his swords. Time to clean up. Try not to slow me down, Kuina smirked, already moving forward. Kaia took a deep breath, unfurling her wings with determination. Let's do this. Above them, Yuta clicked her rifle into place, her gaze cold and focused as the Straw Hat Pirates readied themselves for the battle ahead. To be continued. Sorry for the short chapter, smiley face. Raphael. System. DMN it. Golas and Gilder cursed in unison, eyes wide as they watched their captain get sent flying with a single punch. The sheer force behind the blow made one thing painfully clear: the boy in the straw hat was dangerous, at least as strong as Eldorado, if not stronger. Don't panic. We still have a chance, Gilder said, adjusting his sunglasses as his gaze shifted to Luffy's crew, now standing in their way. Captain's tough, he can hold his own. Our job is to get rid of these pests first. Yeah, you're right, Golas muttered, gripping the hilt of his massive katana. Truthfully, he didn't care about Eldorado's well-being except for the fact that the man was their ticket to fortune. I'll take the swordsman, he decided, lunging straight at Zoro. The green-haired swordsman met the charge head-on, an eager grin spreading across his face as he unsheathed his blades, already anticipating a good fight. The two clashed, separating from the main battle. Gilder smirked, turning to the rest of their crew. "Listen up, boys. Try to take these girls alive," he ordered, his expression darkening with twisted delight. "There are two of them, one for us, and we can sell the winged girl for a high prof." Crack! Before he could finish, a brutal kick slammed into the side of his head, snapping his sunglasses in half and sending him hurtling into nearby trees. "What a drag," Kuina scoffed, shaking her head as she clicked her tongue. She barely spared Gilder another glance before turning to Kaia. "Be careful," she said, her tone lighter but still firm, before dashing after Gilder. Kaia let out a slow breath, adjusting her stance. "Thanks. I guess," she muttered dryly, steeling herself as the battle began in earnest. Zoro and Golas stood a few paces apart, their gazes locked in silent challenge. The air between them was heavy with tension, both men sizing up the other's strength. Then, without a word, they moved. Golas swung his massive katana in a wide arc, the sheer force behind it kicking up dirt and leaves. Zoro met the attack head-on, crossing two of his swords to absorb the impact while bringing his third, the one clutched between his teeth, into position to strike. Sparks flew as steel clashed against steel, neither giving an inch. Golas grinned, pushing down harder. "You're strong," he admitted, voice strained. "But I wonder. Do you have the resolve to kill?" Zoro smirked, shoving Golas back with brute force. "You're talking a lot for someone who doesn't look like he wants to be here." Golas's grin faltered for just a moment, but then he was on the offensive again. He brought his blade down in a devastating overhead strike, aiming to cleave Zoro in half. Zoro sidestepped at the last second, his instincts screaming at him as Golas adjusted mid-swing, twisting his entire body to deliver a powerful horizontal slash. Zoro barely managed to parry, but the sheer strength behind the blow sent him skidding backward. Golas didn't relent. He pressed forward, delivering a relentless barrage of heavy, crushing blows, forcing Zoro to block and weave through the attacks. Each strike carried immense weight, and Zoro knew that taking even one full-on could be fatal. He's strong, Zoro thought, parrying another vicious strike. And fast for his size. But something's off. He caught the briefest flicker of hesitation in Golas's eyes, just a moment, just a breath, but it was there. He wasn't fighting for the thrill, nor for loyalty. It was something else. Golas suddenly lunged, twisting his katana in an unorthodox movement meant to disarm, but Zoro countered with a precise deflection, bringing Wado Ikemanji up to catch Golas's blade at the hilt. The clash sent another shower of sparks flying between them, their faces inches apart. "You're good," Zoro muttered. "Too good for someone who doesn't believe in his own sword." Golas's eyes widened slightly. His grip on the hilt tightened, as if Zoro had struck something deeper than just his weapon. With a roar, he disengaged, stepping back before charging forward with newfound fury. Zoro met him with equal intensity. They traded blows in a blur of steel and power, their swords moving too fast for the untrained eye to follow. Neither could gain the upper hand, both warriors matching each other strike for strike. Golas swung his katana in a powerful arc, aiming for Zoro's exposed side, but this time, Zoro didn't just block, he retaliated. Twisting his body, he brought all three swords down in a simultaneous strike, forcing Golas to retreat. The force of the impact left a deep groove in the ground beneath them. Golas panted, beads of sweat rolling down his face. His arms trembled slightly from the constant impacts, but his expression was unreadable. "Why do you fight?" Zoro asked, rolling his shoulder. "It's definitely not for your captain." Golas was silent for a moment, then let out a bitter chuckle. "Because I have nothing else," he admitted. "Once, I had honor. A reason to wield my blade. But I lost it somewhere along the way." He raised his sword, gripping it tightly. "Now, I fight because it's all I know." Zoro's eyes narrowed. "That's not enough." Golas charged again, but this time, Zoro was done holding back. A dark aura began to form around his swords, a deep obsidian black coating creeping over the steel like a living shadow. The air around him shifted, heavy and oppressive, as his swords resonated with newfound power. Golas's eyes widened in horror. "Haki?" Zoro didn't answer. Instead, he moved. Faster than Golas could react, Zoro blurred past him, his blade singing through the air in a deadly arc. For a moment, neither of them moved. Then, a deep crimson line appeared across Golas's chest. His sword slipped from his fingers. His legs buckled. He coughed, blood splattering onto the dirt as he fell to his knees. Zoro turned to face him, eyes calm, but his presence alone now felt overwhelming. "If you don't have the will to wield your sword with conviction, you'll never be able to stand against someone who does." Golas let out a breathless chuckle, the corners of his lips twitching upward despite the pain. Heh. Maybe you're right. With one last exhale, he collapsed, lifeless. Zoro sheathed his swords with a smooth motion, exhaling as the weight of the battle left his shoulders. He glanced at Golus's fallen form for a moment before turning his gaze toward the battlefield, where the rest of his crew was still locked in combat. Kaia took a deep breath as she faced the approaching grunts, their sneering expression sending a shiver down her spine. She had trained hard since leaving Syrup Village, but fighting real opponents was different. Her grip on her dagger tightened as the first pirate lunged at her with a crude sword swing. She barely sidestepped in time, feeling the blade graze past her shoulder. Her heart pounded, but she forced herself to retaliate, slashing at his arm. It was a weak strike, lacking confidence, but it was enough to make the man hiss and recoil. TCH. The little bird bites back, huh? The grunt sneered, shaking his arm before advancing again. Kaia barely had time to react before another pirate came at her from the side. She raised her arms instinctively, but she knew she wouldn't be fast enough. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the second pirate crumpled, blood pooling from a hole in his forehead. Kaia's breath hitched as she quickly glanced upward. Yuta was perched on a high vantage point, her sniper rifle, tour de force, still aimed at where the man had stood. She gave Kaia a small nod before shifting her focus back to the battlefield. The other grunts flinched, eyes darting around as they realized they were being picked off. Sniper, one of them shouted, panic creeping into his voice. DMN it. Keep moving, don't stand still, another barked, but before he could rally the others. Bang! Another one dropped. Kaia swallowed hard. She had backup. She just needed to hold her own. The next grunt lunged at her, and this time she was ready. She ducked low and swung her dagger upwards, slicing a clean cut across his chest. He howled in pain, staggering back, but another pirate took his place immediately. Their movements were sloppy, more like street thugs than trained fighters, but they had numbers, and she was struggling to keep up. She parried another strike, but the force of the impact numbed her arm. Her form wavered, and another pirate managed to land a blow, cutting her side. She gasped, stumbling back as blood trickled down her torso. The pain was sharp, but then it faded. Kaia blinked in confusion. The wound was still there, but the bleeding slowed unnaturally fast, and she felt her strength return almost instantly. It was subtle, but unmistakable. Regeneration? She barely had time to process it before another pirate charged. She twisted on instinct, dodging his blade and slamming her dagger into his stomach. He choked, eyes widening before crumpling to the ground. Bang! Another pirate went down. Kaia exhaled sharply, grateful for Yuta's cover fire. The battle raged on. Kaia kept moving, dodging, countering when she could. But the grunts weren't giving up easily. One of them caught her wrist and twisted it, making her cry out in pain as she dropped her weapon. He grinned maliciously, yanking her closer. Feisty little thing, ain't ya? He sneered. Before he could do anything else, a bullet pierced through his skull, splattering Kaia's face with blood. She gasped, wrenching her hand free as the body slumped to the ground. Her breathing was ragged, her limbs trembling from exhaustion and adrenaline. She had landed several blows, but her mistakes were piling up. Her attacks weren't lethal enough. She hesitated too much. She wasn't strong enough. The realization made her chest tighten. These men didn't see her as a threat. They saw her as prey. And they were closing in again, smirking, confident. Fear clawed at her, threatening to consume her completely. Then something snapped. A pulse of energy surged through her veins, her body growing unnaturally warm. The fear turned into something else. Something primal. Her wings flared open, blazing with an eerie blue flame. The air around her crackled, and suddenly, fire erupted in a sweeping arc. The grunts didn't even have time to scream. In one motion, the golden flames erupted from her palms, reducing them to ash in mere seconds. The battlefield fell silent, the only sound remaining was the soft flickering of Kaia's mystical fire. She stood in the center of it all, her breath coming in sharp gasps. Her body felt drained, but the surge of power was intoxicating. She looked down at her hands, which still burned with the remnants of her fire. I did that? She trembled as she took in the destruction around her. Ash and embers were all that remained of the men she had just fought. Her stomach churned, bile rising in her throat as the weight of what she had done settled over her. I killed them, she whispered, her voice barely audible. She flinched as she felt a hand on her shoulder. Turning around, she saw that Yuta had descended from her vantage point. You did well, Kaia, she said with a gentle smile on her face. Kaia shook her head violently. No, I didn't. I'm a doctor. I'm supposed to save lives, not, her voice cracked, and she hugged her wings around herself. Not this. Yuta crouched slightly, leveling her gaze with Kaia's. Listen to me. Those men? They would have gone on to hurt innocent people. They weren't just some unlucky guys who got in the wrong fight, they were scum who took pleasure in causing pain. You didn't just end them, Kaia. You saved others in the process. Kaia's hands clenched into fists. But, it still doesn't feel right. Yuta sighed, then gave a small smile. That feeling? It means you're still you. That's a good thing. The day you stop caring about taking lives is the day you should start worrying. Kaia looked down at her trembling hands once more. The flames had faded, but the sensation lingered. The weight of her actions wouldn't disappear overnight. But maybe, just maybe? Yuta was right. Come on, Yuta said, standing up and offering her a hand. Let's go mock Luffy for dragging on his fight. Kaia hesitated for only a moment before gripping Yuta's hand, allowing herself to be pulled up. Kuina's grip tightened around her side as she faced Gilder, who was still pulling himself up from where she had kicked him. He wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered at her. Suddenly, sparks flickered across his arms, and the smell of burning ozone filled the air. With a quick motion, he rubbed his hands together, generating a loud crackling sound as static electricity danced along his fingers. You're fast, but let's see if you can move when your whole body's numb, he sneered before lunging forward. Kuina barely had time to react before Gilder was on her. She twisted to the side, narrowly dodging his electrified fist, but the static charge leaped from his knuckles and sent a jolt through her arm. The shock made her wince as her muscles tensed involuntarily. DMN. Even a near miss can paralyze me, she thought, gritting her teeth. Gilder pressed the attack, his movements erratic yet deadly. He struck fast, his charged punches forcing Kuina to stay constantly on the defensive. She managed to block a few blows with the metal prongs of her sai, but each impact sent another painful jolt through her body, making her muscles feel heavier, and her movement slower. Feeling it yet? Gilder taunted as he flicked his wrist, sending out a small arc of electricity that grazed Kuina's shoulder. Her body seized up, and in that moment of hesitation, he shot forward, driving a knee into her stomach. The force sent her skidding back across the dirt, coughing as she clutched her abdomen. Kuina steadied herself, forcing air back into her lungs. She glared at him. That power of yours is annoying, she admitted, wiping sweat from her brow. Gilder grinned. Oh, you haven't even seen annoying yet. In an instant, he generated another charge, this time rubbing his feet against the ground to amplify the static. The next thing Kuina knew, she was surrounded by a web of flickering blue arcs. This is what happens when you let electricity build up, Gilder said with a sadistic smirk. Denka zone. The energy suddenly surged outward, and Kuina barely managed to leap away as the ground where she had been standing exploded in a burst of static energy. However, the shockwave caught her midair, numbing her limbs and making her crash onto the ground. Her body trembled as she forced herself to her feet, panting heavily. I can't keep dodging forever. I need to find a way to cut through his charge. Gilder approached slowly, savoring her struggle. Come on, little swordswoman. Where's that fire from earlier? I was hoping to break you piece by piece. He clenched his fists, static flickering between his fingers. Kuina exhaled sharply and shifted her stance. If dodging wasn't an option, she would have to take the offensive. She dashed forward, her sai flashing as she aimed a precise strike at his chest. Gilder smirked and raised his arm, letting her weapon clash against his charged forearm. A powerful jolt surged through her hands, but she pushed through, twisting her wrist to try and disarm him. Gilder retaliated with a brutal kick to her side, sending her flying again. She tumbled across the dirt, coughing violently. It's not enough. I need more. She forced herself up once more, her arms trembling from the repeated shocks. She knew she was strong, her training, her technique, her willpower were all solid, but something was missing. Gilder sighed dramatically. You're still standing? Fine. Let's fix that. He dragged his foot against the ground, building another massive charge before dashing toward her, electricity surging around his fist. This is it. Kuina had to act now. As he closed in, Kuina's mind sharpened, her vision narrowing to focus solely on her enemy. She felt everything, the weight of her weapons, the burn in her muscles, the way the wind carried the static in the air. And then, she felt something else. A smirk curled across her lips. At that moment, she gripped her sai tighter, willing that power to rise to the surface. A dark sheen spread over the weapons, coating them in an obsidian glow. She didn't question it. She trusted it. With a swift movement, she stepped forward and met Gilder's electrified fist head-on, blocking it with her armament-coated sai. The moment of impact sent a powerful shockwave through the air, but something was different. The electricity that should have surged through her didn't. It dissipated harmlessly, as if repelled by an unseen force. Gilder's eyes widened in shock. What? Kuina didn't let him finish. She twisted her weapon, locking his arm in place before driving her knee into his ribs. Gilder gasped in pain, stumbling backward, but Kuina was already moving. With a burst of speed, she spun her sai and slashed downward, the armament-infused metal carving a deep wound across his chest. Gilder screamed as he fell to his knees, clutching his chest. Blood seeped between his fingers as his static energy flickered and died out. His expression twisted into one of disbelief and fear. How? He gasped. You shouldn't be able to. Kuina exhaled, her stance steady despite the exhaustion creeping in. Guess I just needed the right push. She flicked the blood from her sai and pointed them at him. Now, do me a favor and stay down. Gilder gritted his teeth, rage and humiliation warring in his expression. But his body was failing him, and with one last shaky breath, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Kuina stood over him for a moment before releasing a slow breath, the dark coating on her sai fading. She clenched her fists, flexing her fingers as she processed what had just happened. I really did it. I awakened Haki. A small smirk tugged at her lips. Well, she muttered, casting a glance at the battlefield where the others were still fighting. Time to clean up the rest. With that, she drove the sai through Gilder's heart, ending his life before turning her back to him. To be continued. The more you know. Name, Gilder, OC. Devil Fruit, Denka Denka no Mi, Charge Fruit. Powers, the Denka Denka no Mi allows its user to generate static electricity from their body through friction. This occurs not only when static electricity would naturally form but with any movement the user makes. The fruit also enables the user to release built-up static electricity in various ways, from simple shockwaves to shooting lightning from their hands. Additionally, the user can electrify themselves, enhancing their attacks with electrical damage and even charging items or weapons they wield. Weakness, usual devil fruit weakness, any movement restricting fruits and abilities, any fruits or powers that resist or counter electricity.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.